night against the Bulldogs. It's a bit sandy. Can you explain it? You do have a background in turf management. Can you just take us through?
I'm waiting for his questions.
Absolutely. Your jaw must have dropped when you heard there was a sort of criticism of the Papa Smurf.
Wow. So, legitimately, I was in bed. I had the VFL streamed game going on the phone.
Carlton.
Well, no, the Bulldogs, the Bulldogs versus Cats VFL game on the stream. Pouring rain, ground getting cut up. I thought we're in trouble here. This is going to be an interesting night, and it's true. Bit like a racetrack with horses running over it in the wet. They tend to cut it up. So 2 games of footy. Look, the bottom line is the place takes a lot of work. I think I've done a little bit of homework on this. I reckon it's the only AFL NRL match venue that's having to cope with all the training load of the home club. So we're over 200 training sessions for the year. We'll get to nearly 300, and this thing has to do a lot of work. Cats have been great. They've come off it for the last couple of weeks and shoved their programs here, there, and everywhere to help us aerate it. A little bit of top dressing. Yes, it looks a bit sandy, but it's to use the racetrack analogy, I reckon it's about a soft 4.
Good 4.
Good 4. Soft 4.
Soft 5.
Yeah,
Clegg hammer reading.
I couldn't tell you the Clegg hammer reading. I forgot. They have been out here doing it. I couldn't tell you it off the top of my head. The AFL have given it the tick of approval.
Good thing too, Jared, though, is the weather's been kind to you today.
Yes.
So that which is always handy.
It's actually been pretty good this week, where you get the cool mornings, but you've actually had the winter sun over it across the day. We've had the grey lights all over it. We even put the cricket wicket covers out one day just to cover the areas that have copped a bit of workload, but we didn't want 8 mils of rain going over it. So the team's done a really good job. Cats have been really helpful, and look, it doesn't look the prettiest, but it's very playable.
The helicopter came in as well.
Yeah, we've got Tony Bonner down there.
Skippy.
Clancy wasn't in the co-pilot seat, was he?
No.
You heard the rumours about those.
I did hear the rumours that we've got Tony down there.
Extraordinary.
Have we passed the statute of limitations?
Possibly.
Ken James?
Yeah. Ken James?
Hey, Devereaux was
he was
If you want to dry a field out, get a helicopter down here. Yeah. It didn't cost us a lot. We've got a good relationship with someone who does this for a living. They helped us out. They've done it before a couple of years ago. Many moons ago on a golf course I used to work at, we used to pull the helicopter out occasionally before a major tournament.
Right.
Which
course was this?
Victoria Golf Club.
Right.
Yeah. Many moons ago, I used to work there. And, before a tournament, you might pull the helicopter out just to... It's a quick way of getting a lot of air on the ground without running a tractor over it.
Yes.
Ramwick and Rose Hill, they pull it out all the time because, as we know, the Sydney Autumn Carnival always gets stuffed up with rain up there.
100 mil of rain.
Yeah.
Jared, I'd be keen for you to talk us through everything that's got to fall into place to get a final here. Now, I'm going to presume that there's contractual arrangements with the MCG and that they've got to have a game and all that sort of stuff. But also, it's clearly something you can't leave to the last week to see where the ladder falls. Can you talk through that process, please?
Look, it's driven by the AFL, naturally. And you're right, the first thing they've got to do is satisfy their MCG contract. And if there's a game in Victoria that they believe should get over 50,000, the MCG will get it.
Okay.
After that, then it's a debate about next best fits, and best fit language starts to come out of the box from the AFL.
Have those discussions taken place? Has someone been from here proactive yet? Because we're only, a month or so away from finals?
Not so much proactive, but they know we're up for it. If they want it to be that way, they know that. But yeah, there's a combination of best fit that the AFL have to work through, and their contract with the MCG.
And that at this stage, I mean, there's still 4 weeks to go, but you're looking at the top 3 teams at the moment are Sydney, Brisbane, Fremantle, and GWS at this stage, all in the top 6. So interstate finals means that the contractual obligations are going to need to be filled by Melbourne teams at the MCG, and with 4 teams or possibly having home finals interstate is not going to help that cause.
Yeah, so you can have a week 1 with no MCG finals and everything's interstate if the higher ranked club is an interstate team.
But if the higher ranked club is a Victorian, it has to be the MCG if there's only one of them. Is that how it works?
Yeah, they get first dibs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the master plan here for a little bit. In terms of, I'm sure our listeners are yes, we'd all, from a Geelong point of view, if you can get an 8-storey hotel or a 28-storey hotel here for the good of the city, yep, you'll get our backing, go for it. I'm sure our listeners, they want to know how can the football club and the football players, both male and female, keep improving, keep being at the top level. What do you got in store for them? What are your plans for the footy club?
Well, bear in mind we're talking about land that the trust doesn't manage. This site is about 65-35 council trust, but you try and work together. They work with us as a stakeholder and vice versa. Look, the bottom line is this is a big community play that affects. You'd want it to impact and do good for all. It's got to be about good for all. So that's everything from the kids all the way to the elite players. So it's about getting a combination of facilities, and it's not probably just at Kardinia Park, across 3 or 4 sites that get a whole range of things in sync. So that, your training load can be taken off certain places. Your community footy gets the right needs taken care of for community finals. Falcons get to play in Geelong. Local cricket clubs like the Geelong Cricket Club, St Mary's, are getting their needs taken care of. So you got to solve it all, and that's what I describe the master plan as a bit like a game of 500-piece jigsaw puzzle to try and get it working both on this site and then what are other sites doing to make it all harmonise and get a whole combination working. And you're trying to do it, to get it through to Geelong 2045, the population growth, the needs of the community. So from top to toe, this has got to try and solve everything.
Yeah, and I'm sure that that concept of having multiple sites has probably sparked a lot of interest in our listeners. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, as I say, it's a bit like the biggest version of a home renovation where you're trying to work things out and certain things come into the mix and then you realise that's not doable. And then part of it also, you think you've got the combinations, like how quickly can you do this, where do you get your funding, finding, staging plans, da-da-da-da-da. So I hate to say it, master plans are never simple things.
No, they're not, but they're important.
Know.
They're really important. And
but really important.
I think the key for the community is to understand it's far more than a football club.
Yeah.
And it is a community. Yes, it involves a number of different sports, but there's a purpose that all those sports exist.
Yeah.
I found, Jared, with those 500-piece puzzles that the more you drink, the better you can visualise things as well too. So I don't know if that's where you've perhaps caught the COVID. We had a question, though, off the KFC Twitter. Mark the Lamp wanted to know whether there was any plans in terms of more car parking space here at Kardinia Park.
Car parking is always a feature of these sort of discussions, Ben. What we need to do is straighten them up, streamline them, so you've got better drop-off taxis, Ubers, disabled people, buses, and then ins and outs. So it is in the mix.
Well, there you go. Mark will be thrilled with that answer.
Very, very happy with that. So what's the next step? You've got the master plan. What are we now?
Well, we haven't got one. We're working through one. That'll take a few versions and iterations and backs and forwards. But when you get to the other side of it, then it's a case of how do you then bring it to life as far as implementing it. So that's where funding kicks in. But it's a community play. It's not just about elite sport. It's got to be the whole combination.
Because that's getting that message across, isn't it? Because people talk about how much money's gone into this complete redevelopment over the last 20 years, and you'll get the naysayers saying, oh, well, it's already had enough money for the stadium, but we need, I suppose, getting people to understand that this is now for the whole as a holistic approach to the precinct.
I'd actually say the region.
Yep.
So if you start to sync it with what's going on at other blocks of land, it's about syncing a whole sports facility play for the region and getting all the combination of pieces to work, so that you've got everything taken care of, every need taken care of. So that's the goal, and that's why I say it's not going to be 5 minutes work and things are going to come into the equation, then we're going to realise it's not doable, and there'll be lots of versions of this thing before you get to the final point.
Am I right in saying COVID knocked you out of the official opening of the Sports Museum? I didn't see you there.
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't there for the official opening, but there was a lot of good people there. Thank you, Christine Cousins, John Aaron, Kim Forbes. They all did the job.
Yep.
The reference group, Tony Joel got up and spoke on behalf of the voluntary reference group. We're officially open. Game day, you can come in and do a visit if you want to knock off half an hour while you're waiting for the game.
That's
to start.
part of your ticket?
Correct. If you come in, you can get to the Sports Museum on game day.
Yep.
And then Wednesday through to Friday, 10:30 till 4:30.
Fantastic.
Yeah, no, should give a few prizes away as part of the quiz.
For the quiz, we should.
Yeah.
Somebody said that a life-size
When they get
cutout
back
of
from
you at that
Paris.
opening. Is that true?
What
Had
was
a
that?
life-size cutout of you at that opening, even though you weren't there.
No one would be put through that pain, Ben. No one would want
Now, we're
that.
always up for prizes for the quiz, Jared.
Yeah,
so-
no, well, maybe round 24, we
Yes.
better give you
Absolutely.
one for the West Coast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're on.
We'll
Looking
make that
forward
happen. Jared, great to see you.
Thank you.
There's plenty to talk about, I think.
Always never dull.
You'd
No.
be excited about tonight, though, Jared, wouldn't you? Be rushing home to watch your beloved Blue Baggers, Scott Pendlebury's 400th game.
Yeah, a bit nervous tonight.
The wheels have come off the Blue
Oh,
Baggers.
settle down. Good to see you, Jared. Enjoy
you.
the game. Jared Griffin,
Have a good
CEO
one.
of the
Have a
Virginia
good day.
Park Stadium Trust. We'll take a break. Back on the other side with Dan Lowther. We're before the bounce for Team Thai Power. And the Ponds and Norlane Hotels. The Ponds and Norlane Hotel, of course, great fair out there. Colac Road, Bourne Ponds, or Melbourne Road in Norlane. Get your friends together and have a fun day out at the Ponds and Norlane Hotel. Score at Marble.
North by 16 points midway through the final quarter.
Thank you for that, Benny. We'll take a break. Back shortly. Thanks to APCO. Win free fuel for a year. Thanks to Icebreak. Live, breathe. KROCK Footy.
Thanks to our number one ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. How do you recognise best on ground at your club? A pat on the back? A high five? Here at KROCK Football, we call it the Steamatic Standout. Whether it's a screamer of a mark,
On a long lead, great mitts.
a ripper of a goal,
45 and closing, goal!
or complete domination all over the park,
Has he made the pay? Yes, he has. Not bad. Not bad at all.
the standout performance deserves a Steamatic Standout nomination. Head to krock.com.au. Tell us about your local legend, and we'll make sure everyone knows about it.
He's kicked a goal!
KROCK Football's Steamatic Standout.
A&B Australia, the Geelong shelving store. Whatever size or weight capacity you need, A&B Australia is the ultimate destination for garage shelving. Kitchen racks, shelving on wheels, workbenches and heavy-duty industrial solutions. A&B Australia has a better range, better quality and better prices than any hardware store with same-day delivery. Don't waste your money on inferior products. See their showroom and talk to an expert. 47 Morgan Street, North Geelong. ANBAustralia.net.
I'm Patrick Dangerfield.
I'm Tom Hawkins. I'm Mitch Duncan, and we're all part of the Rex Gorell Dream Team.
When you're looking for your next SUV or ute,
Or your next van or full-size pickup. Or your next luxury or sports car, Rex Gorell has you covered. Visit rexgorell.com.au to compare, build your wish list, and choose your next vehicle.
Vine Street, Latrobe Terrace or Gordon Avenue.
You'll love being part of the Rex Gorell Dream Team.
LMCT's 1308 8349 6593 486 and 10191.
If you've been injured on the road or at work, don't push through the pain. Search Morris Blackburn Geelong for expert help claiming compensation. Book your obligation-free appointment today. Morris Blackburn, experience you can count on.
It's Bring a Grandparent to School Day. Mia and Kate, can you introduce yours?
This is our granddad. He's the best.
Yep, Bruce here.
He takes us for drives every weekend to Kerr's Hire.
Kerr's Hire. That's interesting.
Oh, you bet it is. Did you know Kerr's Hire is Geelong's official dealer of Wacker Neussen's German-engineered construction gear?
And girls, you enjoy that.
Well, actually, Granddad is a bit of a vacker, but that's why we love him.
No, that's my girls.
Kerr's Hire, North Geelong, Grovedale and Ocean Grove. Kerr'sHire.com.au.
Noisy kids!
What are they celebrating?
Honey, I just remembered. KFC are doing 6 for $6.95 hot and crispy boneless for Christmas all July. Shut up and take my money!
Not everywhere and not forever. Pick up only.
Oh, how good is this? Cheers, mate.
Leopold Sporty's incredible new function space is here. The Pavilion is a brand new, totally separate function space with its own facilities and car park. Also at Leopold Sporty's, Monday night is steak night with $25 porterhouse and sides. Wednesday, it's $18 palmy night with 5 varieties. And every Saturday night, party to free live music in the sports bar featuring some of the best local artists. LeopoldSporties.com, your complete family venue. 135 Kensington Road, Leopold.
G'day folks, Tim Bone here, Toasty Master Chef and the host of Good Chef, Bad Chef. We've got something special for you at APCO Cafe 24/7. Introducing the Funky Chicken Burger, my latest creation. Imagine this, crispy fried chicken, gooey cheese, crunchy slaw, tangy mayo and a zingy chili jam. But getting quick, it's for a limited time only. Local people, great food and coffee, fuel at the right price. APCO Cafe 24/7.
Harvey Norman, your home of premium kitchen appliances. Right now discover Fisher & Paykel's state-of-the-art collection with amazing offers in-store and online. Buy a selected fridge, oven, cooktop or dishwasher and save up to $500. Bundle 2 or more and save an additional 10%. Upgrade now with this huge offer. Up to $500 off selected Fisher & Paykel appliances, plus save an additional 10% when you buy 2 or more. Hurry, limited time, now at Harvey Norman. Best brands, best range, best prices, guaranteed. Conditions apply. Your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corio and Warn Ponds.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7.
For Team Tyre Power in the Ponds and Norland Hotels, we're before the bounce, Cats and the Crows, but AFLW season launch is taking place in Club Chin Chin, and sneaking away is their coach, Dan Lowther, and he's standing next to our own Jason Doherty. Jace.
Yes, he is Kingy, and he wants to get back there because he's having a great little time in Chin Chin too. We were just talking off air, Dan. It was a great concept by the club to be able to do that, and what a no better venue than Chin Chin on a match day for the girls.
Yeah, when we first heard that we were having our season launch here, everyone was like saying Chin Chin has to be the destination, so the club had no choice. But it's been brilliant. What a place to watch the footy, and for our girls to get their season started. It's been brilliant.
A bit more expectation now too. Good finish to the season, obviously last year, and I think the club and the community and there's a bit of expectation around the girls now for this season.
Yeah, I think a little bit. Like over the last couple of years, we've shown signs of improving, which is great. So I think the expectation for us is to continue to show signs that we're getting better. No guarantee to get to where we got to last season, clearly, but we've had a really strong start to our off-season and pre-season, so for us to be competitive again, that's really important. So I'm optimistic that will be the case.
Dan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time as always. Announced the leadership group during the week. We weren't shocked that Meg McDonald, you got the best captain in the competition, was the skipper again, but you elevated Becky Webbs to a vice-captaincy role and brought Amy McDonald into the leadership group as well.
Yeah, I think there was an overwhelming push from the playing group to get Amy in after her last 3 or 4 seasons as a player and her success on field, and she's starting to now mature off field too with the broader playing group. So it was a no-brainer to get her involved and squeeze her for all her knowledge around how she goes about her game. And Becky, again, she's just, her role last year as a running defender and the care and the standard she has for the group. She's a leader in the making. Clearly she's in the group and she's a vice-captain for the future. And the way her and Meg and Nina work is exceptional. So really excited to see how she goes this year.
Neil, he wanted me to ask about the renovations that are taking place out the back. A bit of money being spent that's going to improve the facilities for the women's program here at the GMHBA Stadium.
Yeah, we're lucky, aren't we? We're lucky to have a boss and a board that want to make sure that we've got everything we need to be the best on field, and to be able to share the football department with the lads and for the girls to have their own space as well is important, and it's important for their future and their on-field success, so we're very lucky.
Before I throw you to Neildy, because he's just been able to duck back into the box, just want to ask you just the health of the group. Is there anybody that you won't be able to consider match sim or practice match wise as you lead into round 1 against Melbourne in 4 weeks' time?
Oh, we're trying to manage a couple of players at the moment, but all in all we're probably in the best position we've been in my time as coach in regards to our access to the whole list. So we've got match practice and match scrimmage underway at the moment too, so there's a few niggles here and there, but nothing that's holding us back.
Hey, g'day, Dan. Neildy, mate.
Hey, mate.
Hey, I have it on good authority, and I hope this is right because the authority's pretty close, is that there's been quite a significant increase in the volume of training from seasons gone. Can you explain that to us, please?
Your mail's right, yeah. So we've got Adam Larkham in, who's our new S&C head. So we found last year that we're starting games really strongly but fading as the game went on, and the back end of our season we kind of found a new, motivation playing at the end of the year. But, the pre-season, the load and the Ks that we're clocking and the high-speed meters, the metrics around mechanical work, it's all gone through the roof. So it's for us to have a bit of longevity for the season, and hopefully in games we can be stronger towards the back end.
Hey, mate, so that's the focus from a strength and conditioning point of view, and thank you for that. I suppose, now, when we come and watch your team play, and we're looking at this, we might be able to see, yep, they can run the games out. From a footy point of view, what's a couple of things that you believe that we'll see that develop further than what they did last year?
Well, we want to be able to use the whole ground, mate. That's one of those battles that we want, take away from playing AFLW, where it's just a bit of a take territory type game and go forwards. We're going to try and utilise the whole ground. So the football balancing out with our S&C and speed is really important. So look to see us maybe utilising more space on the ground.
Dan, I'll throw it back down to Jace. I'm not sure whether Birchie had a question that she wanted to fire away at Dan before we let you go.
The nature of the AFLW competition, as it's still building, is that there's quite a bit of turnover at the end of each season, and you add new players to your list. Who can we look out for in this coming season that you've added? Chantel Mason obviously being one of the ones that's a local player, and she came through the Falcons program.
Yeah, Shonny's been really good since joining us through the draft, so look out for her. But we've also got Kate Kenny from Ireland who's come over, and she's setting a few little records on field too for us as well. So we're hopeful that those girls produce for us as we go along.
And what is it about the Irish? They've got that hard edge to them, that's for sure. I noticed in the immersion program I did here last year, they're great to watch. Is that a real asset that you look for when you look at recruiting over there?
Yeah, well, they're all big, they're all mature, they're all fast, and they're all strong. So all the things that we love about our game, they kind of capture from their junior footy and back home in Ireland. So, you know, they grasp our game very quickly, but they're really tough, which we love.
Appreciate your time, Dan. Well done on what you've achieved so far with the group, but we're really looking forward to season 2024, and of course KROCKfootball.live bringing you all the home games starting with August 31 against the Demons on a Saturday night. Good luck for the rest of pre-season, and we'll see you in 4 weeks.
No worries. Thanks, lads.
Dan Lowther joining us on KROCK Footy. Great to have a chat to the coach of the Cats AFLW lineup. We'll take another break and then we'll get ourselves into this one. Actually, before we do, just very quickly, because we've got our friends in the KROCK Corporate Suite right now, Neildy, just enjoying a little bit of hospitality. So to all the team in the KROCK Corporate Suite that are here today, from the Sandman, of course, our fifth quarter sponsors,
Yep.
Beck and Brett, you've got a Sandman at your place. From Kerrs Hire, Jared and the team, Lauren, Megan and Melinda. Of course, Kerrs Hire with the Cat Attack podcast. Harvey Norman Electrical, Adam, Vlad, Cara, Craig, Indy and Hudson. Welcome to you guys. Jamie and Michelle from Wombat Gully Plant Farm. We'll have some good matchups to come in this clash tonight. And, of course, White Cross Healthcare, Dale and Nicole, and Jamie and guest from Harvey Norman Furniture, being hosted by our own Cindy and Alana inside the KROCK Corporate Suite. Win free for all Fury here. Thanks to APCO and to Icebreak. Live Breathe. KROCK Footy.
Thanks to our number one ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. At KROCK 955, we're all about big hit energy. Fresh new tunes as they drop.
Girls want a summer with their friends, want to do it to their ex and then get a job. Girls just want to dance.
Bangers you're loving right now.
40 years to still be here, drunk washed up in Austin.
And that old school classic you just can't say no to.
Turn the lights off, carry me on.
KROCK 955, bringing that big hit energy to Geelong and the Surf Coast.
Update your home with a new floor from Harvey Norman. Great deals on versatile hybrid flooring, including beautiful Australian timber, pine and oak designs from just $45 per square metre. Luxurious oak natural timber flooring from only $85 per square metre. Or family-friendly carpets. Soft, quiet and warm underfoot. Great value from just $17 per square metre. From measure and quote to expert installation in your home. Come on in and see the specialists at Harvey Norman. Your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corio and Warn Ponds.
Don't panic. Call Steamatic.
Steamatic Geelong introduces mobile laser cleaning services using world-leading technology. This is the future of cleaning and surface preparation using nothing more than the touch of light. Whether it's food manufacturing, injection mould and tool cleaning or paint and corrosion removal, take advantage of this dustless, non-abrasive, chemical-free technology. Another winning solution from Geelong's cleaning and restoration specialists. Visit steamatic.com.au.
I'm Patrick Dangerfield.
I'm Tom Hawkins. I'm Mitch Duncan, and we're all part of the Rex Gorell Dream Team.
When you're looking for your next SUV or ute,
Or your next van or full-size pickup. Or your next luxury or sports car, Rex Gorell has you covered.
Visit rexgorell.com.au to compare, build your wish list and choose your next vehicle.
Vine Street, Latrobe Terrace or Gordon Avenue.
You'll love being part of the Rex Gorell Dream Team.
LMCT's 1308 8349 6593 486 and 10191.
Are you planning to give your home a makeover? Look no further than Bowen Timber, your specialists in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region. At Bowen Timber, we bring nature's beauty into your home. Transform your space with the timeless elegance of timber flooring. We now also offer carpet supply and install. At Bowen Timber, our experts are ready to assist you. We're open until 6 p.m. weekdays and midday Saturdays. Visit our showroom at 50 Fellmongers Road, Breakwater or bowentimber.com.au.
G'day folks, Tim Bone here, Toasty Master Chef and the host of Good Chef, Bad Chef. We've got something special for you at Abco Cafe 24/7. Introducing the Funky Chicken Burger, my latest creation. Imagine this: crispy fried chicken, gooey cheese, crunchy slaw, tangy mayo and a zingy chili jam. But get in quick, it's for a limited time only. Local people, great food and coffee, fuel at the right price. Abco Cafe 24/7.
If you've been injured on the road or at work, don't push through the pain. Search Morris Blackburn Geelong for expert help claiming compensation. Book your obligation-free appointment today. Morris Blackburn, experience you can count on.
Noisy kids!
What are they celebrating?
Honey, I just remembered. KFC are doing 6 for $6.95 hot and crispy boneless for Christmas all July. Shut up and take my money!
Not everywhere and not forever. Pick up only.
Now at Harvey Norman, unbeatable deals on LG with big savings and bonus gift cards. Save $200 on LG French door fridge with ice and water, plus receive a bonus $240 Harvey Norman gift card. Upsize and save in the laundry with $200 off LG 10-kilo washer plus bonus $110 gift card. And king-size deal on LG TV with AI. Save a huge $500 on 75-inch QNED plus bonus $150 gift card. Harvey Norman, best range, best brands, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply. Your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7.
Not too far away from Bounce. We're before the Bounce, thanks to Team Tyre Power and the Ponds and Norlane Hotels. Get your friends together and have a fun day out at the Ponds and Norlane Hotel. Tom King, Ben Casamilia, Mark Neal bringing you all the action, and downstairs for A&B Australia Quality Shelving. We're riding with two down boundary side today, Jason Doherty and Jane Birch, to bring us up to speed with what's happening down at ground level. Down to you, Jason.
Yes, it's a beautiful afternoon for football here at GMHBA Stadium. Feels like 11, so even Benny Cass could be down here for the afternoon's proceedings. Not a zephyr of breeze at the moment. The ground, as we spoke about earlier, a little bit slippery underfoot. Obviously, a couple of weeks ago it was in majorly bad condition, but a little bit of sand on it. It'll still be slippery. You'd suspect a bit of dew to come in for the second half of the match this afternoon as well.
Thank you for that ground report for South Point Garden Supplies. Ash and the team at South Point Garden Supplies, 15 Boneyards Avenue in Torquay, just behind the Bunnings. Jason, we might get Birchie to look after the toss this afternoon because she's so good at it at KROCK Live level, and it's a little bit warmer than Colac last Sunday, Jace.
Well, it is. So Birchie's got the microphone now, so she's going to take me through the next bit when there is the toss of the coin, and hopefully we'll be able to hear her this week, unlike Sunday.
Thank you for that. Good work. Let's have a look at the head-to-head for White Cross Healthcare. Scooters, walkers, but much more. Trusted advice, best solutions. Fine Street, South Geelong. Neildy, what are you looking at as your head-to-head this evening, this afternoon, twilight, whatever it is?
I asked for a bit of leeway, and you've given me some. So the first one will be a traditional head-to-head. So having a look at the Adelaide team during the week, Kingy, and some of the games that they've played and played well, I really like the look of Riley Thilthorpe. Very difficult to say, mind you, but that doesn't impact the way he plays. So we're going to have a look at which Geelong defender or which Geelong defenders take him on, because I think if they take him out of the game, it's going to be difficult for the Crows to score. So it could be De Koning, could be a Collar Jasny, could even be an Ollie Henry. So we'll just keep a look on that one. Now, the other one is a little bit different.
Do you want to send Jack Henry back instead of Ollie?
Yeah, that'd be much better, because Ollie Henry, I don't want him back there because he would have less than no idea, I reckon, what's going on back there. Now, the good pick-up. Now, the other one I want to have a look at is Tyson Stengel. Now, I'm not matching up him against anybody else other than the pressure that he would have put on himself. People speak about the external noise and external pressure. There's no greater pressure for an athlete at the top level than the pressure they put on themselves. Now, he did some not less than ideal things that Ben would say over the last weekend, so I'm going to be really interested. We will learn a lot about Tyson Stengel today. So now I know people of my generation, Kingy, we used to call it mental strength or whatever. You can't use that anymore for various reasons. But whatever it is, it's got a name. Someone needs to just help me out. I'm not sure what you're supposed to call it. But we're going to learn a lot about it today.
Intestinal fortitude.
Yeah, but the younger generation and us don't.
Know what that means.
I don't know what you're supposed to call it, but it's still a thing. So he needs to perform under the pressure that he's put on himself. And we're going to have a look at that, Kingy.
Thank you for that, Neildy. Around the grounds, Leopold Sporty's all over. And it looks like the Kangaroos have got themselves off the bottom of the ladder, or avoiding the wooden spoon for the moment, Benny.
Absolutely, Kingy. 14-6-90. They have defeated Richmond
10-17-77. What a fall for grace it's been for Richmond, who were a powerhouse of the competition for the best part of 5 seasons. And they look destined to claim the wooden spoon, which is quite extraordinary. Kingy, you would have got reasonable odds, I would have thought, at the start of this year about Richmond winning the wooden spoon.
Around the grounds for Leopold Sporties locally, GDFNL. We expect these are final scores at 4:30. Inverleigh 141, Corio 51, Belmont Lions 100, Winchelsea 45, Werribee Central's 101, Bannockburn 93 in an entertaining clash at Galvin Park. North Geelong 77, Thompson 80, Bellpost Hill 103 has defeated Anarchy 49, East Geelong 134, too good for Geelong West 33. Bellarine League this afternoon, Drysdale 100, Ocean Grove 34, Newcombe 51, Mottawarri 96, Queenscliff 84, now trail Barwon Heads 88. Barwon Heads' season was on life support at half-time. They are now a chance to still snatch a spot in the 5 with 1 round to play. Torquay 162, Port Arlington 74, although they're not final any of those scores. They'll be late in the last quarter. GFNL, just the 2 games this afternoon as part of a split round. Colac 178, St Albans 42. St Albans straight kicking, 7 straight.
They're still celebrating after last week, Kingy, I would have thought.
They had a few key ones out too. St Joey's 83.
They had their ball last
Geelong
week,
West
Newtown,
43.
after that game.
Oh no, that would have been a horror night.
A disaster area.
Did they really?
Yes.
Oh, you would have thought on the
St Albans for a week.
Yeah, the social committee have got that completely right, and then they've been
The players have let them down there. Newtown and Chilwell and Grovedale tomorrow. KROCK Football.live from 1 o'clock. 3 games next week. St Mary's North Shore, Lara Bell Park, and a big one between Leopold and South Barwon as we get closer to bounce. Neil, you're in the experts chair for the Sporting Globe.
I am.
Eat, drink, sport, Rory Street, Geelong. This is your first live look at the Cats for a few weeks. They've got moving, disappointing against the Dogs a fortnight ago, but have won 4 of their last 5. What's it been built around?
Just before you talk, Neil, I just wanted to ask
why are you rubbing my
I just wanted to know, how does the experts chair differ from just a sort of a normal chair? Is there anything that sort of flows differently about it? Is it different in the seat? Does it sort of help you with your movement? How would you describe it?
Well, that's interesting from you. I don't think it's the actual seat. It's what you need to do to get in this seat. It's like you're not paying for the next 2 hours. You're paying for the 30 years that led to be able to those 2 hours, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
So that's how that...
How would you describe my seat?
I've got some ample adjectives that I would use, none of which, if we're on air, I could probably use. You are a unique specimen, and that's as far as we can go. But every now and then I do find you quite humorous, which is quite good. Unlike some of the teachers we had in Year 12, they didn't find you humorous. Now, what was your question, Kitty, after all of that?
What have you seen from the Cats?
Oh, right. Yes. Can you stop? You're really putting me off by rubbing my arms. Stop it. Right. Yeah. Kingy, well, you said they were disappointing against the Bulldogs, but the Bulldogs are on fire. So, yes, it was disappointing that they lost that night, but I think that's put into perspective. So if you say the Cats have won 4 of the last 5, their only loss has been to the Bulldogs, who are arguably at the moment the most informed team in the competition. So I think that's important. It's built on the back of some really courageous coaching moves, and then those opportunities in different roles for the Cats being really grabbed by players. I think that's been the most impressive thing. And we often talk, Kingy, about the Cats, how, they never want to rebuild, they want to challenge all the time, and they sort of refresh a list on the run, and that's how they do it. So that's been the most impressive thing for me, Kingy.
A&B Australia Quality Shelving. We've got 2 down boundary side, Jason Doherty and Jane Birch. Birchie, you kept an eye on the toss between Jordan Dawson and Paddy Dangerfield?
I certainly did, and Paddy Dangerfield won the toss, and the Cats will kick to the Joel Selwood stand to kick things off. Absolutely no breeze down here, so no advantage either way.
For South Point Garden Supplies, our weather update, winner and margin, Birchie.
I'll go with the Cats by 40 points.
Chase, winner and margin for you?
Yes, Cats by 18.
Laurie Hill. Geelong by 24 for Laurie Hill. Davey Collins, grumpy since 1992.
Cats by 5 goals.
Cats by 5 goals. Neil, what do they win by today?
Oh, they're going to smash them. Geelong by 70 points.
Oh, Benny Cass.
Do you reckon they could turn that music up a little bit? I can't hear it, but the Cats by 19 points.
Yeah, Cats by 27 for me this evening, twilight this afternoon.
Fence, all of you.
You reckon it's going to be a big smackdown, Neil? As you take some notes, Wombat Gully Plant Farm matchups, we'll keep an eye on those. Opening quarter action about to get away for Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds. Think Harvey Norman for all the big brands at Geelong's best prices. Mark Blitzarves has been squeezed out to a wing, Nearly, with the return of Reece Stanley.
Yeah, I like it. And he'll do a lot of ruck work around the ground, Kingy. We've got the two skippers lining up on each other. If they stay near one another, that'll be a cracking duel.
Opening quarter action, we're about to get underway. It's the Cats and the Crows. It's round 21, and to start us, here's BW Casanelia.
So it'll be Stanley after a long hiatus in the Scooby-Doos, up high on O'Brien. Him at the deck. Stanley will get first kick of the game to half forward. Getting back, though, is Michael Annie. Takes a nice mark. He's been one of the rocks this year. Michael Annie played all 20 games. Comes wide. Down the line was Murray, and it's marked though by DeConing, so good signs early. He's got the big job on Thilthorpe for Wombat Gully. He's a big unit, Thilthorpe. Comes down the line. He's absolutely put on so much weight and size since he's had the injury, but the kick in the middle from Myers has come a cropper. It's come to Dawson. He kicked forward, didn't look. And getting back, Jack Henry takes a nice mark, continues on from his intercept marking game last week against the Roos.
He's been good over the last month, Jack Henry. Since that half-time, I reckon, of the Essendon game, has found himself a little bit of form. He went to Zach Guthrie. Zach Guthrie's kick was a little bit nonchalant as he went looking for Holmes. Holmes kept it alive at the boundary line. A handball to Close. Close at left half-back, feigned a handball, then snaps a kick over his left shoulder. Dangerfield's got to sit underneath. It does, but O'Brien with the spoil from behind for the Crows. Front of the pack, blitz-halves, can't free the arms. Brought down in a tackle. It's a good one by Laird. And we will get a ball up. Rory Laird, 7th in the AFL for tackles at 118 on the season, and we'll get a ball up. Umpires Donlan, Johnson, Brown and Bales controlling this one.
Isham Laird playing off the ball, playing down back for the Crows today. Spent a lot of majority of the last few years playing midfield. Ball on the wing, Dangerfield, one hand, kicks it towards half forward. Big fish from Keane, Close came through, couldn't take it. Neil, can he break the tackle of Michael Annie? He can't, he's chicken winged. Ball hits the deck and the umpire says give it to me. He'll throw it up at half forward for the Cats.
One of the interesting strategies straight away is Blitzar's come off the wing inside in general play to run with Dawson.
Trying to track the footy, Sam Berry towards the boundary line. He overran it. Here's Dangerfield trying to get it up, but Dawson over the top of him holds him up. Scrappy start to start, no real free-flowing footy. And we'll get it balled up. Left half forward, 55 from the Cats goal. Going to a Joel Selwood stand in, as Jane Birch told you, for A&B Australia Quality Shelving after the skipper won the toss. And we'll get a boundary thrown. Paddy Dangerfield playing today for the Cats. He's 100 and doing quick sums here, Benny. 178th game after 154 with the Crows. Kicked 163 goals. He's 331 games for 331 goals in his career.
It's just a lot, Kingy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So we've got a stoppage fest to start this game. Saligo's wrapped up in a Holmes tackle. Ball's not going anywhere, so we'll have another throw up. Still at half forward for the Cats. O'Brien, Stewart. Can he keep it in play? He did, had strength. Handball to Stanley, quick give back to Stewart. Stewart's inboard hand pass is okay to Holmes. He'll come back to Stewart. Sold some candy, not once but twice, and then handballs over the top. Guthrie looking at O'Brien coming the other way. Oh, Guthrie did wonderfully well. Round the corner, Dangerfield came up to meet it. Front the pack there was Murphy, did well. In fact, it was Saligo. He's ripped to ground. How will the umpire adjudicate? And the umpire says, give it to me. That was good work, Saligo, front of the pack. And the ball is locked up. Another throw up, 52 out from the Cats goal.
Stanley might have won that tap down. Here's Dawson taking a tackle by Close. Handball at close quarters. Berry jammed it on the boot. And that will go out of bounds on the bounce. What's the decision from the umpire? Throw it in, he says to the boundary umpire. Right at the interchange gates, right in front of the best seats in the house for APCO. Win free fuel for a year thanks to Ice Break. Here's Newty.
The Crows have sent an extra player up and inside the stoppage. Geelong not following. So we've got Zach Guthrie who's creating a 2v1 on Taylor Walker.
O'Brien won the tap down front of the pack. A blitz up, surely being held there by Saligo. Umpire said play on Stewart, winning plenty of the footy early. Dangerfield kept it alive somehow and then barged over the top of Laird. Hacked it inside forward 50. Rolling ball. They've got numbers back, including Keane. The former Magpie flicked a handball back. Centre task. Hinge holding the ball. Wonderful tackle laid. Cameron wins himself a free kick about 25 from goal. It was Nick Murray, in fact, who was the player brought down by Cameron. And Cameron, well, I reckon he'll go on the right foot here. With the snap, the forward pressure good. Dangerfield, well, he didn't barge over Laird. Laird slipped over, but it looked sort of like Jonah Lomu playing with the All Blacks all those years ago. Step around the corner and Cameron has mishit that. That's disappointing. You've got to make them pay. 39-32 for the season now for Jeremy Cameron. Cat's first score of the afternoon is a behind. We've played 4.5 minutes on the Barn Foods time clock.
Worrell's kick is a good one in the end. It was low and hard and got to Murray, who marks 52 out. Just outside the defensive arc. Murray wants to just poke one down the line. Tall Timber will arrive. Oh, Fogarty, good mark. Helen a contender early. Wants to move it quickly by hand to Walker. Walker tried to sell candy on Henry, that's Jack Henry. Handball back inboard. Taken by Zach Taylor. Inside forward 50, scrappy ball. Phil Thorpe comes up to it. DeConing did well, got a fist in. Atkins comes back and help out to Feds. Ball is close to the boundary, and Tanner Bruin will be happy to see it out for a throw-in. 34.5 metres around from Adelaide's goal. That's their second inside 50. A lot of stoppages early in this one, Kingy.
Keep an eye on those on the Kerrs Hire stat sheet. Benny, 100% locally owned and operated in Geelong. Jared and the team in the KROCK corporate suite today. Tapped down by O'Brien. Ball ricocheted back towards him and Blitzarves. Blitzarves taken by O'Brien, lost it in the tackle. Ball spilled out. O'Brien socketed off the ground about 8 metres, but it was taken nicely by Tui. Back into the side today. He gave it to Stewart. He's racking them up. Kick very, very wide. It sits on its point and is taken by Scholl, but Stengel worried him out of it. Won the footy. Turns and kicks. Sends it towards a one-on-one. Cameron knocked away from him smartly, but into the path of Ollie Henry, who can tuck it under the arm and go. Sends it long. Neil wants it out the back, and he'll find him too. Wonderful ball from Ollie Henry. Good forward craft from Shannon Neal against Keane, and he marks in the right forward pocket, 25 from goal. Joel Selwood stand in, a chance to give the Cats their first of the afternoon.
Kingy, we heard Dan Lau, the coach of the AFLW team here at the Cats, talk about using the whole ground. That was a really good example. So Tom Stewart, when he won possession of the footy from the Tui handball, he switched the ball to the other side of the ground, and the Crows never saw it again. So they used the whole ground, length and width.
Acute angle, right forward pocket, Neal 30 metres out, sends it on its way, left it skinny and through for a minor score. So 2 behinds to the Cats as the BBC World Service clicks into action. Geelong 2, lead Adelaide 0.
Worrell's kick from 20 to Laird, who in turn kicks it 20 forward to Murphy, back to Laird by hand. He sweeps it wide. Keane will go back to Laird, who had a little look and then had a little fumble, got time to get it back. Murphy, great tackle, Tanner Bruin. Geelong's pressure good. Dempsey, they've turned it over here now, the Cats. Atkins goes to half forward. Henry marks. That was just good pressure on the ball carrier. Adelaide looked to getting out of their back half, and they struggled.
Boys, we're just keeping an eye on Jeremy Cameron down here. In the last contest before it went to Shannon Neal, he copped one across the face, and he was just involved in that as well then, getting it to Ollie Henry, but he's coming off the ground now. He'll be checked by the doctors.
So injury updates thanks to St John of Gold. We put you first. Jeremy Cameron, keep an eye on that, Jace, as you hug the boundary line, tornado T style. Henry on the runway. Well, his kick was a bit of a shank. It'll land at the top of the square. O'Neill had a fly, couldn't mark. Stengel front and square. Rove wrapped up by Bond. That's not James, it's Hugh. And he's not 007, he's number 40, and we'll have a throw up 20 out from the Cats goal.
Double palm down O'Brien, but straight to Myers. He tried to get it to Blitzarves, who had a fumble. Stengel to help him out. Handball back. Stewart on his non-preferred left. Sent it to the goal square. Dempsey flew, but there was plenty of fists there, including from Keane. As Ollie Dempsey set himself, it's out of bounds for a boundary throw-in off hands. Must have hit the behind post. There was a good somersault there from Ollie Henry that Liz Chetkovich would have been pretty happy with at the Olympic Gymnastics.
Who?
She's the special comments on the old Liz Chetkovich.
It was more of a Nadia Comaneci.
She gets wheeled out every 4 years. You never hear from her between sort of Olympics.
The person who won our quiz, we'll see them next week.
Boundary throw-in. Tap down O'Brien. Front of the pack. Bruin was there, but numbers with the Crows. It'll kick out of the pack. Only went as far as Atkins. Tried to free the arms. Brought down in a really good O'Brien tackle. Got to be happy when your ruck's doing that hard work, and we'll get a ball up 25 out from the Cats' goal. Selwood stand in. Geelong lead 2. Adelaide 0.
Scrappy start. Yet to see a goal. Down, taken by Bond. Dispossessed. Dempsey out of nothing. Shot at goal is off target. Flying shot. It was difficult. Gave it a crack. Just missed. Cats are now 3 behind. Adelaide yet to score. Harvey Norman. It's Corral and Warren Ponds. Think Harvey Norman for all the big brands at Geelong's best prices.
The former Magpie Keane short into the right back pocket to the former Lion Hinge to a half back. Humphries did well. He had front position. He was worked off the footy by Billy Dowling, but he held his ground well, was able to get a hand and knock it out of bounds right below our best seats in the house. Win free fuel for a year at APCO thanks to Icebreak. Visit your nearest APCO now.
He did really well, Kingy. Not always the best position for a defender to be in front on a high ball. He can get shoved under, but he was strong enough not to.
Blitzarves front position, won the tap down, but a quick handball release from Hinge found Crouch, although his handball was poor. Humphries got involved. His handball was a little bit loose, trying to barge his way through, but going nowhere. Saligo held up in the tackle by Manor and Blitzarves. And we'll get a ball up true centre wing. Once again, below our best seats in the house. Tapped down by O'Brien. Here's Manor finding the footy. Had his kick smothered out of the pack. Dived back on the loose ball. Tried to tunnel ball it through his legs. Did so successfully. Knocked away by Hinge. Dawson had it jammed on the boot, but went about 3 metres. O'Brien fell to ground after being buffeted by Blitzarves and Stewart. Crouched the loose footy. Atkins to tackle. Another stoppage. The stoppage numbers, but we'll get those in a minute for Kerrs High. But keeping an eye on something, Neildy?
No, I was just seeing who was off the ground, King.
7 clearances to 2 in favour of the Cats for Kerrs High. Dangerfield, another clearance. Will it stay in the field of play? It won't. Manor sees it out at half forward for the Cats, and we'll have another throw-in.
So what we're seeing is a lot of repeat stoppages. We're seeing that because of the numbers that both teams are putting around the footy. So there's an extra 4 players there. Both teams now got the high half forward. Defenders gone with them. There's 4 extra players. It's hard to clear.
Blitzarves up. O'Brien, Atkins.
There we go.
Can he release a hand pass? He does. Holmes through. Underground hand pass to Manny. Get him board. That was ill-directed, although get it back to Cats. Holmes will give to Bruin on the left. Puts it at the top of the square. Dempsey. Oh, Stengel. Read the flow of the ball brilliantly. On the inexperienced Bond. Plays on and kicks the first goal of the afternoon. Stengel gets his 38th goal of the year. And the first of today's proceedings. 1-3-9. Adelaide yet to score. Harvey Norman. Brian Bonds think Harvey Norman for Olympic Brands and Geelong's responses.
On that occasion, boys, they did manage to clear the stoppage with those extra numbers around it. Another thing we're seeing is just a contrasting style of how to play the game. Geelong, they're more a kick side, if you like, so they've had slightly more kicks than they have handballs, whereas Adelaide love to handball the footy, particularly under pressure. It could be a sign of extra numbers around the ball, and in conjunction with Geelong's pressure, they're forcing Adelaide to handball.
Big ask for Hugh Bond, playing just his 4th game of footy, 19 years of age, to play on Tyson Stengel.
Blitzarves climbed high, won the tap down. He looked to do his own roving, and he in fact will, but O'Brien will wrap him up. Can he free the arms? He did to Atkins. Handball was a bit hot. He's taken a tackle by Taylor, and we'll get a ball up. Pick 44 in the 2021 National Draft. Had to wait, though, the 3rd season for a debut. The Calder Cannon product for the Crows. Blitzarves won the tap down this time. Sock it off the ground, maybe by Blitzarves. It's going to land at the feet there of a Crow in Bond, but he wasn't able to take it cleanly, although the handball fired out the side door. Chance here for Shoulder, throw it on the left boot towards half back. Not a great kick. Jack Henry, the Rock of Gibraltar, back there for the Cats. He can go short to Cameron, who's back out on the ground, which is good news for St John of God. You want to swing onto his left boot. He's hacked it. He's going to hack it straight to Blitzarves. It was intended for Holmes. Well, Blitzarves dropped what he should have taken. O'Brien, good pressure. Blitzarves dived on it, slung out in the tackle. Collar Jasny, Bruin, just in front of the centre square. Holmes will have to come back onto his right or kick on his left. Kicks on his left to the goal square. It's set for Neil. Oh, Henry went with the one hand, couldn't mark. Free kick will be paid. Manor will take the advantage and snap a goal. Ollie Henry found himself parallel with the ground, flying with the left hand. I think the free kick was going to go to Shannon Neal in the marking contest, being held onto or front on contact. Sean Manor making the most of his chance and giving the Cats their second. 2-3-15 on the first quarter. KROCK Harvey Norman scoreboard. Adelaide get the score. And in the Sporting Globe experts chair, here's Mark Neal.
Kingy, Sean Manor, obviously, he's quite confident around goal. He did the right thing there. If you think you can kick the ball and play on, go and do that, and he kicked the goal really well. Good start by Jack Henry. Jack Henry's got the match up against Taylor Walker. He was the player who intercepted Mark for the 2nd time, I believe, so far in this game. On that occasion, when he used the footy, it's ended up as a goal for Geelong. So really good start by Jack Henry.
Jeremy Cameron back on the ground, as you said, Kingy. He got a poke in the eye, in the left eye, a little bit of discomfort, but he's back on the ground.
So the 5 for the Cats is back out there. Ball back in the middle. Stanley ferreting away at ground level. Dangerfield working hard. Tui. He was immediately tackled by Philthorpe, who wrapped him up. He's got the more muscle than the old seafood buffet, Philthorpe. He's a big unit. Handballs to Crouch. Crouch will go on the left. Inside forward 50. A rare foray forward for the Crows. Keys, who's been good this year. Back in. Ball. The kick is good. Dowling came up to meet. He couldn't mark. Jack Henry's there at ground level. Underground hand pass to Stewart. He played hot potato to Zach Guthrie, who took the ball and then was immediately tackled by a Crow on the bottom of that pack, and it's Keys, and it'll set up a stoppage, a rare stoppage inside forward 50 for the Crows.
From behind, Stanley on the tap down. Zach Guthrie gave it to Stanley, his kick smothered, ricochet back towards Keys, who had a fumble, then time to handball release. Quick snap out of the pack towards the goal square. Lawson Humphries back with the flight. The double fister knocked it through for a minor score. It was Taylor with the snap 14 and a half played. Adelaide with their first score. It's a minor one. Geelong 2-3-15. Opening quarter action for Harvey Norman, Crow and Warren Ponds. Hope you're enjoying the call on KROCK and KROCK 955.
Humphries plays on from full-back and his kick travelled 45 metres. One of the bosoms of Holmes, who comes back inboard to Humphries, who will mark it half-back. Want to play on, but Holmes, the outlet was shut down, so Humphries has still got the ball. And he'll look to probably just come down the line. He does, out of sight of GMHBA Stadium. Ollie Henry's up, but that's a good mark by Murray, front position. And he took, well, in the end, probably a relatively easy contested mark. Chips it back inboard, and he's got Nankervis. There's not Bruce or Ian. In fact, it's a distant relation, Luke. He comes back inboard to the hinge. Surely they call him Un. His nickname would have to be Un.
I don't know what they call him, but you are.
They are not having
You are exceptionally unhinged.
He chips it to Michael Annis, who sounds like sort of painted ceilings back in the day, can you?
The kick to the wing. Hughes could mark for the Cats. Zach Guthrie couldn't keep it alive. Jason Doherty finds it humorous. Down for A&B Australia quality shelving. Jace, I've told you once and I'll tell you again, don't encourage him.
Yeah, I know. He's a funny man sometimes.
I said, don't encourage him.
What about Thilthorpe? He's huge.
Oh, he's an awful. I think he put on something like 18 kilos or something.
He's going to win the tap down at the front of the pack. Dangerfield there reeled it in, tried to flick a handball back to Bruin, but missed him. Crows come up with it. Crouch, handball to Laird, snap around the corner, like down low. Humphries, geez, looks assured for somebody only played half a dozen games. Kicks now towards Holmes at centre half back, who then sends a kick to Tui, and they'll look to spread to the outer side. Tui will have a bounce as he hits the outer wing now, and he'll send a kick. Pulls it back looking for Dempsey, and Dempsey slipped, and that opened the door for Scholl to take a comfortable mark inside defensive 50. He goes short with a chip that finds Berry, and Berry has it at left half back, and the Cats just missed an opportunity there with that forward foray.
So Berry, he goes Berry wide.
That's not one of your better ones, let's be fair.
He's got old Nankers.
How's the dad jokes going?
Yes.
Not well, I would
So
have thought.
Nankervis just pops a long ball down the line. Big pack forms. Jack Henry was there, couldn't mark. Ball gets out the back and won't stay in the field of play. Goes out for a throw in, just forward of the wing for the Crows, who just have the one behind. Cats have 2-3-15 goals to Stengel and Manor midway through this first term. So the Cats lead by 14 for Harvey Norman.
Front of the Hickey stand faithful. Boundary umpire hurls it back into play. Stanley, Thilthorpe, maybe Thilthorpe winning with taps, going to ricochet into the waiting arms of Dangerfield. He'll burst away, not for the first time this afternoon. Sends a kick into space. Cameron will have the lead on his opponent. He'll take it on the bounce. No, he won't. He'll have to knock it back towards the path of Holmes. Holmes then can send a kick over the top, and he'll try and find Cameron back with the flight. Couldn't can take the mark against Hinge. Found the footy. Somehow jammed it on his left boot inside forward 50. Stengel on the rolling ball, is it? No, Manor over the top of it, and that'll be holding the ball, I reckon, because he didn't get it moving out. And as a result, free kick to the Crows, and Laird will take it. He's got it inside defensive 50, goes short with a kick that barely went 15, but the mark is paid to Saligo.
That was really well done down here by Hinge on Cameron. That spoil without giving away a free kick.
Yeah, he did really well.
Ball back down the line. Fogarty up. Good mark. They're just good bits. Just strong. Off one step, back inboard. That's a wonderful kick. And it's marked by Dowling. He's got Murphy streaming forward. He goes in that direction. Murphy should mark, and he does. They were like mopeds in Bali. The Crows there, they were absolutely everywhere. And Murphy.
That's actually funny. It's actually true.
Yes.
That's very good.
Absolutely.
You've butted up your whatever you said before about the Berry one. That was poor. This is much better.
Very wide. So Murphy has kicked just the 6 goals this year. Lockie Murphy. We normally associate him with a bit of a sharpshooter. He's got a pretty deadly sort of left peg. We're right behind it. Can he open the scoring for the Crows? You bet he can. Look at that. That is just absolute dead-eye dick. Umpire just rocked the cranium towards the heavens and suggested that was 6 points. Crows on the board as we close in on quarter time. 1-1-7. Geelong are 2-3-15 in this first term. Great to have Harvey Norman, Crow and Warren Ponds on board. Kingy in season 2024.
It certainly is, Cass. just then, I said before that Henry started really well on Taylor Walker, but from an Adelaide Crows point of view, Darcy Fogarty's had a couple of really strong grabs on Kolodjasny. He's really important. Now, he's hitting up a little bit higher than what he normally does when they play at home. He's starting deep, but his 2 marks have been in front of us here on centre wing. What they're doing, the Crows, is they're getting their players out of the forward line, and there's been described about the Barley scooters or mopeds. What that means is they're coming outside and then beating their opponents back in. That's how Murphy got that goal.
Phil Thorpe and Stanley. Phil Thorpe winning the tap down, trying to put it into the path of Dawson. There's going to be a free kick going which way?
Cats.
It's going to go to the Cats. It's off the footy. And it's going to go to Stewart, or is it going to go to Atkins? It's going to go to Atkins, who might have been being held on to.
That umpire was fishing in Corio Bay. Was that far away?
High ball, inside forward 50. Cameron, front position, just couldn't hang on to it. Nearly tricked himself into taking that mark. Murray's kick was smothered. Ball spills out the side of the pack. Trying to get a boot on the ball was Bruin, and the Crows are going to come up with a handball. Berry out wide. Chance here for Murphy, the goal kicker, to send it to the wing to a one-on-one. De Koning positioning himself. Big spoil came front of the pack. Atkins hit it hard, but just couldn't knock it to his own advantage. And the Crows might come out with it out the front of the pack. They will. Berry, handball. Taylor somehow got past Zach Tui a little bit too easily. Dawson brought down by Jack Henry, but not before the handball away. Berry inside 50. Fogarty dropped what he should have taken. That opened the door for Kolodjasny, who went to ground. So did Stewart. He's going to need to knock it out. He does, scoops it up. In fact, blitz halves, just fires a handball into the path of Holmes. Can't keep it alive, out of bounds. Boundary throwing, right forward pocket, right where the 50 meets the boundary line in front of the Premiership stand. The Cats 2-3-15, Adelaide 1-1-7, 20 and 3/4 minutes played on the Bowen Foods time clock. Benny, Bowen Foods sells the freshest fish direct to you. Donga Road, North Geelong, and supply all the best restaurants in Geelong.
Absolutely, Kingy. That's extraordinary fare there at Bowen Foods. Get your torsos in there. Shoal hacks it forward. Kolodjasny in a one-on-one with Fogarty. He's going to win the free. Front position. He plays tall in his dimensions. Does Big Fogarty. He's not the tallest player on the planet, 192, but he's got a decent-sized frame and he's got some really good mitts and great skill. And on that occasion, Kolodjasny, just trying to effect a spoil, infringed on the Adelaide Crows. Kicked 33 goals on the season. He's had a good year. It's been a constant up forward. Oh, and he's just snuck it through. Made the goal umpire work, but that cuts the margin back to 2. Good response from the visitors. 2-1-13. Geelong at 2-3-15. Harvey Norman, Crime, Mon Ponds, KROCK. First quarter scoreboard.
Good work by Fogarty. As I said, he started really well. He was the one that dropped that simple mark before, so it could be a little bit of a better start. Just interesting, that's not normal when you see that ball go in from a Geelong point of view. Normally what you see, Geelong managed to generate an extra number back there, and the Adelaide Crows didn't let them do it, so the forwards were able to isolate and get away from one another, so there was no help coming for Kolodjasny in the air, and that's the way that the Cats like to play. Another thing that slightly abnormal, Kingy, the Cats need more pressure on that ball coming out of the stoppage, so it was a flat kick, which means the guy in front's got the advantage. Normally what you want, a bit more pressure, goes higher to give the defender the opportunity.
Bounce back in the middle, Mark Newton, the expert share for the Sporting Globe. Skew with bounce, but it won't be recalled. It's going to land for Berry. Brought to ground by Stewart. Chance here for Bruin. Spun out of trouble and gave the handball to Stanley. Stanley just back of the wing. Just sends a kick into space, and Atkins will mark. Just forward of the wing in front of the Hickey stand faithful as they get the last remnants of winter sun at the top deck and shield their eyes from that. He goes short to Cameron. Cameron marks about 65 from goal. Myers presents short. Cameron sees something he likes in the pocket. That's a well-weighted ball, and Bruin juggles the mark. Now, distance-wise, this is right on the measure for Tanner Bruin. He's a nice kick, but he's not a lengthy kick.
I don't think he won't travel this distance with a kick. I don't think he can 53 metres.
Yeah, ask Darcy Moore, who's popped in next to Kenny there.
Man on the mark, 48 from goal, and that it's not Darcy Moore, but somebody who does resemble. Darcy's at the MCG preparing to play Carlton tonight. He swings out to try and get more distance. Kicks from 51. They'll contest in the square. No contest. O'Brien marks. Stanley couldn't get a run at the footy. O'Brien takes it and goes short into the left back pocket where Worrell in that arm sleeve takes it, and then he goes short with a kick. And he finds Mitch Hinge, who's got a little bit of it early. And he'll give a handball back to Worrell, cruising past him now, kicks on his left, sends it to the outer wing. Stewart sets himself to fly. He got underneath it, but De Koning didn't. And he took a safe mark for the Cats on the outer wing.
Handballs to Stewart, wants to come with a switching ball, and it's a good one to Jack Henry. He's got close. He's got Blitzarves. He'll go to the latter. Blitzarves makes the ground. In fact, he won't let the ball bounce. And then he'll track it at ground level on the left. Kick low down Stanley. He had to attack the ball. He didn't. Allowed O'Brien to spoil. Hands and knees. Stanley's hand pass. He went straight to a Crow. Was wrapped up in a Stengel tackle. And
Billy Dowling, Benny, I think.
May have been Billy Dowling, free against. The handball went straight to him. He couldn't believe his eyes, and then he was immediately tackled by Stengel.
That's your old-fashioned blindside there.
It was really good. Is that the fella from Newtown? Is that where he's gone? Dowling. Didn't he come from there, or was that St Mary's?
St Mary's.
I'm all over the opposition now.
He went to Geelong Ammos.
Oh, right. Oh, really?
Yes.
No, so it's not him then.
So Stengel will take his best effort. He'll kick from right on 50. He runs around, improves the angle. His kick, he's pushed it wide. If it has the trip, it lands half a metre out and it's fisted through by the Crows. And that might have been the skipper Dawson down there fisting that through. And minor score for the Cats. 2-4 plays 2-1.
Now Curver short to Worrell, short to his skipper Dawson. The former Swan sends it very, very wide. Holmes got back, but Saligo stood his ground, took a good mark. Wants to get a handball on the up, chooses not to go to Hinge. He'll turn and kick quickly, sends it towards a one-on-one at ground level. Phil Thorpe couldn't hang on to the mark, but he was able to get a handball on the up. Little kick from Hinge was neat, and he finds Rochelle, who we haven't yet called. And the Crows are inside 50 and looking to take an unlikely lead after the dominance of Geelong early in the contest. The Crows have fought back with a couple of goals and a chance for a third as Josh Rochelle sets himself for an attempt on goal. Man on the mark stands about 47 out in the left forward pocket. Rochelle's at the old visitors players race where the Hickey stand meets the old Peter Street stand. Rochelle, 24 goals for the season, swings out to open up the angle like Tyson Stengel did. Driving ball is not bad, but he's pushed it just across the face. And the margin is back to 2. Adelaide moved to Archbishop Desmond 2-2-14. May he rest in peace. Geelong 2-4-16, 26.5 minutes played on the Bowen Foods time clock. Bowen Foods sells the freshest fish direct to you. Donga Road, North Geelong.
Less than 2 minutes till quarter time. Stewart comes to the broadcast side, wants Stanley, and Stanley marks. Had the height advantage over Laird, and Reece Stanley, good for his confidence, back in this afternoon. Just comes down the line. A hit, no. Ollie Hemmy will get it, run at it. Ball flew high, couldn't mark. Atkins is there, got a handball, it's a good one to Manor. Manor's got players forward, he goes to Close marks, he wants to move it quickly. Cat fans wanted 50, umpire said no, Close goes into the pocket, Cameron's there and Cameron marks. Hamlin Hanger contender, good strong mix, Murray coming one way, Cameron the other, and the Cat number 5 put the old fingers around the Thomas Williams Sherrin. He missed one from, not a tight angle as this, but on the same side. He tried a right foot snap and looks like he's going to go that again. He didn't get enough snap on his previous snap, and this time, well, there's nobody on the line. That's unforgivable. The ball went through about shoulder height. No Adelaide defender was on the line. And Matthew Nix will be tearing his hair out.
He hasn't got any.
That's what I mean, Kingy. Boom, boom, nice one, Moz. There was this guy, and the Cats get their third goal. That was Shane Bourne. 3-4-22. Adelaide at 2-2-14. Cats by 8 in the shadows of quarter time, thanks to Harvey Norman.
You've been nice there saying it was shoulder height. It'd be shoulder height for someone. Very, very short, statured individual.
For Ben.
Yeah, shoulder height for a minion.
Tattoo of Fantasy Island.
Yep, it was just on his shoulder. There's no... Really, there's like some type of party happening here. Good ball use by the Cats, boys. Well, once it came forward and Ollie Henry had the effort for mark of the century, didn't hang on. Really good ball use. Manners had a good start. I like the way he goes about it. Good forward craft.
Back in the middle, Stanley climbed high, won the tap down, but it's going to end up in the hands of Burial. Dangerfield got him really low and gave away a free kick. Yeah, going in below the knees.
Why do the fans not understand that, Will King? He's been around for a little bit.
Berry, back of the centre circles. Sends it long inside, forward 50, wants a mark. Hughes is going to have to play spoiler, but at the front of the pack, Taylor, handball release, Walker, handball back, heard a voice, chance for Dowling, a kick into the pocket, the Cat's going to kill this. Humphreys over the top, knocks it out of bounds. Rochelle was a sitting duck. And out of bounds it goes for a boundary throw in right forward pocket as we close in on quarter time.
Off the KFC Twitter, Ben Ken asking, the umpire 35 is wearing a body cam. So and I'm pretty sure that he is. Umpire 35 down here at centre half forward for the Crows.
Peter Bales. Boundary throw in.
They call him, is it going to be Hay?
O'Brien, handball. Chance here for the Crows. Rochelle, don't argue, trying to get a handball back to Walker. Can the Cats hold firm for the last 20 seconds? Humphreys, Stanley, kick partially smothered. Blitzars freed the arms, tried to fire a handball wide. Dangerfield tried to take on the tackle. Got a handball. Close for Smart, just knocked it to Myers. He gave a handball to Buse, and that is quarter time, and the Cats will go in with an 8-point advantage. So a solid start from the Cats, kicked the first 2 goals. Adelaide responded with 2 of their own, and then Jeremy Cameron, through a brain fade by the Crows on the goal line, kicked the Cats third, and they lead by 8 at the first change. We'll take a break. Thanks to Harvey Norman, Corojo and Warren Ponds at opening term. With Harvey Norman for all the big brands at Geelong's best prices. And of course, it's furniture, electrical, bedding and computers that you'll find at Harvey Norman, Corojo and Warren Ponds. Win free fuel for a year thanks to Icebreak at APCO. Live, breathe, KROCK footy.
Thanks to our number 1 ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. A Day on the Green and KROCK present Irish rock superstars, The Script.
How you doing? We're The Script.
Don't miss their only Victorian show with special guests Callum Scott, Montaigne, ex-ambassadors and Lottie Gallagher. It's going to be absolutely huge. As The Script hit the stage in Geelong for the first time. General admission tickets go on sale midday Friday, August 9 through Ticketmaster. But you can win them all this week on KROCK 955. Make sure you're listening across the day, because when we play The Script, you win the ticks.
Danny from Leopold. Congratulations.
Thank you.
KROCK and A Day on the Green present The Script live at Mount Dunedin State, Geelong, Saturday, February 1st.
Do you know what's as Geelong as the Cats? Blackman's Brewery. Family owned and run, Blackman's makes local beer right here in Geelong and the Surf Coast. Whether it's a crisp, refreshing Pivot City lager, pale ale or a classic Blackman's beer, it's Geelong brewed and always delicious. It's the ultimate halftime beer. Blackman's Brewery, an Australian champion brewery. Beer for everyone. Settle into your favourite at a Blackman's bar in Torquay, Grovedale and Ocean Grove.
Are you planning to give your home a makeover? Look no further than Bowen Timber, your specialists in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region. At Bowen Timber, we bring nature's beauty into your home. Transform your space with the timeless elegance of timber flooring. We now also offer carpet supply and install. At Bowen Timber, our experts are ready to assist you. We're open until 6 p.m. weekdays and midday Saturdays. Visit our showroom at 50 Fellmongers Road, Breakwater or bowentimber.com.au.
G'day folks, Tim Bone here, Toasty Master Chef and the host of Good Chef, Bad Chef. We've got something special for you at APCO Cafe 24/7. Introducing the Funky Chicken Burger, my latest creation. Imagine this: crispy fried chicken, gooey cheese, crunchy slaw, tangy mayo and a zingy chili jam. But get in quick, it's for a limited time only. Local people, great food and coffee, fuel at the right price. APCO Cafe 24/7.
Harvey Norman, your home of premium kitchen appliances. Right now, discover Fisher & Paykel's state-of-the-art collection with amazing offers in-store and online. Buy a selected fridge, oven, cooktop or dishwasher and save up to $500. Bundle 2 or more and save an additional 10%. Upgrade now with this huge offer. Up to $500 off selected Fisher & Paykel appliances, plus save an additional 10% when you buy 2 or more. Hurry, limited time. Now at Harvey Norman. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply. Your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corojo and Warren Ponds.
Thanks to our number 1 ticket holders, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7.
Sends it towards a one-on-one. Cameron knocked away from him smartly, but into the path of Ollie Henry, who can tuck it under the arm and go. Sends it long. Neil wants it out the back, and he'll find him too. Wonderful ball from Ollie Henry.
Home to give to Bruin on the left. Puts it at the top of the square. Dempsey, read the flight of the ball brilliantly. On the inexperienced Bond, plays on and kicks the first goal of the afternoon. Close marks. He wants to move it quickly. Cat fans wanted 50. Umpire said no. Close goes into the pocket. Cameron's there and Cameron marks. Hamlin Hanger contender.
Quarter time at GMHBA Stadium. The Cats 3-4-22 leading the Adelaide Crows. Archbishop Desmond 2-2-14. Cameron, Manor and Stengel with the goals for the Cats as we go down Boundary Side. A&B Australia Quality Shelving. Quality shelving and storage for your home, office or workplace. Morgan Street, North Geelong. Jason Doherty, Jane Birch, keeping an eye on all things happening down Boundary Side this afternoon. Coming, guys.
Yes, well, just a quick injury update. Obviously, Jeremy Cameron was the watch in the first term. He got a poke in the eye in his left eye, but came back on after having a little bit of attention from the doctors down here. Apart from him, no other injury concerns. Just from a ground perspective, obviously, we said before the game some soft spots and a lot of sand around especially on this side of the ground. But in the middle of the ground, just on the other side towards the Rich Hickey stand, a couple of areas the midfielders will have to keep an eye on. Pretty slippery in there from both sides in that first term.
There's a bit of a square that's been relaid in the last couple of weeks, and you can just tell sort of it's a bit like a cricket pitch square, but obviously not with the turf. So that's one area that has been tended to over the last couple of weeks for South Point Garden Supplies. Thank you, Jason Birchie, down Boundary Side. Benny, just some key numbers, please, from that opening quarter of action.
Well, most interesting stat, King, was the Cats won the clearances 14-7, which is not a stat that they've won too often this year. They didn't actually have a hit out to advantage, but they had doubled the clearances of the Adelaide Crows. Individually, Stewart had 9, Holmes had 8, Blitzarves had 6, Cameron had 6 and kicked 1 goal, 1. Stanley had 6 possessions for the Crows. Laird 9 off halfback. Taylor, young player, Zach Taylor for the Crows had 7, and Worrell playing defence, although a couple of those were kick-outs. He had 6 possessions. Just for the Cats, a couple of players struggling to get involved. Close was quiet in that first quarter, and College Asney had his hands full with Darcy Fogarty.
What did you take out of that first quarter from the Sporting Globe, Nearly from the Cats?
On the back of the clearances, Cats were able to dominate field position and time in forward half by locking it in. Crows, they were efficient going inside 50. They did what they needed to do. Darcy Fogarty was a key for them.
Second quarter underway for Morris Business Class Finance. O'Brien won the tap, but Stewart tracked it back. Gave a handball to DeConing. He gave a handball to Stanley. Stanley at right half-back. Sends a kick, looking for Stengel. Coming out with a double fister was Worrell. He could have marked that, Josh Worrell, but decided to send it to the boundary line, and we'll get a boundary throw in. Keep an eye on some Wombat Gully Plant Farm matchups, see if anything else has changed or stayed the same from that opening quarter of action.
Defensive matchups for the Cats exactly the same. College Asney stayed with Fogarty. DeConing's got Phil Thorpe, and Jack Henry's got Taylor Walker.
The aroma's wafting through this box at the moment, really flaring my nostrils. That Crouch.
Well, they're yours.
No, they're not. I think it's some sort of food arrangement.
Sort of food. Yeah.
Laird, kick to half forward, or Walker marks. Whistle went. It might have been a free kick, and it's going to go to Phil Thorpe. Walker had marked. Nonetheless, he just handballs nonchalantly to Walker, who unloads a long bomb. Dempsey's back there, so too Tui. Ball at the top of the square. Geelong defending Rimley. Buse did well. Got it to Dempsey. Over the top hand pass was good. Back to Buse. Buse squirts out of the back half. Neal did well on the bounce. Through traffic, handballs to Dempsey. In and out of traffic himself. He goes wide to Buse. He'll need to be good. He can't break the tackle. Good pressure from the Crows. And that was Hinge doing the tackling, and there'll be a ball up out of side just forward of the wing for the Crows. Geelong looked to steady in the early going of this second term thanks to Morris Business Class Finance.
O'Brien tried to grab it out of the ruck. It fell for Crouch. Handball back. Quick kick around the corner. Might have been Dowling. Quick fist forward by Hinge. Is taken by Stewart. He ran out of room and we'll get a boundary throwing.
I went into Morris Finance during the week, Kingy, and
said hi to Nathan?
Yes, Nathan and Damien. I tell you what, if you run a business and you've got up to 50 employees, go and see them. They will help you out. Amazing stuff in there.
Asset Finance by Geelong people for Geelong people. Call 1300 for Morris. Tap down O'Brien. Dempsey over his head, smart play with the handball. Myers trying to shimmy one way and shimmy another. Handball back to Dangerfield was a smart play. Who tucks it under the arm, gets some muted boos from Adelaide fans. Long ball inside 50, well judged. Going back with the flight, the mark well taken there by the former Magpie Keane. The Irishman goes short, just got it to Laird, who marks it right half back. He wants to go short to Berry, that barely went 15. Umpire said, I'm happy that it did. And Sam Berry has it just inside defensive 50. Wants to go across the face of his defensive goal to Michael Annie. It's a real South Australian name, is it? Michael Annie.
Michael Annie. Doesn't really need another name, does he?
No.
Is his surname Annie? So, kick down the line, and it's marked by young Zach Taylor, who coaches the Cincinnati Bengals, actually, Zach Taylor. So, this is the Crow Zach Taylor. Comes down the line. Oh, good mark. That's a good mark by Phil Thorpe. He looks really wild woolly, like he's just sort of come in from the potways. He goes short, and he's got Crouch. And Crouch marks 60 out. Geelong retreating back to fill up the holes. Handballs to Murray, sweeping by. Murray unloads a long bomb top of the square. Punch back into play. Stanley's there. Handball to Tui. Tui hurriedly to Myers. Myers has in turn hurriedly back to College Asney, who's actually happy to see it out. And the ball goes out for a throw in 8 metres around from Adelaide's goal.
I've just looked at the record. I actually thought that guy's name was Michael Annie. Yes. That's his family name.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got
he
three
should
names.
drop Max.
He's got 3 names.
He doesn't need it at all.
Boundary throw in. It's allowed to hit the ground, and it's picked up by Holmes. His kick partially smothered. Dawson just fists it forward 20 metres, but Zach Tui will hack it out of defence. He's going to land at Neil, who on the juggle takes the mark. He'll turn and look and see Ollie Henry streaming forward. Will the kick have enough on it to get to him? Puts it into space. Henry can give it to Close. Close just jams it on his left boot. Sees Cameron running into space. How's the bounce? It's okay. He can steady. He can give a handball or snap. He snaps. He goes. Cats worked it out really well. Shannon Neal was really good there. Took the mark from a hacking kick of Tui and then just got it moving into space and said, Ollie Henry, I'll back your pace. And Geelong go out to a 14-point buffer. Therefore, 4:28 on the second quarter. KROCK Morris Business Class Finance scoreboard. Adelaide at 2-2-14 in the expert's chair. The sporting quote is Mark Neal.
Well, Shannon Neal was really important then because he hit up. He hit up right in front of us on centre wing. That's direct replay of what we saw the Crows do in the first quarter, Ben. On that occasion, it was actually the Cats getting on their Barley mopeds, coming out of the inside 50 area and then getting back in there. Really good play by Neal to hit up and then have the presence of mind to turn and see the space and just belt the footy in there.
Cats out to a 14-point lead as the lights start to take effect here at GMHBA Stadium. 5:15 and the sun is slowly setting, done its job for the day. And it's going to go and have a few refreshments tonight and just probably watch Carlton and Collingwood with KROCK on Berry. Handballs to man with 8 names, Michael Annie. He kicks to half-forward, Buser. Oh, good mark, Rochelle. Hughes probably should have tried to spoil there. He tried to mark it. Come undone. Rochelle plays on. He goes into the pocket. Fogarty did well. Shrugged the shoulders.
Wow.
Handball was very good. Handball was good. But missing was Scholl. He should have done better there. Fogarty did all the hard work. Scholl couldn't finish. Minor score. 2-3 plays 4-4 Morris Business Class Finance.
You better tell Kingy Darcy Moore to get going because he's going to miss the start of that game.
Tui, a wonderfully weighted ball to Holmes, although Hinge did really well. Spoiled from front on, found the loose footy. Centre kick to Phil Thorpe. Phil Thorpe will find Walker, who marks 40 metres out from goal. Holmes had to come up to that ball to take some contact, didn't he, Neildy, to get the free kick?
Well, he certainly did, Kingy, because turnovers these days, everybody's set up to be offensive. You want to set the ground up and have a little bit of safety behind it. But when it happens there, the defenders are essentially out of the game. And it meant that the Adelaide Crows forwards could just pass the footy around, get it to Taylor Walker, who should kick this.
Game 276, he's kicked 34 goals from 18 previous games against the Cats. And he's threaded that one straight over the goal umpire's hat. And the margin is back to 7 points. They won't go away, the Crows. They were chastened by their performance last week against the Hawks, losing by 66 points. And they're not going to make life easy for the Cats here this afternoon. 4-4-28 Geelong, 3-3-21 Adelaide, second quarter. KROCK Morris Business Class Finance. It's asset finance by Geelong people for Geelong people. Call 1300 for Morris.
If you want to show a kid a kicking technique, just show him Tex Walker.
Absolutely. I think he's probably one of the best kicks for goal in the competition at Cass. I think that's really good. The other one, from an Adelaide Crows point of view, Jordan Dawson's field kicking, that's as good as anyone in the competition.
Yep.
We don't want to see too much of it today, mind you, but they are very good.
Just his whole motion, even his general play kicking is quite extraordinary. Got a brilliant technique. Tex Walker, ball back in the middle. Dawson, there he is again. He roves the tackle, then he's tackled. Royce is possessed. Saligo was slung. Michael Addy, Cat fans not happy. Berry runs into the shins. Abuse. Dowling, handballs wide. Saligo, quick give to Dawson. He's wrapped up, slung 360. Saligo took it again. He's tackled. Cat fans are going to go berserk if this is not a free clear. And the umpire finally pays one to Tanner Bruin. 4th time lucky.
Buser's saw in back play, Benny.
Stewart sweeps by, goes to half-foot. Neil, that's a good mark.
I'd like to see that, Cass. That's terrific.
Just floated in the air, goes into the pocket. Cameron marks. Down to you, Jace. Hughes looks like he's coming from the field.
Yeah, a little bit of a groin, I think, or a ductor. So we'll just keep an eye on him down here.
St John have got injury updates. Jed Hughes. We don't want to see him injured, just back into the side last week. And Cameron's sizing this up. He's got a protractor out. He's got the Bunsen burner. And he's got sort of other implements down there to help him.
No wonder you struggled at school. Why is he using a Bunsen burner?
Well, he's just using sort of different...
I was happy with the protractor. The Bunsen burner, he's gone too far.
Cyril Slinger's actually helping him out. He's gone with a mum to the top of the square. Fisted forward. Berry. Geelong's got it. Manor through traffic. This way and that way. Sweeping handball. Well, it's staying in the field of play close. His hand pass was chopped off. It was intended for Tui. But getting back with the Crows to see it out for a throw-in 37 metres around from Geelong's goal.
Jace, they've just shown the... Sorry, Cass. They've just shown the Buse incident on the big screen. He actually gets his knee cannoned into there. That didn't look all that good at all.
Boundary throw-in. Blitz arms, front position. O'Brien from behind. Front of the pack numbers there for the Crows. Quick kick out of the pack. Dawson. Stanley couldn't take the mark. Umpire wasn't going to pay it anyway. Rochelle fighting for it at ground level along with Stewart. Stewart now lays a tackle. Brings his opponent to ground and will get a ball up.
I think our old chemistry teacher's related to the fella playing for the Crocs, the Saligo. I think it's the same deal.
Possibly. Jack Bowe's obviously the sub for the Cats. If you've just joined us, Cats lead by 7.
Stanley won the tap down. Cameron did the roving. Got a little kick away. It went about a metre. Bruin put his head over it and he was able to win the footy. Lying on his back, got a kick up that close but couldn't take cleanly. O'Brien went low on Manor. Umpire said play on and we're going to get a stoppage. With a ball up just outside 50 for the Cats. Right half forward, Michael Annie was the last man with the ball. 10 minutes played. Bowen Foods time clock, second term. Cats leading by 7. Bit of an arm wrestle here at GMHBA Stadium. There's a Crow at the bottom of that pack diving in. Might have been Berry. And he will be the last man up. Help to his feet. And we will get a ball up. Right half forward for the Cats. See if you can get it away from here, Benny.
See your players around it, Kingy. It's tough. Hits the ground. Stanley might be able to do that. Though he had a fumble, but fortuitously spilled a Manor. He kicks it inside forward. 50 and Stengel. For the second time in the game, read the flight better than that of his opponent, young Bond. He wasn't 007 there. He was more sort of Larrabee from Get Smart. And Stengel.
Who?
Larrabee.
You were the only person and that individual who
Andrew
knows what
Daly
you were
will know
talking
exactly
about.
who Larrabee is off Get Smart. More Agent 13 in the phone box. So it's Stengel, who's kicked a goal. He's kicked 38 on the year. He's a bit of a sharpshooter. He's 30 out, not much of an angle, and he has missed. Uncharacteristic from Tyson Stengel. Usually makes short work of those, but a minor score. 4-5 plays 3-3 Morris Business Class Finance.
Short kicking marks by Michael Annie. Gives it back to Keane, and then Keane sends it wide. It's a high ball, and a big ask out here for Scholl against Holmes. Holmes did well to get back in his grill. Myers had his handball deflected by Scholl out of bounds. Boundary throw-in. True centre wing, broadcast side. Cats by 8. 11.5 minutes played in this second term. He's marking for the Sporting Globe.
I'm just thinking, Kingy, if the Cats could isolate Tyson Stengel, a couple of times that footy's come in. Now, young Bond, early in his career, he's really struggling with the flight of the ball. He just watches Stengel, so it could be an area where the Cats could exploit.
Quick kick forward here by Atkins after roving. Double fister from Worrell sends it towards the boundary line. Myers will track it. Can he keep it alive? Tries to. Knocks it along the boundary line. Then a little soccer, but then the bobble of the ball takes it over the white line and out of bounds.
Struggled by his lofty standards. The last month has been a little bit of a struggle for Brian Myers. He's had just the one kick today, just 3 effective disposals.
The opposition putting a bit more work into it.
Possibly. So they've got, it's like they've got Nankervis on him, have they, at the moment. Throw in. Stanley up, slapped it forward. Stengel. Tried a quick give to Atkins, who through traffic did well. Threw it on the left. Put a high ball top of the square. Keane was first to react. And he was as keen as mustard there. Keane comes wide.
That season also.
Stewart did well. Cameron's got it. He's kicking board. Low down. Dempsey marks. Keep an eye on that, Jace. Tom Stewart might be heading your way. That was played on. It was touched, was it? Worrell's hand pass. He got it out to Nankervis. Wide ball to Keys. I'm not sure what happened there. I thought it was a mark to Dempsey. Ball's now on the wing for the Crows. A one-on-one, and Walker did okay, but couldn't mark on Jack Henry. And the ball goes out for a throw-in, true centre wing, outer side of GMHBA Stadium.
Just down to you, Jason Birchie for St John of God on Tom Stewart.
Yes, he's come to the bench. He's in the hands of the doctors now. Jed Buse has been assessed. He's fine. Couple of Panadol. He just got a knock to the knee, and he's... it was a bit of referred pain towards his groin and his hip, but he seems to be okay at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on Tom Stewart.
O'Brien from behind on the tap, and here's Dangerfield bursting and banging it on the boot and finding Neil. Neil's looked good this afternoon. Turns, kicks quickly. Stengel and Bond. Ollie Henry back with the flight, took the mark. Stengel did well, kept Bond interested as Ollie Henry went back with the flight, and you would expect that Henry should go back and slot this one and restore a 14-point advantage. He's looking at a left foot J-curve. There's nobody on the line again for the Crows. Haven't they learnt from in the opening term? Turns, snaps, left foot kick, goal. Plenty of height in that one. Ollie Henry with his first of the afternoon. The Cats with their fifth, and on the second quarter, KROCK Morris Business Class Finance scoreboard moved to 5-5-35. Adelaide, a 3-3-21. There's some exciting signs from Shannon Neal, just the way he's moving at the moment, Neildy.
I was just going to say, Neil, I would have thought, I know he was only about 10 metres out, but when you snap it, there is every chance the ball gets no height on it.
Yeah.
They had nobody there again.
No, I agree. That's something they'll be discussing. There's no doubt about that. And Kingy, your point, it is really refreshing to see a key forward like Shannon Neal hitting up. He's really working hard. It's fantastic. And he turns quickly. It's interesting. Geelong were going to win that either way because Stengel had Bond absolutely cold in that marking contest. And look, forwards do what they do, but for Ollie Henry to go and jump into that and be third man across as the forward, he needed to hang on to. He did. He's a good mark, but Stengel had his opponent gone anyway. 3
marks to Neal, 5 possessions. He's been good. Ball back in the middle. They're fighting for it, and it's going to be a free kick against Dangerfield. He was reaching for the ball, and he inadvertently got his former Crow teammate Crouch high, and Crouch, who loves to kick it short, and this time he goes wide. He's got Murray. That's almost gone backwards, and he's come out to the broadcast wing as Geelong look to shift their defence to cross to this side of the ground, and Murray will just go with a high ball down the line in the direction of Fogarty. He did well. Henry went the man. Fogarty kept his eye on the ball, and he ended up taking an uncontested mark. He's kicked round the corner. Walker marks in front of College Asney. And the Walker-Fogarty combination is causing the Cats a few issues. Walker already with 1 goal in this quarter. A chance to kick his second, and an opportunity to cut the margin again to 8-0.
It certainly is causing them trouble, Ben. Interesting if they've made that permanent move, but on that occasion it was Jack Henry up against Fogarty. He's having a terrific game, and unfortunately College Asney, he was beaten by Fogarty, and he's probably not big enough to be with Taylor Walker in a one-on-one. They need to get across, be third man in the Cats defenders.
So Walker, we lauded his kicking style. Look at that. That is just straight through the middle. Absolutely no question about that. He's got his second, both in this second term. And Adelaide refused to lie down. 4-3-27, margin back to 8. The Cats are 5-5-35 in this second quarter, thanks to Morris Business Class Finance, asset finance by Geelong people, for Geelong people. Call 1300-4-MORRIS.
I'm a big fan of business class, Ben, as you know. So get around Morris Finance, no question there. Hey, the inside 50s, Ben, what's the count there? Because again, I'm feeling like the game is Geelong is still dominating that area, but the Crows really efficient and they're marking forwards.
19-12 in favour of the Cats. The Crows have obviously kicked 4-3 from those 12 entries, so shooting it better than 50%. In saying that, the Cats are also better than 50% with 10 shots from 19 entries.
We'll get down to Jason in a moment for a Tom Stewart update. Bounce back in the middle. Philthorpe doing the ruck work. Blitzar's winning the tap down. Left behind by Saligo. Dangerfield just packs it forward. Rolling ball inside 50. Manna trying to trap it. Couldn't take it cleanly. Calls for a free kick from Cat fans. Won't come. Philthorpe. Crouch. Too slow. Run down from behind. That's holding the ball. No. As he's brought to ground by Manna, who does what he does best, laying tackles. Edge of the centre square, favouring the Cats. Ball up. Philthorpe trying to grab it out of the ruck. Threw it out. Somehow Saligo, back of the centre circle, sends it. And Buse back out in the ground. Took a good mark in front of the Shelley. Copped a little under the chops for his efforts, but took the mark. Good to see him back for St John of God as he goes laterally to College Asney, who's below our best seats in the house for APCO. Right half back. Sends it long. Ollie Henry and Neil setting out cells. Neither got to run out, and judging it best was Keane, who took the mark. One centre half back. Dangerous. Humphreys read it. Got a hand on it. Brought it to ground. Zach Guthrie coming the other way. Trying to don't argue on Tex. Handball to Dangerfield. Dangerfield stepped through a tackle. Hacks it forward. Rolling ball. We're rolling to the path of Dempsey. Dempsey tight in the pocket. What tricks has he got? Slung in the tackle. Got a handball away. Manna! Kicks one of the goals of the year. Snap from tight in the pocket. Fame to come back inboard with a handball. Got his opponent in the air and then snapped a wonderful Inspirations paid goal of the night contender. Sean Manna gives Geelong a 14-point lead with a cracker of a goal. He kicks his second, and the Cats now lead 6-5-41. Adelaide 4-3-27 on the second quarter. Morris Business Class Finance scoreboard.
Kingy, well called. That was an outstanding goal. You mentioned tricks. Ollie Dempsey, yeah, that's a trick to get it out of there. He was being tackled when he handballed that ball over his head directly to the target. But I think the thing to mention is the Zach Guthrie contested ball in the middle of the ground. That ball was up for grabs, and he just took off, left his direct opponent, and went straight into their head first. That was an amazing contested ball win. Without that, the footy's inside the Crows scoring area. Well done.
He's got a couple, Manor. He's been good since coming back into the side. He spent a considerable period of time in the Scooby-Doos, but his pressure around the ball's been good. Back in the middle, Berry had a fumble, and he's tackled by Stanley, who sort of tackled him iron Sheik style. Rest in peace, the great Iranian. And
very good afternoon to Kenny, who is with us this afternoon listening through KROCK.live, the great Kenny G from St Joseph's.
So Kenny's on board. Hello to you, Kenny. And Close, the ball's been worked to centre half forward for the Cats, and Close is wrapped up and will have another stoppage. There's been plenty of those in this game thus far. Stanley, Philthorpe.
He wanted to just remind us of his 9th overall ranking in the 2002-2003 Supercoach.
That's a good of it. Last week, three-quarter time, South Bowen versus St Joseph, I was interrupted by the great Cole Silcock. Just walked out to say g'day. Had no idea where he was, but saw a familiar face.
And reminded you of no fizzy drinks.
He did, and reminded me the last time that I saw him, he got me lost in the Grampians.
Bit of Scroggin.
Yeah. Where's your Scroggin, boys? So, hello to Cole. What a great man Cole was. Rochelli's marking it forward. He is too. Oh, Humphreys nearly took a beauty. Keys off one step, kicks a goal. So the Crows continually respond. Margin again back to 8. Keys from nothing, really, an opportunistic goal from 8 metres out. Quick kick straight through the middle. And the Crows get their 5th. 5-3 plays 6-5. 41 playing 33. Morris, Business Class Finance.
Efficiency again, Ben. The Crows are really good at scoring from the stoppage. When they get the footy out of there, because of some of those elite kicks, it's always going to an area where they can get dangerous. And once again, at the moment, fast turning into one of my favourite players. Darcy Fogarty, for someone who's 191, 192, his contest there brought that forward. Hey, I did say to Cole Silcock, I said, all I could come out with was, I actually thought I went to your funeral. I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought I did. I didn't know he was still with us, but it was great that he is. It was good that he came and said hello.
Cole, he's still getting over being dacked at the library in Canberra by 17, by 35, 17-year-old St Joseph students in a lift.
We had a skew with bounce. I'm going to try and restore some sanity to this broadcast. Berry's going to send the Crows forward. It's a kick that will bounce towards left half forward. De Koning will lead Philthorpe to the footy. Handball on the up. Holmes. He'll get a free kick to Koning after being dealt with by Philthorpe. And there's the Bronx cheers from Cat fans. Handball off to Holmes. Holmes below our best seats in the house. Dinks a little kick. And he's put it out of bounds on the full. Mark that, Birchie! And it's a free kick to Scholl of the Crows. True centre wing.
He's going well, isn't he? Keeper's on track.
Scholl with the footy. Swings out onto his right boot. Sends it towards half forward. One contested, the mark will be taken. How does that happen as Dawson stands all alone about 60 from goal?
Watch this kick, Kingy.
There, left footer. He's a beautiful kick. He sets it up. Philthorpe, his target, he finds him. He just got it over the head of Zach Guthrie, and Philthorpe will go back and have a chance in game number 50 to kick goal 51 of his career and pull this margin back to 2 and start to make Cat fans shift nervously in their seats about where this is going this afternoon.
Dorset marked, so De Koning was kept out of it by Philthorpe here. He kept him away, but you're right, he shouldn't be able to jump on his own in that area because you know that he uses the ball so well, case in point.
Man on the mark, stands about 30 from goal. Phil Thorpe left of centre. Angle will suit a right footer, and he makes no mistake. They are within 2 points of the Cats here at GMHBA Stadium. Second quarter action thanks to Morris Business Class Finance. asset finance by Geelong people for Geelong people. Call 1300 for Morris. Nearly 23 minutes played on the Bowen Foods time clock. 6:5:41 plays 6:3:39, and they are making tough work of this, the Cats, Newty.
Yeah, they are. If you look at the Crows, Kingy, another thing they're good at, they get the ball in the hand of their really good users. So they understand one another. They haven't had a great year, but it is clear to see there's some really good ingredients here at the moment. This is a really good effort by them.
Yeah, the Cats are being made to work here. The Crows have responded off the back of last week's pantsing at home by the Hawks. Playing good footy. Laird's up to 12. Dawson's at 11. Berry 10 for the Cats. Holmes 11. Stewart 11. Dangerfield 10 for Kerrs. Higher. Back in the middle. Stanley up. It's tapped to no one in particular. And the Crow is immediately tackled by Dangerfield. That's Soligo. We'll have another stoppage. Still smack bang in the middle of GMHBA as the lights take full effect. Zach Taylor was dispossessed. Ball bobbles forward. Tracked by Myers. Holmes out to lend a hand. Off one step, he gets a high ball. Neil going to run it. So too Blitzar's getting back. Oh, that's a good mark. Really good mark from Scholl. Lockie Scholl. Defensively comes wide, and he's got Nankervis.
Nankervis, a handball to Laird. Laird at left half back. Oh, watch out close. Bang gone. It'll be a free kick. Advantage taken. Zach Guthrie has a bounce. Runs to 55. Sends it long. Not a great kick. And getting back and judging it best and taking the mark. Out there was Murray. He sends a kick towards right half back. Zach Guthrie had to be better there. And the Crows will come up with it. Kick to Walker, who marks just back on the wing on the outer side.
In fairness, they would have been better not to play on from the free kick because they had nothing forward, and it would have been better just to take the kick and allow players to get forward.
Walker sends it long, flying over the top. Dawson couldn't mark. Stewart, can he free the arms? Does. Handball on the bounce. Humphreys took the tackle of Dawson. Can't free a handball. We'll get a ball up right half forward for the Crows, who haven't led at any stage in this first half, but are threatening right now after kicking consecutive goals to cut the margin back to 2.
They are an important 5 minutes remaining on the Bowen Foods time clock till half-time.
So when we talk about efficiency, Ben, you're quite right. The play on was unnecessary. Guthrie needed to look and see what was inside 50 before deciding to take that advantage, or what he thought was an advantage. And the kick, it needed to be 15 metres longer to get to the one-on-one that Stengel has. He's not capable of doing that. So that's just inefficient going inside 50.
And he's usually pretty good with all those sorts of aspects of the game. Zach Guthrie, Manor from the stoppage, kicks it to half forward. Bond in a one-on-one with Stengel. Ball gets out the back. Cavalry arrives. Taken by Murray. Pushed as he kicked, and that's out in the full. Lucky not to be in the back, but the ball went out in the full. Then Dangerfield will take the mark. He'll take the free kick, I should say. He's centre wing outer side from the Reg Hickey stand. Will run 15 and then thump a long 50-metre ball to the top of the square. Big pack forms. It gets out the back. Cameron off the ground. Kicks his third. Well, that was all too easy. A pack of 5 or 6 went up. It got out the back. And Cameron just loped onto it and kicked the easiest of goals. Francis Awaratifi style. And Geelong restore an 8-point lead. 7-5-47. Adelaide 6-3-39. Morris Business Class Finance.
So just the work of Dangerfield. He plays on, he uses his power, he drives his legs really well, and he put it to the top of the goal square. Just a basic defensive thing, and I hope the South Bowen boys were watching that, Kingy, how important it is that the ball has to come forward. That can't get over the back. And the reason it can't get over the back, more often than not, you've got a forward who's just going to run onto it, which what happened there. Really dangerous situation. So that's just a basic defensive craft. That situation, punch the ball forward.
Good afternoon to Messrs. Pearce, Goff and Driver. I suspect that's all probably...
Yeah, that's fair. Goffy's got some work to do. Him and I suggested to Goffy last week the way he went in his first half, I would have kicked goals on him, unfortunately, for Rowan. So good afternoon, Rowan. I'm sure you're listening.
Bounce in the middle. Soligo. He's going to burst away, try to take on Stewart. Does so, although Stewart dragged him down as he kicked. Might have impacted it slightly. Buse a spoil on Rochelle. DeConing the rover. Well done. Handball to Guthrie. Still inside defensive 50. Turns and kicks elegantly to the wing. It's a high ball. Neil's going to come really hard, but Dawson sat under it. Took a really good mark. Never averted his gaze from the Sharon in taking a Hamlin hanger. Hamlin Holmes, Bannockburn display home now open. Dawson will send it inside forward 50. Fogarty is target. Big spoil to Koning off the hands of the pack. Rochelle shrugged from Humphries. He got a handball away under pressure from Henry. Henry scooped it up. That was Jack. Humphries just couldn't control the footy. Rochelle came again. Free kick pushing it back, I reckon, going to the Cats. Buse or Humphries coming back to Lawson, and the 17 has got it. Can't believe he's just playing his 6th game, but geez, he's just so sure and calm down back.
Not many free kicks, Pete. There's 14 in this half thus far. 8 Cats, 6 Crows. Holmes out of the back half. They want the switch to the outer side, and it's into the arms of Tui. Not sure what to do, and now just goes down the line. Cameron will get a run at it. He can't mark. Interfered with Hugh Bond, and the ball goes off hands. There's Stanley has a chat to the umpire, wants a free kick, but the ball will be thrown in. True centre wing, outer side of GMHBA Stadium. To 3 minutes 40 remaining on the Barwon Foods time clock to half-time. Cats lead by 8.
Sounds like a BBC correspondent. Hugh Bond. Boundary throw in, front of the pack. Myers was there, couldn't take it. Berry, a handball back to the waiting voice of Dan Curvis, who under pressure got it back as he tried to get a handball, and there was good pressure laid by the Cats. It's Atkins. Surprise, surprise.
36 tackles now for the Cats. That's pretty good going in dry weather footy. Clearance is 24-15 in favour of Geelong. Inside 50s, 24-16 in favour of the Cats.
And Curvis had a fumble, socket off the ground by Dempsey towards left half forward. Cameron and also Worrell run past the footy. Cameron now sockers it off the ground. Close will be first onto it. He goes to soccer off the ground as well. Took it away from Ollie Henry. Keane, he had a bit of a fumble at the wrong time. So did Michael Lanny. Worrell under pressure, got a kick away and fortuitously lands in the waiting arms of a teammate in the left back pocket and Scholl. It didn't go 15, but the mark has been paid and Scholl has got it. He can go short if he so desires, but decides to go longer. Sends it long, and Phil Thorpe or O'Brien, DeConing and Stanley conspire to see it out of bounds at right half forward for Geelong. In front of the premiership stand, crowd, you would suspect post 30,000, not a full house. Saturday twilight, still local footy going on, all 3 rounds in action, all 3 leagues in action today.
A throw in, half forward for the Cats. Another one, a goal either way here would certainly be interesting in terms of the momentum of this game. Manor roves the pack, kicks it inside forward 50. Ball hits the deck, taken by Scholl. His quick hand pass, Keane's kick was chopped off. Bond goes in, tackled by Blitzar. Did well though, handball to Scholl. In turn to Laird. Laird hacks it out of defensive 50. Rochelle came up, couldn't mark. Stewart front-chested. It's spilled to Tui. He gave to Buse. Buse's kick around the corner won't stay in the field of play. It's not out in the full load. It bounces out for a throw-in. Good passage of play there from both sides. Pressure was good defensively. Adelaide stood up there and will have a throw-in 60 around from the Crows, from the Cats' goal, I should say.
Just keep an eye on Nick Murray from the Crows. Just seeing him in the back of the box. Not sure if he's having anything worked on at the moment. It's hurled back into play. Right half forward for the Cats. O'Brien and Stanley grapple. It's allowed to hit the ground. Blitzar, smart palm. Stewart under pressure. Got a kick away. High into the right forward pocket. Stengel from behind. Somehow managed to find the footy, but wasn't paid as a mark. His quick kick around the corner is marked by Keane. About 20 from his defensive goal. The Irishman has it. They bring it towards left half back. A high ball. Blitzarves. Jack Henry, big fly, big spoil. Front of the pack, Atkins had a fumble. Trying to release a handball, but nobody to give it to. Crouch received it. Handball back from the Crows by Dowling, and now the clearing kick comes. A high ball, Dawson to the wing.
2 on 2, gets out the back. Humphries did well. Quick hand pass to Cameron. His hand pass was a howler though. Went to Crouch. Phil Thorpe taps it onto Scholl. He goes an underground ball over the head of Jack Henry. Rochelle missed it. Taken by Tui. Tui scoots wide. He's kicked a shot, but he's kicked it straight back to Crouch. And Crouch will come inboard. And it's marked by Saligo. He gives to Scholl. Scholl 50 goes wide. Wants a marking option. He's got it. And it's Taylor, Zach Taylor, who's kicked just 1 goal in his career, which today is just 6 games old, 21-year-old. And an opportunity here at an important time with less than a minute remaining to half-time to cut this margin to 2. Zach Taylor on the runway. He'll kick from about 40 metres. Not much of an angle. Right footer on its way, and he's pulled the kick badly. In fact, he's cannoned it into the behind post, out on the full. That is a poor kick, moved everything bar the old bows there and a let off for the Cats.
It's Tui who turned it over, who takes a resultant free kick, goes short to Jack Henry. Jack Henry drives a kick and standing all alone is Humphreys at left half back. He's free, dare I say it, Lawson Humphreys. And they just hold play up until half time, you'd suspect. Inside defensive 50, a high long ball towards the outer wing, through hands. It'll land at the feet of Laird, who fires a handball back to Dawson on his non-preferred right, turns a kick around the corner, flying and marking, and it's paid to Nankervis, and that should just about see us out to the main break. Nankervis steps around Ollie Henry, sends a kick long, and that is half-time here at GMHBA Stadium. The Cats are being made to work by the Crows. They were disappointing last week, Adelaide against the Hawks, and they're giving Geelong a bit of a fight here on their home deck. 7:5:47 as we enter half-time. Thanks to Blackman's Brewery, the ultimate half-time beer made in Geelong. Make sure you head to the bar and get yourself a locally brewed beer, including a Pivot City Lager. Absolutely outstanding. We'll be back shortly with the Cats leading by 8 at the main break. Live Breathe, KROCK Footy.
Thanks to our number one ticket holder, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7. Only in Lottie, Geelong's favourite way to wake up.
Now, this big sporting event over in France, great. Triggering all sorts of emotions. You see them on the podium and then they're like hugging their family and stuff, and you're like, I don't even understand, but I am proud of you.
I know. There's so many amazing sports that you forget kind of exist, and people dedicate their lives to them.
I know. The men's 20-kilometre walk was on yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was just like, how do you end up? How do you get there?
Mate,
how do you get there?
It's endurance.
Yeah, oh, totally. I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm just saying what makes you go, do you know what? I'm not much of a runner, but geez, I love a walk.
Only in Lottie, 6 a.m. weekdays, KROCK 955. Visit one of Mimosa Homes' 50 displays across Melbourne and Geelong.
Introducing Hamlin's new modern acreage display home in Bannockburn, spanning over 36 squares. This home seamlessly integrates modern and contemporary design, with room for the whole family to comfortably live, relax, study and play. Come and visit Hamlin's latest display home, open every weekend from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m, 50 Geelong Road, Bannockburn, hamlin.com.au, CDP-U 52938.
At Morris Business Class, we believe that businesses are in a class of their own. We've redefined the customer service standard to ensure that you experience nothing but the best. With a direct line of communication, tailored finance options, and premium service, we offer a business class experience for our clients. Welcome to Morris Business Class. Call 1300 4MORRIS today and experience asset lending the way it should be.
Planning a paint project? Then you'll want to talk to the team at your Inspirations Paint Store. You'll find they're not just into paint projects, they're obsessed with them. And they can't wait to get stuck into yours. They're the Dulux approved specialists, and they've got all the paint, accessories and advice you'll need to make your next project awesome. There's a locally owned and operated Inspirations Paint Store near you. Inspirations Paint. What's your next project?
Inspirations Paint, Grovedale, 138 Torquay Road. Harvey Norman, your home of premium kitchen appliances. Right now, discover Fisher & Paykel's state-of-the-art collection with amazing offers in-store and online. Buy a selected fridge, oven, cooktop or dishwasher and save up to $500. Bundle 2 or more and save an additional 10%. Upgrade now with this huge offer. Up to $500 off selected Fisher & Paykel appliances, plus save an additional 10% when you buy 2 or more. Hurry, limited time, now at Harvey Norman. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply. Your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corio and Warn Ponds.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7.
Henry can give it to Close. Close just jams it on his left boot. Sees Cameron running into space. How's the bounce? It's okay. He can steady. He can give a handball or snap. He snaps. He goes. Cats worked it out really well. Turns, kicks quickly. Stengel and Bond. Ollie Henry back with the flight. Took the mark. Stengel did well. Kept Bond interested. As Ollie Henry went back with the flight. Hacks it forward. Rolling ball. We're rolling to the path of Dempsey. Dempsey tight in the pocket. What tricks has he got? Slung in the tackle. Got a handball away. Manna! Ticks one of the goals of the year! Yeah, tight in the forward pocket. Sean Manor was an absolute cracker. It's half-time thanks to Blackman's Brewery, the ultimate half-time beer made in Geelong. Thanks to Blackman's for their support of KROCK football. Ren and Jess, of course, they've been the Geelong and the Surf Coast Brewery for 10 years now, pouring at GMHBA Stadium. If you are heading to the bar today, support your local Geelong brewery with a Pivot City Lager, a Pale Ale, or try a Pacific Ale or a Mervyn. Down boundary side for us this evening are Jason Doherty and Jane Birch. Thanks to A&B Australia Quality Shelving. Quality shelving and storage for your home, office or workplace. Who's on injury update duty? It's Birchie. Down to you for St John of God. Birchie?
Yeah, Kingy, there was a couple of injury concerns, obviously, for the Cats there. Jeremy Cameron managed to get back out after that poke in the eye, and Jed Hughes was the one of most concern with his left knee, but after a little bit of assessment, he managed to get back out there, so that was great news. And just at the end there of that half, Paddy Dangerfield also came off with a little bit of a niggle at the top of his left knee that he was talking to the doctor about, so they'll have a chance to properly assess that at half-time.
Thank you, Birchie. Good work by you. For St John of God, we put you first. Benny, you're looking at the stats for Kerrs High. 3 locations, North Geelong, Grovedale and Ocean Grove. Jared and the Kerrs High team enjoying the KROCK corporate hospitality. Want to see some of the key numbers from the first half.
Yeah, well, the Cats, Kingy, with 10 more inside 50s and 12 more clearances, you'd think they probably lead by more than 8 points, but Adelaide have been gritty in that first half, and they certainly wouldn't go away. It was 27-17, the inside 50 count, and the clearance count was 27-15. Geelong haven't won a clearance count 27-15 in a half of football for quite some time. That's despite the fact that they only had one hit out to advantage, and that was to Mark Blitzarb. So a couple of stats going the Cats' way. Tackles are split evenly at 37. Geelong also top in contested possession, 74-60, plus 14 there. Adelaide have controlled the ball a little bit there, plus 24 in effective disposal, 135 to 111. But the Cats have certainly done well in a couple of key areas, key statistical areas, but haven't been able to really assert their authority on the scoreboard. Individually in that half, Max Holmes had 13 possessions. Tom Stewart had 13 touches. Jeremy Cameron, 12 touches, kicked 3 goals, 1, and had 5 inside 50s. Dangerfield playing a good game after a couple of quiet ones against the Bulldogs and the Roos. He's had 11 possessions, 5 inside 50s for the skipper of the Cats. Mannor's been really good. 10 touches, 2 goals, 2 inside 50s. Humphries, I reckon, played well, Kingy. He's shown some physicality, has Lawson Humphries. Also collected 8 touches. Ollie Dempsey, 8 touches. And Stengel, after a tumultuous weekend, last weekend, Tyson Stengel, 8 possessions and 1 goal, 1. Reece Stanley back in for the first time in some time. He had 8 possessions, battling against Riley O'Brien, who only had the 2 effective disposals, and the other one for the Cats was Tom Atkins back in after a couple of weeks. He's had 6 tackles. No surprise there. He leads the Cats in tackles to go with 8 touches. For the Crows, Scholes had 14, Laird's had 14. Both those players playing predominantly off half-back. Jordan Dawson's dangerous with the ball. He had 14 possessions, 3 inside 50s. Berry, 11. Zach Taylor, the young fella, going okay with 10 touches, had an opportunity to kick a goal late in that first half, but unfortunately kicked it out on the full. Crouch has had 10. Thilthorpe, he's going to be a real player, Riley Thilthorpe. He's coming back off a knee. High draft pick a few years ago. Today's his 50th game. He's only 22 years of age, and he's a hulking unit. He's only going to get better with time. He's had 9 possessions, mixing ruck and forward. Saligo, 9. Pretty quiet by his standards. He's had a good year, Saligo. Probably top 3 in the Crows, best and fairest. He hasn't had a massive influence, just 6 effective disposals. For the Cats, a couple of players who have struggled to get into the game to any great degree. Brad Close, just the 3 effective disposals, no shots at goal. Mark Blitzarv, just 4 effective disposals. The other one who's just struggling a little bit, well, by his lofty standards, is Brian Myers. As you mentioned, Kingy, in the first half, the opposition probably putting a little bit more time into Brian Myers. He only had 2 kicks, 3 effective disposals, and actually, I'm not sure how you do this, but he gained negative 15 metres. Right. So he actually didn't gain a metre. He lost 15 metres for his team in that first half. Tanner Bruin's the other one that's been quiet, just 4 effective disposals. So a couple of players there in Bruin and Myers who the Cats will look to get involved, I would have thought, in this second half. For the Crows, Keys has had a great year. He's been quiet, just the 1 kick, which was a goal. Rochelli's the other one. I've just saw about Josh Rochelli, high draft pick. He had 2 effective disposals in the half of football He seems to play well at home, Josh Rochelle. I don't know about him on the road. He has kicked 24 goals for the year, but he needs to London fog and lift in this second half because his team certainly are going to need him. Geelong defenders in Jack Henry and Jake Kolodjasny have had their hands full with Fogarty and with Taylor Walker. Fogarty kicking 1 goal, Taylor Walker kicking 2, 3 between them in the big forwards in what has been a relatively low-scoring game, 47-39 Cats with their noses in front.
Thank you, Benny. Good work by you for Curtis Hire. 3 locations, North Geelong, Grovedale and Ocean Grove, including a full range of Vaca Neusen. Around the grounds for Leopold's Sporties, North Melbourne 14-6-90, defeat Richmond 10-17-77. That lifts the Kangaroos a game clear of the bottom-placed Tigers. And you would think now with 3 rounds to play and not an easy run home in North Melbourne with the Eagles to play, that the Tigers might find themselves with the wooden spoon and pick one in the draft. They are 2-18. This is a team that beat the Sydney Swans back in about round 4 of the season on an Easter Sunday. Actually, they might make it round 3. So the Tigers, been tough darts for first-year coach Adam Uze. In the VFL, Werribee minor premier, well, they're not yet, but they are well placed. 8-7-55, lost to Southport 8-13-61. In the GFNL, round 15, part 1, Colac and St Joseph's, the winners today. Joey's on a 15-0 winning streak, Benny.
Oh, that's music to your ears, Tom.
If you're a red, gold and black fan.
Absolutely.
They went 18-0 in 2017.
And what happened?
Won the flag.
Oh, well, let's hope the history repeats.
After losing the second semi.
Right.
Had to go the long way home. So Colac back into the 5 with their win. That's put Neildy South Barwon out for the moment. But they play Leopold next week, game in hand. Tomorrow, Newtown, Chawel and Grovedale, 1 o'clock, KROCK from Elderslie Reserve.
Newtown are having a good year.
They're struggling. Yeah, there's just the 4 wins for the Towners. In the GDFNL, winners today, Inverleigh, Bellpost Hill, Werribee Centrals, North Geelong, Belmont Lions and East Geelong. East Geelong have basically locked away the minor premiership. 2 games and percentage clear with 2 to play. Belmont Lions are second, Werribee Centrals are third. They're going to play in a qualifying final. Thompson, 4th on 40. Bannockburn, 5th on 36. Inverleigh, 6th on 34. North Geelong, 7th on 32. So Peter Riccardi's North Geelong beat Paul Lynch's Thompson today, and they stay within a game of the top 5. If they lost today, they probably would have been fried.
Was it the battle of the 15 v the 18?
It was. It was the 15 v the 18, and the 15 got the chocolates. For those who weren't with us earlier, Boston Riccardi's going to debut for the Geelong Falcons tomorrow. Bottom-age player, and of course eligible father-son to the Cats next year. In the Bellarine, Drysdale, Mottawarri, Barwon Heads, Torquay and Anglesey all had wins. So Torquay on top, they're locked away into a second semi-final. Anglesey second are locked away into a qualifying final. Benny, Drysdale and Mottawarri are 3rd and 4th. Play each other next week for the double chance.
Get your popcorn out, King.
Yeah, it should be an absolute cracker at Mottawarri. And then Barwon Heads 5th on 42. Geelong Amateur 6th on 42. Barwon Heads have to go to Torquay. Amos have got Newcombe. There'll be a lot of flicking of phones next week to check scores to see what's happening.
Bit of phone flicking.
So you would think Mottawarri...
Is that an Olympic sport? We seem to have a lot of other sports in there.
So Mottawarri and Drysdale
could go street skateboarding.
They are playing not only to play in a qualifying final, but if they lose and other results go their way, they'll miss the finals.
Goodness me.
That's how tight it is.
They might have to call the cops.
Thanks to Blackman's Brewery, the ultimate halftime beer made in Geelong. We'll take another break, come back. Neildy's here with his look at the head-to-head for White Cross Healthcare. Matchups as well for Wombat Gully Plant Farm. Win free fuel for a year at APCO. Thanks to Icebreak. Live, breathe, KROCK Footy.
Thanks to our #1 ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. Local footy is back in 2024 with Geelong's own GFNL on KROCK Football. Live from your local ground. Tom King, Jason Doherty, Matt Kershaw and Jane Birch bring you the most comprehensive local football coverage in the country right here in Geelong. Take the GFNL with you and listen live wherever you are at KROCKfootball.live. It's been a tough season for both Newtown and Shilwell and Grovedale.
Hands of the pack, Harrison White unattended for Grovedale, and he gets the Tigers first of the afternoon.
Who will claim their 5th win of the season in a standalone Sunday battle at Eldersley Reserve.
And O'Dwyer goals, crucial for the Towners as O'Dwyer becomes the first multiple goal kicker.
Newtown and Chilwell versus Grovedale. 1 p.m. Sunday, online at KROCKfootball.live. Thanks to our number one ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7.
Are you planning to give your home a makeover? Look no further than Bowen Timber, your specialists in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region. At Bowen Timber, we bring nature's beauty into your home. Transform your space with the timeless elegance of timber flooring. We now also offer carpet supply and install. At Bowen Timber, our experts are ready to assist you. We're open until 6 p.m. weekdays and midday Saturdays. Visit our showroom at 50 Felmongers Road, Freekwater, or bowentimber.com.au.
Morris Business Class is the new pinnacle of personalised service and commitment tailored specifically for the Geelong, Werribee and Surf Coast business community. As a national business trading locally in Geelong for over 25 years, we understand the unique needs of local business owners and people. With Morris Business Class, you'll enjoy a standard of service in a class above the rest. So let's look at your finance options today. Call 1300 4MORRIS to experience the difference today.
G'day folks, Tim Bone here, Toasty Master Chef and the host of Good Chef, Bad Chef. We've got something special for you at APCO Cafe 24/7. Introducing the Funky Chicken Burger, my latest creation. Imagine this: crispy fried chicken, gooey cheese, crunchy slaw, tangy mayo and a zingy chili jam. But get in quick, it's for a limited time only. Local people, great food and coffee, fuel at the right price. APCO Cafe 24/7.
The latest and greatest in outdoor furniture has arrived at Harvey Norman. Come and explore the broadest range of outdoor furniture in the Geelong region. We have outdoor wicker, timber, aluminium and resin furniture. Harvey Norman prides itself in giving you more choice to create an outdoor atmosphere you'll love. See our shade options to protect your loved ones from the heat this summer. Get in early as they do sell quickly. Harvey Norman Furniture, Corio and Warren Ponds, your outdoor living specialists.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7.
Half-time thanks to Blackman's Brewery. Blackman's Brewery, the ultimate half-time beer made in Geelong. The Cats, GMHBA Stadium. A crucial game in their season lead by 8 points, 7-5-47, leading Adelaide 6-3-49 in the experts' chair. Thanks to the Sporting Globe. Eat, Drink, Sport, Ryrie Street, Geelong is Mark Neal. Neal, I think the Cats have actually played okay. Credit to them, the Crows have brought their A game.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Ben, which is unusual between the two of us when we're talking about footy. But the Cats have done really well around the clearances, the stoppages, so they've won those. And that's then helped them to win the inside 50 count. They've kept the ball in there. They've been pretty good, as you say, in terms of generating a shot for goal from their inside 50. So that's been good to watch. The Adelaide Crows, on the other hand, they've actually been more efficient going forward. They do leave a lot to a few, I reckon, Adelaide, and that will be interesting to see how they go in the second half. Laird and Dawson in particular around them, they're high-level players still, and the threat that they have at the moment, which is working pretty well, they've got 3 marking forwards, Ben, and they're really good players, and they work in well. So that's where they're challenging Geelong, being very efficient going forward. A couple of pleasing aspects from the Cats. Again, Tom Stewart, he's played halfback a little bit, but also through the middle. He's got his hands on the ball a lot, and often things happen when he touches the footy. So I really like that. Blitzhalves I don't know what his numbers are, they're probably not that high, but he's doing a lot of work from wing into inside mid and ruck as well. He'll be exhausted at the end of the day. Another thing that's been really pleasing is the Geelong forward line. It's actually functioning really well. So Shannon Neal and Jeremy Cameron, both mobile, both tall, really getting on their bike, coming up, hitting up at the kicker. That's been good to see. And then Manor, he's taking his opportunity. We know that he works really hard. He's managed to kick a couple. And Tyson Stengel has looked really dangerous. He has worked hard. He's laid some tackles, kept the ball inside 50. He's kicked 1 or 2, and he looks really dangerous. You've got a really good matchup. I'd like to see them isolate and play through him a little bit more. Head-to-head, Nearly the White Cross Healthcare, scooters, walkers, but much more. Trusted advice, best solutions. Fantastic to have
White Cross Healthcare involved with us in KROCK football across the season 2024, bring us head-to-head every week. You went Thilthorpe. It's been De Koning. Thilthorpe has come up into the ruck.
Yeah.
He's had a variety of matchups. He's actually looked quite dangerous at various stages in that first half.
Yeah, he does look dangerous. The reason he looks dangerous is he attacks the ball and he goes through the contest. You know how some players get to the ball and they sort of jump straight up and you don't really notice them, but he powers through the contest, so he looks dangerous. I haven't heard you guys call De Koning very much. It's not as if Thilthorpe, or however you say his name, has actually turned the game on its head, but he looks threatening. So De Koning's got him in hand for the moment, but I wouldn't like to see too many one-on-ones going forward. What are their numbers?
Just the one kick. I mean, it's not about disposals for De Koning. He's just had the 5 possessions in total. Thilthorpe has had 9 touches, kicked a goal, laid a tackle, and I think he may have taken 5 or 6 marks in that first half of football. So
he's got him for the moment. The other one we looked at was Tyson Stengel. We're really interested to see how he performed with the pressure he would have placed on himself, plus the pile of pressure from the outside noise. He's been really good in the first half, both defensively and he's got on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's kicked 1 goal, Tyson Stengel, and has looked dangerous. He has had the very inexperienced Hugh Bond playing on him, so playing Hugh Bond is only playing his 4th game of AFL football this afternoon.
Kingy was telling me, I think he played at Newtown last year. They reckon there's people out there. There's one bloke from St Mary's or somewhere, and then he went somewhere else, and he's from Newtown. So that's what Kingy told me off air.
No, that's not what Kingy told you at all. Third quarter about to get underway thanks to Barwon Timber, your specialist in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region. Cats lead by 8. Blitzarves has gone into the ruck. Double palm down. Roving done in the middle by Berry. Knocks it to his own advantage. Holmes to give him a shove in the back, and that will be brought back, or downfield will be brought back. I don't think Max Holmes really needed to do that. Nearly will keep an eye on some Wombat Gully Plan Farm matchups. Young Bond has still got the matchup with Tyson Stengel. Keane has Shannon Neal for company. Wombat Gully. See the team at Wombat Gully for all your gardening needs. Berry sends it along inside 450. Walker has it spoiled away. Collar Jasney, front of the pack. Here's Saligo. Handball over the top. O'Brien, a sitting duck, but quick release back to Murphy. Murphy, a handball release. Laird outside 450. Saligo gives a chance here. Worrell cuts through a man coming towards him. Myers, and then runs into traffic. Buse got in the way. He'll have to come and find the footy. Buse, although he had it knocked away. Worrell, well done by Hinge. Turns onto his left to the goal square. Setting himself and marking Thilthorpe. That was all too easy. And this to cut the margin again back to 2 points.
That was good play by the Crows initially, Kingy. They just used their numbers. They kept coming back to their numbers, which is really important. What happened then on the goal line, that's just a defensive, I suppose we'll use Ben's term, that's just a defensive stuff-up. There were 2 Geelong defenders stayed on the ground, need to fly.
Thilthorpe for his first, and he kicks it. And the Crows are within 2 points, I should say second in game number 50. And on the third quarter Barwon Timber scoreboard, the Crows moved to 7-3-45. Geelong is 7-5-47 and got some work to do.
Kingy, they do, and I'm quite happy to say we did discuss this off air, that the Crows leave a lot to a few, but a number of those few were in that passage of play. Again, Dawson's kicking. He managed to spin out of trouble and just put the ball to a dangerous area, and then Thilthorpe up attacking the footy. Geelong have made I suppose a really positive pattern of their play. They don't like their defenders being in the one-on-one contest aerially, and they get across to help. That occasion, De Koning was just left to sort it out on his own, and his 2 teammates stayed on the deck. They needed to go. They needed to punch the ball through the behinds.
So back in the middle, Blitzarves roved his own ruck work and then's immediately tackled by Riley O'Brien. The ball's not coming out. We'll have a secondary stoppage. They wrestle again. Stewart somehow got boot to ball to half-forward Bond. Stengel's right in his back pocket. Oh, rode him like a sort of beaten favourite there. Excessive whip use from Stengel. The ball is locked up at centre forward. He'll be fronting stewards. No doubt there'll be a fine. That was definitely excessive whip use. O'Brien. Q-Bond again, tackled by Stengel. Deja vu. And he's going to get pinned for holding the ball. Umpire deemed that his Cats want 50 because he kicked it, but surely that couldn't be 50. And Stengel will take the result and free it centre forward for the Cats.
Man on the mark stands right at the edge of the centre square. Crows have rolled numbers back, so you have to pick the eyes out of the defence. So Stengel just sits it up. Cameron on a lead, got a hand on it, couldn't hang on to it. Led front of the pack, pulled off the kick. Cameron barged through, took the footy, but was dumped in a tackle, and then had the ball reefed from his grasp. He had to turn and become tackler pretty quickly on Berry, and we'll get a ball up. And he got a hand to it, Cameron. Just a little bit sore. Ball into the air. O'Brien uncontested, grabbed it out of the ruck. Quick handball release. Hinge. Dawson. Kick smothered wonderfully by Dempsey. Spills for Dangerfield. Neal. Quick handball cut off by Keane was good because Dempsey was about to burst into an open goal. Laird. Bond gave a handball off. Quick clearing kick. High ball. Berry. Phil Thorpe had it knocked away by Zach Guthrie. Hughes at the foot of the pack. Took the footy. Got taken in a tackle. Ball not coming out. Right half forward in front of the Hickey stand faithful. We'll get a ball up. Zach Tui has re-emerged in the long sleeves for the second half of action. And the Cats lead by 2 in this third quarter. It's gone nearly 4 minutes on the Barn Foods time clock.
The Blitzar's down, but Holmes can't keep it in the field of play, and it's out for a throw-in. Just forward of the wing for the Cats, out of side of GMHBA Stadium. The challenge has been laid at their feet. They'd lead by 2. Critical game for the Cats this season. A home game and a game they're expected to win against a team that's bottom 4, making them work for it. Again, blitz halves. This time it doesn't go out. Berry takes it, kicks to half forward. This time to Coney, no. Read it better than his opponent, Phil Thorpe, when he takes a mark at half back for the Cats. And just a little stagnant nearly the Cats. There's not a lot of options for him. He comes inboard. Dangerfield low down, couldn't take it. He's got some problems now because he's on the deck. They jump on top of him. Ball spills out. Buse goes into lender hand. Holmes is tackled. Gets out of that tackle to Myers by hand. To DeConey. DeConey goes wide. Dempsey sits under it. Neal's there. Good fish from Keane. Fumble by Manor. Manor's tackled. Not before he got boot to ball. It'll spell to Dempsey. He'll break the tackle. Run to 30. This way. That way. Handballs to Cameron. Oh, and Cameron has kicked his ball. I thought he hit the belly of the ball on the snap. I think he might have, but nonetheless, it's somehow wafted and buffed through the big white ones. Cameron's got 4. Geelong again restore an 8-point lead off the boot of Jeremy Cameron. 8-5-53, Adelaide a 7-3-45. In this early going of the third term, thanks to Barwon Timber, specialists in supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region.
Sean Manor, boys, how good was he then? He did fumble the ball initially, but then somehow used his strength to go back and get it and then get a kick forward. It wasn't a great fashionable kick, but he was the one that got it forward. A little bit of roll, well, a lot of roll of the dice by Dempsey. He just bolted forward before Manor had won that ball, but it worked on that occasion. If your teammates can win that one-on-one and you fly forward, well, it's good team play.
High risk, high reward, nearly.
Indeed, Tom, indeed. And yes, everyone on the ground, Cass, thought that ball went straight up in the air except Jeremy Cameron.
Bounce in the middle. O'Brien wins a tap down and hitting at a pace is Saligo. Runs away. Bruin, we haven't caught a lot of. Kick inside 50 was poor from Saligo. Hughes marked. Handball released to Koning. Cats want to get something moving with a kick now to a one-on-one. Stengel, Bond. Bond played it pretty well. Knocked it away. Then Stanley knocked it into the path of Stengel. Stengel shares it at close quarters with Holmes. True centre wing. A left foot kick around the corner. Cameron flew. Front of the pack. Bruin with some lovely roving. And then a siding ball into the pocket. Neal back with the flight. Got one hand on it. Couldn't reel it in. It's off that hand and the hand of Keane and out of bounds for a boundary throw. I reckon Bruin could have kept going and finished his work.
He probably could have, Kingy. Probably his mates around him would have needed to say that's the go, bit of instruction. Again, just important. Cameron didn't take that mark, but hit it at speed so that midfielders like Bruin know where they have to go.
Throw in, inside forward 50 for the Cats. Down by O'Brien. Worrell spins out of trouble. Had his pocket picked there by Stengel, who's tackled and will have a throw up. This is all happening deep in the left forward pocket, about 4 metres out from Geelong's goal. Neal will go up against O'Brien. Down. Bond. Worrell. His hand pass missed the mark. Here's an opportunity. He's that high on Bruin. It is. First in for the Thomas Williams Sherrod. Low down. And it was the man with 17 names, Michael Annie, who infringed high. And Bruin, who's had a little bit of sort of witness protection, it should be said. Last week, in off a break, he had a game in the twos. He was quiet last week. This is just he's only had 4 effective disposals on the night playing midfield. So we need to make the most of this. This to give the Cats a 14-point lead.
This is no certainty, Benny.
He's kicked 3 goals on the season, and he hasn't. Look, he never looked like missing. thingy what the reverse was there, and it was well and truly wrong. So the Cats get 2 on the bounce, which is something that they were unable to do in that second term, and they lead by 14. 9-5-59, Adelaide 7-3-48. Bowen Timber, KROCK, third quarter scoreboard.
Interesting setup then. It was a repeat stoppage goal. So Adelaide are throwing a lot of numbers around the ball, which can, they want you, when you do that, you want to take the speed out of the game. The ruckman hits it nice and close and you get repeat stoppages. What Bruin did then that was really good, he stood 5 metres off the stoppage, and when he got the ball, he kept going. We know that they practice how to get low and raise your arm and that sort of stuff, but you do run the risk if you're Adelaide players doing that. These guys are really good at what they do. So the trick was off 5 metres, go through with speed, lift your shoulder, and you get a free kick, and that's exactly what happened.
Mark Neal for the Sporting Globe. Solid response from the Cats. Back-to-back goals after the Crows cut it to 2 points. Stanley won the tap down this time, but the rolling ball tracked by Dawson. Handball to Michael Lanny. Michael Lanny will flick it wider. Curvis wrapped up by Manor, but not before getting a handball away to O'Brien. O'Brien to Dawson. Top potato at the moment as he goes back by hand. Worrell did okay. Got rid of Ollie Henry and then centre kick wide. Wants Keys, who stretches and marks the former Lion. Had a wonderful season, Ben Keys. 29 goals. Career best for him as he gives off a handball and a long ball goes inside forward. 50, standing tall, Jack Henry. Never averted his eyes from the share and took a wonderful mark, a hammer and hanger, as the pack collapsed around him. He wasn't distracted. He goes short to Kolajasny into the left back pocket, who marks and look to build the Cats from deep in front of the players' stand.
Kolajasny pokes it to Humphries, who dropped what he should have taken, and the ball, probably fortuitously for the Cats in the end, goes off his mitts and out for a throw-in the right forward pocket for Adelaide. 30 around from their goal. They trail by 14 in this early going of the third term, thanks to Bowen Timber. Throw-in, O'Brien up against Stanley. O'Brien front position, taken by Dowling. His hand pass was an up and under. Bruin was going to get another free kick. He took the ball in mid-air and was tackled by Crouch, but tackled high, and Bruin wants to switch it, and he does, and the kick's actually gone backwards about 8 metres, and it's marked by Tom Stewart.
Stewart wanted to they were looking to open up play on the outer side, but instead he'll have to come along the line close. It's over the head of he and Scholl and out of bounds for a boundary throw. So the Cats do buy some territory, but still have some work to do with a boundary throw in at right half back, or left half back I should say, right half forward for the Crows. 10.5 minutes played on the third quarter KROCK Barwon Foods time clock. Geelong leading by 14. O'Brien, palm down to the front. Bruin, he's being held on to. He's going to win another free kick, Tanner Bruin. So he's actually starting to work his way into the contest. I think Matt Crouch has given away 2 of those free kicks as Bruin goes short to Stanley. He can go back to Bruin, and that's what he does now. Runs himself into trouble, gets out of it with a handball to Stewart. Stewart steps through a Keys tackle, kicks to the wing. Close in a one-on-one with Scholl. And Scholl's going to give away a free kick. Too close. So the Cats getting the rub of the green at the moment from the men in line.
They are. Close centre wing.
Bruin's stoppage work there, boys, is really good. He's doing the same thing. He's just standing off and getting momentum. And when you do that, opposition sometimes panic, and Crouch is just grabbing his jumpers 3 in a row.
Atkins comes inboard to that man Bruin again. He's getting involved early in this third term after a quiet first half. Wanted to use Stewart running by, thought better of it. Now he'll put a scything ball inside forward 50. Stengel up, went up 1 bit, couldn't mark. Close front and square row. Handballs to Neal. Neal had Keane in his back pocket. Keane, quick give. Got it to Ned Curvis. Good tackle, Shannon Neal. And fortuitously for the Crow, Ned Curvis, the boundary line loomed. Otherwise it would have been holding the ball, but he was over in the tackle. And we'll have a throw in adjacent to the behind post. Cats pressing. They lead by 14 early going in this third term of the Barwon Foods time clock.
About in front of an 80% full Joel Selwood stand. Boundary throw in. O'Brien front position. Here's Stengel. Stengel outside of the right boot. The kick was partially smothered and it's run through for a minor score. A rush behind for the Cats, and the margin is an equal game high 15. We haven't seen that margin since the 13-minute mark of the opening term. And it'll be keen to bring the ball back into play for the Crows, with Geelong leading by 15.
Keane, the kick in is dangerous. It's wide underpants sort of dangerous. Crouch had to work extremely hard. Did well. Ball spills out to Rochelle. He goes to half forward, and Walker, who wanted to swing onto his left, he'll use a man sweeping by, and Scholl, hand pass wasn't great. Scholl gets it on the bounce, puts it inside forward 50. Philthorpe again, got 2 mitts to it. Couldn't mark. Henry for the Cats. Did he break the tackle? His kick wasn't great. Close comes in. He's immediately tackled. Ball's locked up. And we'll have a throw in 45 out from Adelaide's goal. Phil Thorpe, Neildy, as you mentioned, looking dangerous every time the ball gets in his vicinity in the air.
Certainly is, Ben.
Phil Thorpe doing the ruck work, won the tap down. Dangerfield surely got one high up. I didn't see it. Saligo trying to barge his way through. Good tackle, Jack Henry. Ball spilled out. Lawson Humphries picked up the loose ball. Shelley picked him up. He says, "You're going nowhere, young man. I'm going to ball it up."
Storm leading Kingy 20-12, thanks to Nico, our NRL correspondent.
Thank you for that, Nico. Dangerfield, hands and knees, gives it up. Collar Jasny, Bruin, been busy. Left foot kick will flirt with the boundary line, but it'll stay in the field of play, will it? Neil Mark, good grab by Shannon Neal. Calls for out of bounds on the fall by the Crows players on the bench. Neal turns and wheels and sends it long. Ollie Henry's going to be 2-on-1. He's being held on to, surely. If he wasn't held on to, he nearly marked it. He can turn and send it towards the goal square. Close is all alone. He was all alone. Mark taken by Cameron. Cameron to the outside of the left. He's got a handful. Brett Close just held his position. Cameron was able to mark. And then a left foot banana to finish it off. And Geelong now pulled away to a 21-point advantage. Jez has got 5. 10-6-66 the Cats. 7-3-45 Adelaide. 14 minutes played in this third quarter. Bowen Timber scoreboard. Bowen Timber, your specialist in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region.
King, we've said a few times today how important Shannon Neal has been, hitting up. And again, he played until he heard the whistle and he finished up marking that ball. A lot of players would have let that go out of bounds, but it was in front of us again. So he does work really hard. And look, I suppose all's well that ends well. When you've got Jeremy Cameron in your forward line, that will happen. The better option would have been to actually go long to Ollie Dempsey, who was out the back, and he would have marked it in the goal square, but it didn't really matter because it fell in the arms after some good work by Close of Jeremy Cameron, who kicks his 5th. If you don't mind.
5 marks to Neil, 1 contested. Thilthorpe now in the ruck. Ball spills out, taken by Atkins. The Cats will go forward again. Atkins puts a high ball into the atmosphere. Neil comes up. He couldn't mark. Stengel will lope onto the crumb. Brilliant pick up, Stengel. Outside of the right shoe. Ball in the square. Dempsey! Dempsey's marked on the goal line. Had his name written all over it.
There'll be a review for sure.
There'll be a review.
Goal umpire is just positioning himself to have a chat.
Sam, Ben, you'll love this. I've been waiting to see you. What? In the AFL halfway survey they did of the fans, 73% of fans like this because they want the correct decision. And you're in the 27, so you just sit over there, you're over there.
Happy to be in the minority.
Yes, you're normally a minority of 1.
He's actually marked that ball. He's like 40 metres out when he's marked it and we're reviewing it.
Do you want the fans want the correct decision? They do. 73% of them do.
We're trying to legislate perfect in a game that isn't perfect.
Yeah, but and we respect that. Well, some people don't, but we respect your opinion. But you've got to listen to the others.
God. Here we go. We're getting held hostage here.
Oh, we're not.
So the mark's being paid.
Well, it was 30 metres out.
But imagine if they had said, no, we're not sure, we'll give it a behind. Disaster.
Who cares?
So Ollie Dempsey's going to, on a very tight angle in the left forward pocket, be paid the mark and have a snap at goal, Benny.
Well, he will.
73% of the fans
care. Yeah, but there's some sort of university's done that study. Look,
yeah, the smart people, mate.
They also did a study on how long snails can crawl on the concrete.
Which some people need to know.
73%. Dempsey one-step kicks the goal. So Geelong, after being challenged, they've drawn 27 points to the good.
Adelaide players are absolutely pleading that that's hit the post.
Well, they'll review that because we know that happens.
They'll be reviewing that. We'll have to wait probably till midnight for that to come through. So
the way, how adamant they were, this ball will be coming back, I suspect.
Maybe they've gone to the Darren Milburn school of
conning the umpire
gesticulation,
which would be a waste of time given they'll go to the videotape. In saying that, behind or not, the Cats have got momentum here because they're moving the footy quickly and it's catching them unawares. Kingy, we did discuss about the Crows, how they would go in the second half.
So we've got the signal that it is being looked at because we've had the goal.
It's an edge, so
it's at the post.
There you go.
Oh, he's snickoed it. He's got a feather to it.
So the margin, instead of being 27, is now 22. Ollie Dempsey with a behind, his second of the day.
You should kick it from there, boys.
Should.
It was 4 metres out.
Keen with the kicking duties. We'll go into the left back pocket.
God, that was like a Benny Hill, that whole scenario we just had there.
Find Michael Annie. Max Michael Annie with it in the left back pocket. A high kick to half back. Phil Thorpe will come. Stanley will come with a fist. It rolls off his fist into the waiting arms of Tui, who turns and snaps a kick into the pocket, wanting Stengel. It's gone out the full before he marked. Wasn't a great kick from Zach Tui, to be honest.
No, it wasn't.
And Michael Annie will go to his defensive goal.
That's
shows a lot of it, but it got to Luke Nankervis, and Ollie Henry stands the mark. Now he wants Hinge, but he showed a lot of it to Dangerfield, and Paddy's come across and taken a nice mark, runs himself to 55 and then shanks it inside 50 and back with the flight. Michael Annie has taken the mark. It was a poor kick from Dangerfield.
He tries to kick it too hard. There's no touch.
So Michael Annie called to play on, confronted by Stengel, and now just hits a high ball to half back. Stanley and DeConing both there. Front of the pack, Lawson Humphries, but Key's got his hands on it first, or rather I should say Sam Berry. And a tackle is laid by Humphries.
The best kicks time the ball. Throwing your leg through it harder won't make it go any further. It's about timing it. Unfortunately, Patrick Dangerfield kicks like he plays his bullet a gate, which is...
And he won't change. He's 35 years of age, isn't he?
Correct, mate. Holmes was given a free kick against, and the Crows will work it through Laird to Nankervis. Will go back to Laird by hand. They're on the wing. He'll handle over the top to Berry. Stanley looked to shut him down. He did pretty well, Stanley. Cats arrive in numbers. Atkins will go with a high ball. Neil's got to beat 2-on-1. He gave him a free kick away to Neil.
that wasn't great.
He just pushed a man flat in the back, and the Crows will look to work it forward through Dawson.
Yeah, he got it from Crouch after the kick didn't go 15. Fires a handball to Keys. Keys sends it inside 50. Walker his target. Jack Henry flying but couldn't take the mark. Rochelle, front of the pack. Wonderful bit of work, but his flying shot at goal has gone across the face and through for a minor score. So one behind to the Crows, who have been fairly stagnant since that goal that they kicked through Thilthorpe in the opening minute, and the Cats lead by 21 as a result of that behind.
Collar Jasny will come to the wing after receiving from Stewart. Oh, good mark, Keane. He beat Neil there 1-on-1. The kick, in fairness, didn't do Neil too many favours. It wasn't his advantage. And Keane did well, got it to Dawson. Dawson comes wide. There's that kicking precision. Just times it beautifully, caresses it to Scholl, who caresses one over the top, and there's a lot of caressing going on. Laird got it back to Scholl. Scholl goes with a high ball. Inside forward 50. Up went Rochelle. Couldn't mark. Zach Guthrie. Berry applies a tackle on him. It was a real Paul Orndorff style arrangement. And the ball has been locked up inside forward 50 for the Crows.
We've been told off the KFCX that the debates between you and Neildy Benny more entertaining the US presidential debate.
Well, Carmella will throw a bit of stuff into the works there, won't she?
She's thrown a bit of intelligence in, which is upset the apple cart over there.
Stewart, a handball on the bounce. Stengel through traffic, trying to find a way out. Can't shrug Crouch, but got a handball away. Humphries will kick on his preferred, non-preferred right to the wing. Jeremy Cameron had to go with one hand because he was being held onto by Worrell, and Dawson took the mark.
It's a good, interesting thing you raised there, Tom. Do you reckon the umpire would work out that the key forward actually wants to put two hands in the air?
Dawson kicks to centre half back and finds Billy Dowling. Dowling goes very, very wide and finds Michael Annie, who marks at left half back in front of the Reg Hickey stand.
By St Mary's.
Billy Dowling, there's a good old-fashioned name, isn't it?
Michael Annie.
Sounds like sort of should be doing river dance on the outer
Good
wing.
spoil. Zach Guthrie knocks it out of bounds. Boundary throw-in. We'll have it hurled back into play. True centre wing out of side. 10-7-67 the Cats. 7-4-46 Adelaide. If you're at the ground, that scoreboard is incorrect. There was a behind credited to Josh Rochelle a couple of minutes ago. Scoreboard operator here hasn't caught up.
Yeah, I'm still alive. James down here as well. We're having a lovely little afternoon.
Oh, that's terrific.
He busted the Camembert cheese out down there.
We're thinking about the brie tonight.
Oh, correct.
He's thinking about the feels like temperature if I were you.
Craft singles, I reckon, offered to Birchie down there. Ball's inside forward 50.
Oh, that's holding the ball.
It should be holding the ball. It won't matter because around the corner,
I reckon Scholl.
snapping a goal is Scholl. And something from nothing there as we were talking cheeses. The Crows have exploded out of the Kraft singles and kicked one. 8-4-52, a much-needed goal for the Crows. Margin back to 15, they won't go away. Geelong at 10-7-67. Bowen Timber KROCK, third quarter scoreboard specialists in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region.
Great bit of work by the Crows forwards. A terrific high-level pressure after a chaos footy, I suppose the best way you could describe that. It was very unattractive footy going in, but it worked. And they're still, they just hover around, don't they?
Loitering.
They are loitering.
It's been good, Shoal. 18 touches.
He has.
Kicked 1 goal, 1, 3 inside 50 and gained over 400 metres, which is a team high for the Crows.
Bounce back in the middle, O'Brien and Stanley. Stanley wins the tap down. Bruin does the roving, slung into Soligo tackle, ball spills out. Holmes picked up that loose footy. It's going to be a free kick because I think maybe the sling went a little bit too long as Bruin gives a handball off to Zach Guthrie, that elegant kicking style. It's a bit of a lob wedge inside 50. Neil's got a fly, front of the pack, ball knocked to ground. Good defensive work, although trying to barge his way through and lucky not to be ping holding the footy was Murray. And it's going to fall for Humphreys of the Cats. He's taken in a tackle and brought to ground. And we'll get a ball up.
He's quite strong in the contest, Humphreys, isn't he, for a first year? I know he's 21, but he's quite good in the contest. He's good again there. Ball spills out to Myers. Myers with the right foot goes in the direction of Neil. Oh, well done. Really well done by Murray. Just outpointed Neil, who looked to be in the van, and he wasn't. He was more in the Tirana. Ball and half forward for the Cats, so they've turned it over. Stewart's got it for the Cats, goes long in the direction of Cameron.
Oh, come on, umpire.
Says, come on, umpire.
That's terrible.
Was that front on contact? Cat fans are off their plastic. They're not happy.
Nah, nor am I. Come on.
And it's rushed through for a minor score. We'll have to check the replay. It did look to be a little physical, the contact, as Cameron looked to mark. 10-8 plays 8-4, margin 16, Geelong lead, Bowen Timber.
I think he might be asking the umpire about it as the long ball comes from Worrell. Half-back numbers are there for the Crows, although Soligo slung in the tackle. Gave to O'Brien. O'Brien sends it towards Walker. Jack Henry gave himself a run at the footy, got a spoil. Manor through that, basically. And then it's hacked out of mid-air inside 50. And this is going to fall for 3 Crows. Fogarty is one of those. Runs to 35. Straightens, goes short. And the juggle mark taken by Rochelle.
He was having a shot there.
He was. And he missed-shanked the kick. And thankfully, Rochelle was awake and stayed on the ball. Cat fans are going to be filthy. Rochelle snaps goals. And instead of the Cats leading by 21... they now only lead by 10. An 11-point turnaround there as a result of that non-free kick being paid to Jeremy Cameron. Umpire Peter Bales was that gentleman's name who didn't pay that free kick. Just if you want to put him in your memory bank, Jeremy Cameron has just come up to have a chat with umpire Bales just to say, mate, you made an absolute cock-up.
Yes. Well, what we're seeing on the screen is the umpire saying he didn't chop your arms, but he did manage to whack him in the back of the head and hit his arms at the same time. So, yeah, not ideal, but you do have to just work with the cards that have been dealt to you. And the Crows got 3 players forward of the ball. They had an outnumber in their forward line, which is highly unusual. And when you get one of those, you kick a goal. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, game back on.
Absolutely. Interesting 5 minutes, 51 seconds in the run to three-quarter time. Cats by 10. Momentum shifts. Now back with the Crows, back in the middle, Soligo. Sounds like a car you might drive. Pop the kids in the Soligo and away you go.
Only in Adelaide.
Dawson, Michael Annie, will handball wide, now Curvis. Good tackle! Tanner Bruin will win the free kick. He's come to life in this third term, Tanner Bruin, after a quiet first half. And he looks to handball to Stewart, sweeping by.
Stewart sends it long inside forward 50. Cameron comes with a run. Was he being held on to? Umpire said no. Fisted away by Worrell. Crouch. Hinge got past Stanley. Then under pressure sends a kick wide. And it's a well-weighted ball too. And he finds out there Murphy. He sends a kick wide for Keys. And this is the Crows starting to build, looking to cut that margin under a goal. Sends it inside 50. That's a poor kick. Did Tex Walker no favours, Mark. Taken by Jack Henry in the right back pocket. Henry goes short on the 45 to Stewart. Still inside defensive 50 though. Bruin wants it short. Instead he goes to Cameron. Barely 15, but the mark paid. And Jeremy Cameron a long way from home.
Well, Kingy, they put some numbers behind the ball that, as Ben was saying before, momentum will with the Crows. So this will have to be a slow play because there's no one really to go to deep. He's going to have to come wide. There's no one down the line.
He does. It's beautifully weighted onto the chest of Hughes. He marks next to the boundary line at left half back. He sends a kick on the 45 for Zach Guthrie in there. Just picking the eyes out of the defensive. They are there. Australia 2 right now.
They've got the wing keel on Kingy.
At Rhode Island Sound. Kick towards half forward. Stanley, one-hander! Reels it in, a hammer and a hanger. Below our best seats in the house. We're in free fuel for a year at APCO thanks to Ice Break, Benny.
So Stanley will go in the direction of Neil. Henry might get a run at it. In fact, nobody flew in the end. Ball at ground level. Manor has been busy, was dispossessed. taken by Myers, was at the bottom of that pack. He's wrapped up. We'll have a throw up. 35 out from Geelong's goal.
A couple of the young Geelong midfielders got a bit of work to do. They ran past twice for a handball receive when the numbers were favouring Adelaide, just not understanding the time in the game and where your numbers are.
Quick kick from Crouch from that stoppage is marked by Buse. Right in front of our best seats in the house. Kingy, you mentioned those thanks to APCO Cafe 24/7. Now Busey pumps another long ball inside forward 50. Oh, Ollie Henry up had an opportunity to run. Oh, Blitzar's had a fumble. Can he get a hand pass to Atkins? He can't. It was chopped off by Crouch to Laird to Keys, and Keys will look to get the Crows out of defence.
He does. He well waits a ball, although Taylor drops what he should have taken, and Stewart's coming to make life hard for him. Handball was well taken by Atkins in the 1 minute. He gives a handball to De Koning. De Koning gives it to Myers. Myers just forward to the wing, fires a handball to Dempsey at the boundary line. Dempsey about 70 from goal, runs himself into trouble. Handball release, Blitzarves had to just get it moving but couldn't. Wrapped up in a tackle, we'll get a ball up. Almost a little palm on there needed from Blitzarves into the waiting arms of Myers. Didn't come. They were away too, the Crows there. Stewart did really well, although Taylor did poorly, not marking. Here's Keys, clearing kick for the Crows. Rolling ball to the wing. Phil Thorpe front position. Numbers there is Murphy. He's got it, touches it to the ground, steadies himself and then kicks on the outside of the left and sends it into space, and it'll be a foot race. And there's a Crow all alone in Rochelle. He looked to knock it to advantage. Hughes can't get to him and he kicks a goal, and the margin is back to 4. And we'll take you back to the Jeremy Cameron moment where he was not paid a free kick that should have been. That would never have let Adelaide be this close, but they are back within 4. Rochelle kicks his second of the quarter and second of the night. And on the third quarter KROCK Barwon Timber scoreboard, your specialists in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region. Adelaide go to 10-4-64, Geelong 10-8-68. And they beat him in transition again, Neildy.
Yeah, they did, Kingy. And the reference to Jeremy Cameron, yeah, I agree. But the players, hey, play the moment in front of you. That's finished. That's gone. Now, Kingy, they're playing the moment. Geelong had the outnumber in Adelaide's half. Rochelle just worked harder and took off first. That just means for that moment in time, the players weren't in the game. Need to switch on.
Back in the middle, Blitzarves takes it out of the ruck and then kicks a wonky ball to half forward. Difficult ball to control. Off the chest of Close. Stengel went in. Tapped out in the direction of Michael Annie, though. Off half back. He'll go down the line. Tui's there. Outpointed by young Zach Taylor, who'll find it at ground level. Will he handle to Keys? No, he won't. He'll go into the pocket. Rochelle again. Oh, he went up 1 minute. Needed 2. Zach Guthrie, high up and under. Will just clear 50. Look out for De Koning. St John of God might have injured that knee. Quick ball back inside forward 50. Rochelle again gets another opportunity. Can he break the tackle? Handball's wide. It'll spill to Saligo. Saligo will kick the goal. And the Crows are in front. As Sam De Koning is helped from the field. Keep an eye on that downstairs. Birchie and Jace, the Crows, who looked to be in all sorts of trouble 10 minutes ago, have stormed the lead 11-4-70. Geelong at 10-8-68. Barwon Timber, KROCK third quarter scoreboard.
The Crows are putting speed on the ball at every opportunity they get. They're just kicking it off the ground. They're playing on if they get a possession. Geelong really struggling just to slow the game down. This is where they need to learn what the Crows did when the Cats had momentum. Get some stoppages, get numbers around the ball. Ben, you've seen something on De Koning's knee.
Sam De Koning, it was completely innocuous. He had no other player around him. He felt for the knee. Let's hope he's okay. It's one of those ones where he just had absolutely no contact with any other player and just hit the deck looking to change direction. So often they do not end well. Ball back in the middle.
Stanley won the tap down. Atkins went through his legs. Cats wants a response. Atkins too slow from behind. Didn't know that they were advancing. Keys wrapped him up. All the momentum with Adelaide approaching three-quarter time. Long ball, no De Koning. Jack Henry front position, brought it to ground level. O'Brien went to go off the ground. Missed. Taylor trying to hack it out of mid-air was Walker. Missed. Blitzarves. They're going to have to roll Blitzarves back and Stanley into the ruck, aren't they? With no De Koning, Neildy.
Probably, Kingy.
So 40 metres out.
Straight down to the rooms for Sam De Koning as well with the medical staff.
Thank you, Jace, for St John of God. We put you first. Injury updates. Tap down O'Brien. Trying to run through the contest was Walker. He couldn't. It scooped out the back. Dangerfield put his head over. Haven't caught a lot of him lately. Kolajasny. Holmes in traffic. Taken in a tackle. Brought to ground. What is the response from Geelong? 35 metres out. still a minute 40 to play. We've gone 32 and a half minutes in this third quarter on the Bowen Foods time clock.
Geelong defending grimly now. They do not want to concede another one. We'll have another stoppage. Ball's not coming out. 40 out from the Cats, from the Crows' goal. Blitzarves up. Roved his own work and then handballs to Atkins. Atkins had to handball hurriedly to Bruin. He did well, broke the tackle. He's high up and under. Important ball here to be won. Cameron's got a few to beat. He fisted it. It got out the back. Dawson's there. Closer look to close him down. Dawson's hand pass. Worrell, well tackled. In fact, he wasn't well tackled.
Oh, no.
I'm not sure which umpire paid that.
The one to our left in the forward 50 for the Cats.
So, Worrell, I'm not sure.
The guy's umpiring in the Ballerine next week.
Oh, that guy
after that.
Not sure there. It was Worrell just went at the ball front on, and I'm not sure what else Ollie Henry was supposed to do. And Worrell goes with a long switching ball to Michael Annie, who'll chip one over the top to Murray, and Adelaide just controlling the back end of this third term.
Murray sends it long, wanting Rochelle. He got Buse in his back pocket. It goes over the head of both, stays in the field of play, and then rolls out. And we'll get a boundary throw in right at the old players' race at the end of the Reg Hickey stand, at the Grandy's end. Good evening to Crunch and all the crew. Let it hurled back into play for Blitzarves and O'Brien to do the ruck work. O'Brien from behind won the tap down. Bruin did the roving, slung in the tackle, released the footy. Dempsey went to go off the ground and had a fresh air. He would have been better to try and pick it up. Going to open the door for Saligo maybe. Little hack forward by Keys. Is going to land nicely for Worrell. Worrell turns and kicks. He wanted Rochelle. Buse got in his face, knocked it away, found the footy. Blitzarves, Tui, release was too hot for Bruin. It's going to come back the other way if they're not careful. Handball on the up, found Dan Curvis under pressure. High ball. Tui's got to sit underneath it. Can't take the mark. Off hands. O'Brien. Handball. Saligo for a 10-point Adelaide lead. Has pulled the kick through for a minor score. Once again, Zach Tui has found himself just off the mark with his possession. And the margin, it would have been an 8-point lead. Make that 3 points now to the good of the Crows. Haven't won here since 2003, as Benny told you in his infamous quiz pre-game. 34 and three-quarter minutes played, and that is three-quarter time. And the Cats with some work to do. They led by 22, and at that stage, Jeremy Cameron went to mark at the top of the square. He was potentially arm-chopped or taken high. Either way, no free kick was paid. Adelaide rushed behind, went to the other end, cut the margin to 15. And then back-to-back goals to Rochelle, and then one from Jake Saligo gave the Crows a 2-point lead. But not only is the interest in the result, the interest is in Sam de Koning as we go down to Jason Doherty, boundary side for A&B Australia Quality Shelling.
Yeah, straight down the rooms for Sam de Koning. Unfortunately, right knee, so the medical staff are with him. As you said, innocuous in that third term, so we'll keep an eye on him. Jack Bowes obviously warming up at three-quarter time. No injury concerns for the Crows at this stage.
And there, Daniel Curtin, their sub, hasn't been injected into the contest, so keep an eye on those ones for us. Jace down boundary side tonight. All those injury updates for St John of God. We put you first. Let's go around the grounds earlier today. North Melbourne 14-6-90 over the top of Richmond 10-17-77. In the VFL, Werribee 8-7-55 lost by a goal to Southport 8-13-61. Local winners today, the GFNL, Colac and St Joseph's. Only 2 games today, 1 tomorrow, 3 next Saturday in round 15 tomorrow. Newtown and Chilwell and Grovedale, KROCK from 1 o'clock. GDFNL round 16, winners today, Inverleigh, Belmont Lions, Werribee Centrals, North Geelong, Belpost Hill and East Geelong. In the Ballerine, winners today, Drysdale, Mottawarri, Barwon Heads, Torquay and Anglesey. Benny, some key numbers please for Curse Hire from that third quarter of action. What did the Crows do well in terms of stats to get them back in front?
They just really upped the work rate, Kingy. They won the tackle count. They had a lot more of the ball. 82 effective disposals to 57. They were able to be far more efficient going forward. They kicked 5 goals, 2 from 15 entries, and they held up defensively. Geelong still okay, 3 goals, 3 from their 14 entries. Tackle count went 25-15 in that quarter in favour of the Adelaide side. They really lifted. Jordan Dawson had 11 possessions in that third quarter. Keys, who'd been quiet in the first half, he had 9, so a couple of major ball winners really lifting. Saligo also 9 for the Cats. Bruin, he's the one that lifted in the midfield with 11 possessions in that third quarter.
Thank you for that, Benny. Curse Hire, 100% locally owned and operated in Geelong. We'll take a break, come back. Big screen for us in a couple of minutes' time, and then a big final quarter, a crucial final quarter. Could be the difference between September and bust for the Cats this final term against the lowly Crows. Back shortly, thanks to APCO. Win free fuel for a year. Thanks to Ice Break, only at APCO. Live free, KROCK Footy.
Thanks to our #1 ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. KROCK's Tim and Jess.
Kayaking and canoeing are considered the safest Olympic sports with an average injury rate of 2.23%.
You know what we need to do? You need to do 5 minutes of every single sport, and then we'll rank it through that, because I think that's more of a fair comparison. And then it can just be called the That's Too Hard list. And it'll
that's all of them, Tim.
Exactly. Oh, you could do all of them. You could do hammer throw. I reckon you could almost...
I can do the walk.
You could borderline qualify. I've seen you walk to the bathroom and
Hey,
go...
I made it to States for shot put. That was a big deal when I was 14.
You know, it's only been 20 years.
I was a big girl.
Geelong and the Surf Coast drives home to Tim and Jess on KROCK. Weekday arvos from 3. Your future, your hands. Study at the Gordon.
Oh, it's Jamie and Aaron from Wombat Gully playing from Geelong. Hey, Fizzy, Izzy.
Hey, Dad.
Would you stop waving that around?
No, it's my new Geelong Cats flag. I got it last week, Dad. Isn't it pretty?
Well, I guess it is pretty, Aaron. So I suppose while Geelong keep being the greatest team of all, you can keep waving it. Just be careful you don't break any plants.
Will do, Dad. Will do.
So see you soon at Wombat Gully playing from Geelong.
201 Townsend Road and Woolap.
Just look for Aaron, the flag-waving wombat out the front.
Introducing Hamlin's new modern acreage display home in Bannockburn, spanning over 36 squares. This home seamlessly integrates modern and contemporary design, with room for the whole family to comfortably live, relax, study and play. Come and visit Hamlin's latest display home, open every weekend from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. 50 Geelong Road, Bannockburn, hamlin.com.au, CDP-U 52938.
At Morris Business Class, we believe that businesses are in a class of their own. We've redefined the customer service standard to ensure that you experience nothing but the best. With a direct line of communication, tailored finance options and premium service, we offer a business class experience for our clients. Welcome to Morris Business Class. Call 1300 4MORRIS today and experience asset lending the way it should be.
Sick of financial pain at the pump and rising prices? Well, like me, you may be reassessing your outgoings and looking to cut back. At Harvey Norman, they did a mobile phone and internet price check for me, and it saved me heaps. All I had to do was show them a bill and update my mobile phone and internet services. I even got to keep my number, and they gave me a $500 gift card. Take your telco bill to Harvey Norman for a price check, and they can probably save you too.
Thanks to our #1 ticket holders, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7.
Ollie Henry's going to be 2-on-1. He's being held on to, surely. If he wasn't held on to, he nearly marked it. He can turn and send it towards the goal square. Close is all alone. He was all alone. Mark taken by Cameron. Cameron to the outside of the left. He's got a handful.
Stewart's got it for the Cats. Goes long in the direction of Cameron. Cameron.
Oh, come on, umpire.
Says, come on, umpire.
That's terrible.
Was that front on contact? Cat fans are off their plastics. They're not happy. Rochelle again gets another opportunity. Can he break the tackle? Handball's wide. It'll spill to Saligo. Saligo will kick the goal. And the Crows are in front.
Massive final quarter. We've started with a skew whiff bounce. Thanks to Harvey Norman Electrical. Big turn for the Cats. Here's Benny.
So, Stanley up. Taken by Berry, his hand pass, Bowes into the contest, so obviously Sam DeConing out. That knee injury will be the story of the night. Tui will give it to Buse. Buse, handball was chopped off by Saligo. Keys, who lifted in that third term. Good tackle, Dangerfield. Chicken winged him, ripped him to terra firma. Ball came out. Holmes took it, puts a high ball to centre half forward. Front position was Murray. Off shins comes to Laird. Laird to Worrell. Back to Murray, who's run on. Good defensive work. His helicopter ball to half forward. Zach Guthrie came up to meet it, got out the back, and then he did well. So some composure. Gives to Collar Jasny. In turn to Stanley, and Stanley will lock and load with a high ball to half forward.
Oh, not a great kick. Bowes was too interested in the body in Dawson instead of going for the mark, and as a result, Dawson's going to find himself with the footy.
I'd be upset if I was Dawson with that little bit of treatment there.
Yeah. Bowes has got the job on Dawson now coming on.
Dawson sends it very wide to Hinge, who marks on the boundary line. Going to go back to 2006 for the last time the Cats lost 4 at home in a season, but that is very much on the cards at the moment. Short kick, Michael Annie finds Keys. They can control the game, Adelaide, even though the margin is only 3. They're playing with bank money in this final term.
Absolutely, Keys. Can he unlock the secret? Goes down the line. Phil Thorpe there. Geez, they're good mitts. Really good mitts. Not sure he's got a goal in him from here. He'd have to kick at 55, and he's actually outside the field of play. Although he's looking sort of confident as he just sort of rearranges the old socks. And Phil Thorpe will come out on the arc. He'll kick from 52. He's hoisted a long goal! Inspiration Paints goal of the night. A 55-metre set shot bomb. And the Crows lead by 11. 9. Maths was never a strong point. 77 playing 68. 12-5 plays 10-8. And Geelong are in Barney rubble in this fourth quarter, thanks to Harvey Norman Electrical.
You really haven't advanced that part of you since year 12, have you? They are, well, if they continue to play that way, Ben, absolutely. Again, it was a turnover right at the top of 50. The Cats had some players who ran past the contest and got in front of it. That's not a thing. The Crows stayed, they turned up to work where they needed to be, and they didn't see the footy again, Geelong. They're winning the clearances, they just need to tidy up that part of the game.
Back in the middle, tapped down by O'Brien. Holmes has gone into the middle, socket forward by O'Brien. Tui tried to get a hand on it. Bowes being held on to. Umpire said play on, and there's a little bit of a wrestle between Dangerfield and also Berry. And we'll get a ball up.
Trying to get Jordan Dawson back on the ground too. He's got a bit of a finger injury, so he's in the hands of the trainers down here on the bench.
It's going to be a free kick in the ruck contest against Stanley. He thought he was getting the free kick. O'Brien's got it. Nobody stands the mark. So he sends it long inside forward 50. I reckon one more Adelaide goal might see this off. Front of the pack. Chance for Fogarty trying to barge his way through. Somehow got a handball free, but not before he took too long, and Max Holmes was able to do enough to hold up that handball and win a free kick for holding the ball.
Good tackle, King. He's a powerful unit.
Holmes into the left back pocket. Stewart will mark.
Well, he'll go over the top to Zach Guthrie, and not much on though. He'll play on, and now he'll go down the line to the wing. He wants Cameron to come up and meet it. Cameron had an opportunity to mark there. He didn't. Straight off his hands and out for a throw-in through centre wing. Well, Geelong look to be, I don't know if in control is the right term, but they look to break the game wide open midway through that third quarter, and suddenly now they trail by a couple of kicks. Turnaround in this game has been remarkable. Ball still on the wing, and it's not going anywhere. It's on the logo, and it'll be thrown up. Must be 25 players around this ball. See if you can't extricate it, can you?
Need to kick the next goal. O'Brien won the tap down. Ball spills out. Bowes jams it on the boot. Long ball. Neal in a foot race. Keane tracking it back. Was able to just shimmy away. Played it well, the former Collingwood man. Handball back on the bounce. Saligo had to wait for it. Got rid of Neal, then got a handball away. Michael Annie back to Keane. Messing around with it, the Crows. Now the clearing kick. It's going to land on the chest of Dangerfield. It took it comfortably.
Good pressure there, Kingy. Now, Dangerfield's going to have to wait because Adelaide have put numbers behind the ball here.
So it's a high, long ball into the pocket. Ollie Henry flies. It's off the hands of the pack. Worrell all too easily to the top of his defensive goal square to Hinge. Hinge can go short to Taylor. He'll mark. He can go over the top to Phil Thorpe if he so desires, but gives a handball back to Hinge. The former line on his left boot, and that was all too easy for the Crows coming out of defensive 50. Murphy takes the mark.
Kingy, when you have extra numbers behind the ball, if the ball comes in fast, it looks easy simply because you've got more players there. You can share the footy around and find the free, which is exactly what the Crows did.
Murphy down the line. Walker hands to it. Couldn't mark. Taken by Zach Guthrie. He puts the ball back towards half forward. Well, Cameron went up. That's going to be a free kick against Cameron. He was shepherding Worrell. He did well, Worrell. Kept his eye on the ball, and Cameron didn't. He went man first and then feigned as if he was going to try and take a mark. But that's a free kick every day of the week. And won't please Cat fans who feel they got the wrong end of the old sauce bottle. The kick is an uncontested mark by Hinge.
Hinge gives a handball off to Dawson, sweeping by. He sends it inside forward 50. Stanley's going to have to stand tall. Phil Thorpe knocked it to ground. Holmes was clean. Handball release. Stewart ran backwards to find a way out. Handball to Jack Henry. He goes short with a kick to Zach Tui, who marks in the right back pocket. It's the next possession that's crucial. Adelaide have been able to stack numbers on this broadcast side. So Tui's just going to have to hit and hope. Stanley's his target. Stanley flew. Oh, he had it knocked away by Neil. Neil, thankfully, will come up with the footy, although he knocked it to Manor. Manor turns and kicks now into space. Hinge and Myers. Hinge will be first back there, trying to knock it to his own advantage, then tried to knock it to the boundary line. Bowes was there, turns and kicks inside forward 50. Ollie Henry, Cameron, neither can mark. Fisted away to the front of the pack. Hinge, under pressure, got pushed out of bounds for a boundary throw-in at right half forward.
Just needed to go short. Myers was out on his own. If he had have gone with the simple, easy, early kick, it meant that Myers would have been able to get the ball in deep to a one-on-one. I know it's a hard game, but they're the decisions at this level that players are expected to make.
So a throw-in. Cat fans trying to lift their side. Blitzarves. Ball on the deck. Crows seemingly have the numbers. Hinge had a little fumble. Stengel went in. Ball close to the boundary, taken by Bowes, who finally gets a kick. It's called play on. Players half stop. Henry evades. Henry shoots a goal. His kick is smothered. O'Brien, that hasn't travelled the required. Crouch took it. Did well. Handball over the top to Dowling. Back to Laird. And Laird off one step goes to the wing.
He does. Stewart in best position, although couldn't mark. Brought it to ground. Collar Jasny's handball a bit slick for Stanley. Stanley kept it alive around the boundary line. Just bounced inside the field of play at the feet of Hughes and rolls out. He did actually well, Stanley, to control that.
He did really well, Kingy. That's not where you want the footy given to you as a ruckman. He did real well.
So they've sent Blitzarves back behind the footy for the moment. Blitzarves still up around the ball. He'll do the ruck work here at right half forward. Cats need the next goal. Trailing by 9, 8-minute mark, final term. This will kill off top four, you would think, for the Cats if they were to lose this. Chance for Keys through traffic, fires a handball back. They've got numbers. Kick around the corner from Scholl, a high ball to the wing. Stanley positions himself. Phil Thorpe came with a run. Stanley's turning around looking at people and with his arms out. He should just worry about playing footy. Sends it into the path of Murray. Murray sends it long. Open goal square. How will it bounce? Oh, gee, took an off break. But didn't bounce through for a goal, thankfully for the Cats. And the margin is now 10. They're getting absolutely hammered on that transition, Neildy.
Yeah, they are. And the reason that Stanley looked around to say what happened, Jack Henry let Phil Thorpe go all on his own. So Stanley had really good position. Jack Henry didn't go with his opponent. He stayed back. It was basically an uncontested mark. They need more support in that space.
78 plays 68 for Harvey Norman Electrical, final quarter.
Well, they've got it at half back, but Cameron's got it, so he'll have to just kick it down the line in the direction of Neil. Neil up front position, couldn't mark. Ball hits the deck again. The Crows have got numbers. That's a good tackle. Michael Lange, he'll win a free kick against, and it'll go to guess who? Tommy Atkins. Tackle number 8, Tom Atkins. Will handball to Bruin, sweeping by. Bruin will go into the pocket. He's got Dempsey, who marks on the paint of 50. Probably too far out to score, possibly. He's a talented player, Ollie Dempsey. I'm not sure he's got 55 metres in him from hard up on the boundary.
Well, I'd say it's a swing out, Benny, and probably come out towards the sponsors logo at the 50 and open up the angle.
So Ollie Dempsey has kicked 18 goals on the season. He does swing around. He drives the leg into it into the square. Neil! Shannon Neil is marked. He got a run and jump at it. And a bit like Neil, the big man at the other end, Phil Thorpe. When you're 203 centimetres and as athletic as Shannon Neil, if you get a run and jump, it is very difficult to affect a spoil.
Absolutely, Ben. And those kicks, a little bit flat, and it's really hard for the defenders. It's really hard to get under it and put it behind you for a behind. Well done.
So Neil should bring the margin back to 4 points from point-blank range, and he does. Shannon Neil gets his first of the night. Stats haven't been huge, but he has certainly played some solid footy. And it breathes some life back into Geelong. 11-8-74. They trailed the Crows 12-6-78. Harvey Norman Electrical. KROCK fourth quarter scoreboard.
There's been enough today from Shannon Neil to see why the Cats are really bullish about what the future looks like as him as the key forward. He does work hard, and if he can do one or two of those a game, we know that he does come outside 50 and present to the kicker. That's good stuff. Good kick coming in. Ollie Dempsey did that, like I said before. He just didn't hang it up there and make it easy for the defenders.
Well, the other thing we heard from Troy Selwyn suggesting that Neil has a very good tank. It's a very good runner for his size. So
tough matchup.
Absolutely.
What about the music? They said they went up and about.
That was absolutely
Kenny was ready to go and do a bit of dancing.
Kenny loves the music that just rings through the phone.
Absolutely. The
Margin-
entertainment factor is all over it.
Margin is 4. Stanley wins the tap down. Rolling ball comes out the front of the contest for the Cats. Dawson took it and got dumped. Ball spills. Bruin had it knocked from his grasp. They get it out here to Cats. Bruin was able to fire a handball. Bose. Blitzars. Blitzars back to Atkins. Atkins working hard. Snaps a kick around the corner towards forward 50. Oh, coming across Stengel. Couldn't mark. Neal outside of the right boot. Dempsey out the back down low. Took the footy. Couldn't take it. Got to his feet. Now he gets a handball away. Oh, he got the boot on the ball, in fact. And now it rolls across the face of goal. Stengel tried to keep it alive. He couldn't. And it's going to be a boundary throw in right forward pocket. Gee, Dempsey's got some tricks.
He has. I bet his teammate was probably hoping Kingy had enough tricks to handball the ball.
I thought he was going to handball. That's
he
why I called
decided
it.
to have a shot for himself.
Throw in, adjacent to the behind post. Cats crowd trying to lift their team. Neal up in the ruck. Ball down. Taken by Blitzars running through. Immediately tackle. Ball spills out. Crouch. Dive into green. Got a handball to Shoal. He goes round the corner. Stanley's there in a one-on-one. He gets out the back to Henry. Henry sold some nice candy. Payne at 50. Puts a high ball. Top of the square. Can he get a mark? Ball on the ground level. Blitzars. This way. That way to Dempsey. Dempsey sold candy. Handballs back to Atkins. Atkins retreating to Guthrie. Look out. Boot to ball. Now at the top of the square. Keane. He's gone. He's gone. Up by call. Play on. O'Brien gone. Trying to get it to you, Kenny. Blitzars. Snaps. Blitzars has kicked a point. Goodness me. Frenetic passage of play there. Cat fans not happy. They wanted a free kick to hold the ball. Margin is back to 3. 75 plays 78. Harvey Norman Electrical.
Nankervis with it inside his defensive goal square to bring the ball back into play. He's going to send it wide to Murray. Cameron's going to come hard and provide a contest. Murray dropped what he should have taken. Time here for a handball up to Stengel from Bruin. Stengel a snap. Bouncing ball to the goal square. Close attacks it. Had it knocked from his grasp. He's over the footy. About 15 out from goal. Crows are fighting hard defensively. They'll get a stoppage. About 15. Make it 20 out from the Geelong goal just right of the corridor.
Still plenty of time remaining, King, on the Bowen Foods time clock. 10 and a half minutes remaining in this final quarter.
Ball into the air. Neal, O'Brien, the backhander, won the tap down, the clearing kick out of the pack came, might have been Keys throwing it on the boot. Ball gets to half back. Collar Jasny set up the wall. Handball missed his target and Buse. Walker's down. Keep an eye on that. Jason Birchie for St John of God. Handball. Murray had it deflected. And now a chance for Atkins. Trying to knock it towards Stengel. Ducked through a tackle. Snapped a kick around the corner. It was partially smothered. Rolling ball. Socket off the ground by Close. Now it's gone out of bounds. And a boundary throw in. Might have hit the behind post. Right forward pocket. Players stand. Southern end of the ground. We'll have it hurled back into play. 14 minutes play, final quarter. And the KROCK Harvey Norman Electrical scoreboard shows Geelong 75, trailing Adelaide 78.
Throw in. Geelong has dominated territory in the last 3 or 4 minutes. Blitzars down, Stengel, handles over the top, Bruin deep in the pocket. Bruin snaps a high ball. It'll go across the face of goal. Getting back is Keane. Also Neal. And the ball goes off hands and out for a throw-in the left forward pocket. 20 around from Geelong's goal.
It's tough in those stoppages, boys. There's lots of numbers around there.
Every player, basically, every player is in 1 quarter of GMHBA Stadium.
And that is the left forward pocket for the Cats. O'Brien winning the tap down. Ollie Henry hit it hard, but he was brought down in a tackle by Nankervis, and will get a ball up about 30 out from the Geelong goal, just left of the corridor. O'Brien and Blitzarves go at it again. O'Brien winning the tap down, rolling ball, head over it. Zach Guthrie's inside forward 50 for the moment, just coming up to chop the ball, getting out. But this is where the Cats have been hurt. It's just a kick for territory now in a foot race. Stewart is back there. Fogarty will come for him, but Stewart will have time between the edge of the centre square and the top of the 50 to send the kick beautifully wide to Humphries, who marks on the wing. Atkins is all alone. He's going to have to sit and wait for it. Back with the flight. Did well. Took the mark. 55, make it 60 from goal. Turns, kicks, pocket, nearly his target. Close there too. Neither could mark. Inspired to spoil each other. Outside of the right boot near Curvis. Turned it over. Myers tightened the pocket. Went the banana and went across the face. Would have been some sort of goal. The margin is 2. Consecutive behinds for the Cats. Can't find that go-ahead goal. 11-10-76 Geelong, 12-6-78 Adelaide as we approach 16 minutes played on the Bowen Foods final quarter time clock. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are on KROCK Football. KROCK Football.live and FM 955 across Geelong and the Surf Coast.
Boys, good set up from Tom Stewart. He's playing as an anchor defender, so he's down there on his own. Kinney, that's how he could chase that footy down and show the composure. So really good play here.
Kick in has gone out off hands. 60 out from Geelong's goal. That was a wonderful kick by Lawson Humphries before for a young player.
Yeah, it was off the line kick to Tommy Atkins, absolutely.
Inboard ball for a young player. Certainly another of the young generation of the Cats that's making some waves, albeit very early in his career. Ball at half forward for Geelong Shoal. His handball over the top to Laird. He just sort of parries it forward to Crouch, who, well, he did some sort of Nadia Comaneci move there. I think he got one from the Romanian judge.
He's watching the Olympics.
And the ball is out for another stoppage. Still at half forward for the Cats as they look to take the lead. They trail by 2, 11-10, playing 12-6 Harvey Norman Electrical.
Blitzar's winning the tap down. Dangerfield hacked it out of midair. A high ball to centre half forward. Humphries back with the flight. Hamlin Hanger contender. Gutsy from the 17. We've had some 17 show some real courage over their career. McGrath, Burns, Newman, Reynoldson. Excel. And Lawson Humphries, who hasn't yet kicked a goal in his first 5-game, 3 quarters and 17 minutes to give Geelong the lead. He'd be right on his measure. Man on the mark, 49 from goal. He swings out. He gets to 53. He locks. He loads. It will come off hands. It won't go through. Now it will be rushed. And the margin is 1.
That was a gutsy mark.
That was a fantastic mark, Ben. Back with the flight of the ball. Bodies everywhere. And he grabbed it.
11-11, 77, 12-6, 78. Cats trail by 1. 17 and 3/4 minutes played. Bowen Foods time clock.
Scholl's got it. Comes down the line. Stanley's up. Couldn't mark. Ground level. Dangerfield. Stolen by Taylor. Broke the Stanley tackle. Off one step. Round the corner. Rochelle. Good mark. That's a good mark going back with the flight. Rochelle wants to come inboard. They're everywhere. Fogarty will mark. Fogarty will play on. Fogarty will go long. Walker at a one-on-one with Zach Guthrie. Walker, Zach Guthrie, ball on the deck. Colin Jasny, well done, Zach Guthrie. Showed composure. And his kick out of the back half is good to Atkins. Back to Zach Guthrie. Kicks away.
He sends it wide. He wants Dangerfield. Will it have the carry? Had to play spoiler Dangerfield. And he knocked it, though, into the front towards Murphy. And Murphy sent it to Rochelle. Rochelle marks below our best seats in the house. Win free for fuel for a year at APCO thanks to Ice Break. Called to play on. Pulls it into the pocket and Tui takes the mark.
You had as much trouble saying that as I did number 7's name before.
Tui directing traffic. Where's he going to go? He wanted to go across the face of goal. Now he's got to come back towards half-back. Dangerfield's going to have to be good here. Couldn't mark, but found it at ground level. Then out knocked from his grasp by Rochelle. Balls with Scholl, Laird. Handball over the top. Wants Phil Thorpe. Zach Guthrie. Good tackle. And then Phil Thorpe just quite happily pulls the ball out of bounds. Boundary throw-in as we got a little bit of a concern.
Dawson, Kinney, Jace down there was in that clash right in front of you, I reckon, with Dangerfield.
Looks like he's got a stone. He shoot Jordan Dawson for St John of God. Throw in.
Ball back into play. Stanley, Phil Thorpe. Front of the pack. Dangerfield got a boot on it. Didn't go 15, so Blitzarves had to just hack it high towards half-back. 2 Crows have come at it, although dropping the mark was Worrell. Might have been better to spoil it as he has done most of the day. And then we've got a stoppage at right half-back for the Cats. Still 6.25 minutes to play at GMHBA Stadium. 78 playing 77. Into the air it goes. Tapped down by Stanley. Manor to run onto it. Was able to just throw it on the boot roll at 15 metres, although well taken by Michael Aniello's hand will miss the target. Henry releases. Myers is out to 70. Sends it long. Cameron his target. Back with the flight. Worrell did well. Ball hits the deck. Stengel at the front over around the footy. Coming hard was Worrell to find the footy. Cats have absolutely blown an opportunity there. Saligo to half back and they're queuing up the Crows. Crouch has got it. I don't know how Geelong didn't goal.
Handball over the top. Laird will get it to Scholl, who had to backtrack. Pressure good there from the Cats. He had to kick it back 15 metres to Crouch at half back.
They got back in play, Ben, defensively, which was really important because that was going to be a fast play for the Crows.
5.5 minutes remaining. Crouch down the line. Oh, Berry! Hamlin Hanger contender over Bruin. That was good. Centre wing, elevated up, good bits. And he'll just go back now and he'll kick it down the line. Stanley's there. Tui went straight through his hands. Spills to Kolodjasny fortuitously. Stewart off one step. He goes down the line. There is Nankervis with Myers. Murray did well. Came off his man. Affected the contest. Gave to Crouch, who gives out the back to Hinge. Ball off hand. Stewart again. What can he do? Ball stays in the field of play. Dangerfield almost through that. Stewart props and cops, and then releases a hand pass to Kolodjasny.
Kolodjasny held it back just enough from Manor. Manor's neat little kick, marked by Blitzar's right at the top of the 50 arc. Gets back quickly. Dempsey's pointing. Cameron wants to try and get away. Can't. And Blitzar's might just have to go back. And at worst tie the scores. Kicks on his non-preferred left. It's a shank. Cameron off hands and out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Why, when you are a preferred right footer, are you going with your non-preferred left?
He's been doing that for a little while, Kingy. There will be a reason. I reckon we ask him.
Yeah.
Because that's unusual up until this year, whether or not he's got an injury on that side or not. It'd be interesting to find out.
Or that was an absolute mug. It was impossible to mark. Throw in, 20 around from Geelong's goal. What can they conjure? Blitzar, Thorpe in the ruck. He had another crack at it, had a freshie. Laird, quick hack out of congestion, outside defensive 50. Kolodjasny's there. How will it spill? It'll spill for Tui, close to the boundary. He pulls the kick back into the field of play, but getting back. Hinge dropped the mark. Ball at ground level. They got numbers though. And Hinge will get another chance. Pulls the kick. Stanley's there. Affects the spoil on Rochelle. Tui almost gives. Buse. He tried to go through. Saligo. He was crashed. They sit over the top of him. Umpire says, give it to me. Cat players and fans wanted holding the ball. Umpire says he'll throw it up. 49 out from the Cats' goal. Exactly 4 minutes remaining with the Barn Foods time clock.
Blitzarves, Dangerfield, Holmes, handball, back to Blitzarves, releases, Buse pulled the kick too far. Dempsey's his man. Dempsey back with the flight, couldn't get a handle on it. Found it in the pocket. Handball back to Stengel. Gave it back to Dempsey. 45 from goal. He gives it to Humphreys. Humphreys turns. Humphreys kicks. Humphreys goals! What a time to kick your first! Lawson Humphreys on the snap from 45, and the hoops come from everywhere. Navy blue and white en masse to the number 17, and Geelong lead by 5. But this game's not done. 23 minutes played. Final quarter, KROCK, Harvey Norman Electrical Scoreboard. Humphreys 12-11-83 gives Geelong a very important score. Adelaide 12-6-78. Geelong by 5, and Shannon Burns, who wore the 17 and kicked goals with aplomb, is one of those to celebrate with him as the runner.
Absolutely terrific goal. The smaller players there, Dempsey, Stengel, they did really well to keep that ball alive. Boys, just think about the Crows at the moment. The ball has not... It's hardly been inside their inside 50. The Cats are winning about plus 15 inside 50s. Time in forward half, excruciating for the Adelaide defenders to try and defend. Eventually the damn wall breaks. It was about being efficient. They just needed to keep the ball alive.
14-8 curves higher in inside 50 count this quarter.
Wow.
In favour of the Cats. Ball back in the middle, Stanley to do battle. There's still plenty of time remaining. 3 minutes 35 to be precise. Stanley took front position, slapped it forward. Saligo and Bruin tackle in. Ball out to the outer side wing. Dempsey went off the ground to half forward. Stengel came up to meet it. Bond did all right, pushed him off it. But then he had the ball got Falcon. It'll spill. Stengel, close. Close will go over the top. Close. Will Cameron mark? He does. Oh, he's bobbled the mark.
Oh, no.
I think he's bobbled the mark. First bobble in play. Second bobble over the line. And that could be catastrophic for the Cats.
I think it was over anyway. I think the first touch was over.
So they're going to review it. He definitely had 2 bites at it, Cameron.
Yeah, the first one over, Kingy, as you say, that's pretty clear on the scoreboard there.
So
Close had to do better.
He did, actually, because Cameron was there on his own.
Absolutely. Minor score, disappointing.
Important points, Ben, as they say in the classics.
Yeah, 84 playing 75, Cats by 6.
Hinge will go up the middle. Adelaide looking to find a tying goal to the middle. And Walker took the mark. Just removed the pack, turned and kicked on the left, wants Rochelle and finds him. Rochelle can turn, send it inside forward 50. Lawson Humphrey's got to be good here. Provided a spoil. Front of the pack, Crows have got numbers. Saligo bursting through. Keys wants to get back onto his left, turns, snaps, one-on-one. Good luck, Jack Henry. Did well, knocked it away from Phil Thorpe into the path of Tui, and Tui's handball back got Henry, and Henry was happy to see it through for a behind, and the margin is 5. As we tick to 2:40 to play, Geelong aren't safe yet. They need another one, maybe even two. These Crows won't stop coming as Tui will bring the ball back into play. It's 84-79 on the final quarter. Harvey Norman, KROCK Electrical scoreboard.
Dawson comes back on for the Crows in the direction of Blitzarves out the back. Bowes gives quick give to Blitzarves. Off one step, gets a kick, boot to ball. That's good because Stengel playing in front of Bond Marks. He's got players streaming forward. Manor close. He just holds it up. We're down to 2 minutes 20. He'll go wide and he's got Manor who marks at half forward or just forward of the wing. He'll chip, well, he was going to chip it over the top to Myers, thought better of it. He signals for players to get across. Crows are in number where he's going to kick this ball. The only man there is Close. He needs Cameron to make ground. Cameron made that ground and took a Hamlin hanger. Had a run and jump at it. And nearly when the good players get a run and jump at it, they are very, very difficult to stop.
They certainly are, Cass. That was smart by Manor. He signalled where the ball was going to go. And we just saw Jeremy Cameron. He's really hard to match up on when he gets a run, as you say. That was great work rate. And he's got to make up for that other one. We'll see how he goes, boys. He's going round the corner from, 35, 40 metres out.
This is his range, and this is his preferred degree of difficulty. This diced the game for the Cats. 3 steps. Cameron kicks the goal. Geelong are going to escape. Cameron's got 6, if you don't mind. 6 of the Cats 13. 13-12-90. Adelaide have been gallant 12-7-79. But Geelong under pressure have found a way in this final turn when they were staring down the barrel. Fourth quarter thanks to Harvey Norman Electrical. Harvey Norman Electrical, Vaughan Ponds and Carayo. Same day delivery, 7 days a week, Huey.
How good, Ben, as you called it. What have we got? 90 seconds left on the clock when he takes that mark. That was extraordinary stuff from Jeremy Cameron, and then round the body from 40 metres out. But again, we do need to acknowledge the work there of Manor. That was very smart play. Very, very smart. Well done. Now the Cats will start their wingers on the back end of the square and just bolt back, you would think.
Well, Geelong are going to get, I reckon Geelong get a 6 warning here because Stewart's now coming to the wing. Blitzarves is going to trot into the forward line.
As you say, Ben, the rule's been in for 4 or 5 years and you still get a warning if you've mucked it up.
Well, they've got 6 in there, so...
If you can't work that out now, it's ridiculous. Not that we want Geelong to have a free kick against them, but really. Into the air we go for O'Brien and Stanley. Stanley went to ground. Dangerfield slung. There's going to be a free kick to the Cats going to Stanley. Stanley doesn't need to be in a hurry. He's telling Brian Myers to get it back to him, but I'm thinking that with 1:15 to play, it's not really in a rush when you lead by 11.
Backwards, does that go?
He concedes a little bit of ground as he goes towards half back to Stewart, and Geelong have done enough. The top 4 hopes were on life support for a moment there, but they stay in the mix for the double chances. He kicks to half forward. Dangerfield flies its off hands and out of bounds for a boundary throw-in at right half forward. We're down in the Geelong rooms, taking your calls, 52232955. Jump on the KFC X as well. Newcombe, Belmont, North Geelong now open till midnight, 7 days a week. I reckon KFC might get a hammering from the departing crowds heading to all points of the compass post-game as it's hurled back into play. O'Brien and Blitzarves. O'Brien got 2 palms on it. Dangerfield trying to get his hands on it, couldn't. Out of the pack. Handball out. Came from Berry. Now the high kick from Keane to half forward. Thilthorpe has taken the mark and they'll go inside forward 50.
Wheeler give the Fogarty, I should say. Broke the tackle from Holmes. Gives to Rochelle. Rochelle round the corner and Rochelle's kicked the goal. This game is not over yet. 25 seconds remaining. Rochelle kicks his 3rd. I think all in the second half for Rochelle, who was quiet in the first. And the Cats are going to have to withstand 25 seconds. 13-12-90, 13-7-85, Harvey Norman Electrical. We've got the close one, Nildy.
Well, yes, Ben, we do have the close one. Again, great work by the Crows around the ball. They managed to get it out from mass numbers and just speed everything up. That's what undid the Cats' defence. And again, Thilthorpe with his marking has just been extraordinary.
I reckon Tui and Dempsey will just be hauling ass backwards inside defensive 50.
Is that a technical coaching term?
That is.
Well, you'll get the same outcome. Probably not called that, but they need to just get... Well, they haven't
Back in the middle, O'Brien, Stanley, tapped down. O'Brien, Dangerfield dived in, knocked it forward.
Dive
Close,
on it,
taking a
boys.
tackle. And we'll get a ball up.
16 seconds.
Between the edge of the centre square and the centre circles, favouring Geelong. Ball
Cats
into the
have
air.
one player inside 50.
Stanley won the tap down. Manna did the roving. Cats go inside forward 50 to a one-on-one. Fells at the feet of Stengel. Well played by Bond, who socketed off the ground. He sends it into the path of a teammate. The clearing kick comes from Dowling. High ball to the wing. Will go out of bounds on the full. And that'll be it. And the Cats will escape with 4 points. They had to fight with all their might, but in the end, the Cats pick up win number 13.
Should be played at home or far away. Now banners fly high from dawn to dawn. Now at Cardinia Park.
Leading by 22 points during the third quarter, it appeared the Cats had taken control of the contest. However, the Crows went bang, 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 kicked 4 to finish the third, and actually led by 3 points at three-quarter time. When Riley Philthorpe gold at the 2-minute mark, they led by 9. That margin actually got to 10, but the Cats kicked 3 of the last 4 goals, and they snatch a 5-point win.
The greatest team of all. We are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. At home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark. Down at Cardinia Park.
To second on the live ladder, the Cats do go. However, there are still teams with games in hand below them that can impact where the Cats are at the end of round 21, but it's a big one next week against the Dockers over in Perth. We're in the fifth quarter, thanks to the Sandman Mattress Factory. Let's tap into a bit of post-match action. Fox, as Jeremy Cameron speaks with Cam Mooney.
You know, it was tight the whole way through, really, and they gave it a red-hot crack. You know, they're quality side when they're playing their best footy, so, you know, it's good to grind them ones away. A little bit tight there in the end, even with 30 seconds to go, but the boys play well, perform well, and good to get the result.
We know it's an incredible season. You went from second back down to seventh, and then back up into second. I mean, that's just how tight this game is at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so tight, you know. Spots are hard to come by in the top 8, so that's why it's so important. It's important to, you know, get wins all through the year. A lot of people say it's important to win early in the season, but it's just as important to win late, so it's nice to get a bit of momentum going at the right time of year.
Tell us about this mark and goal down here, mate. Tony just walked past me before he goes, just ask him what he said to you. Can you repeat it?
I can't repeat it. It wasn't that bad, but he basically said in a nice way that they didn't get me down here not to kick this, so put the pressure on me. But yeah, no, it was a great result. It's nice when the ball's coming in like that.
Go and enjoy it, mate. Deserve it.
Thanks, mate.
Jeremy Cameron there speaking with Cam Mooney. Thanks to Fox Footy, Sandman Mattress Factory. Sleep better with the Sandman's locally made two-sided mattresses. They're made to outlast any other. Geelong 13-12-90. Adelaide 13-7-85. As the Cats will go to all points of the compass. And
Sam de Koning out there too. Kingy got his right knee heavily strapped, but he's out there, and not sure if that means absolutely anything. He's out there and he's got that knee with an enormous bandage around it. He looks like he's about to compete in the Grand Annual.
Yeah, thank you for that, Benny. How will he go over the Tozer Road double?
Oh, well, the way he's moving, he's absolutely no chance.
The Houlihan treble would be no good?
He'd be gone. Absolutely gone. The jockey would be pulling him up, Kingy.
90-85. As the players are just lingering, obviously Paddy Dangerfield will spend some time chatting with some of his former teammates, the likes of Walker and Crouch and Laird, among those remaining from his time at the club. And the Cats will head off to see their fans with the balls that they sign. Mildy in the experts chair, thanks to the Sporting Globe. How do you sum up that performance from the men in the navy blue and white hoops?
Well, in the last quarter, Kingy, they just did what they had to do. It was somewhat frustrating for them because they dominated around the clearances and again inside 50s, and then time in their half. The footy just sat there the whole time, and with the way the Crows played with numbers, it was probably going to be hard to kick a really big score, which they didn't do. But in the end, they've got over by 5 points. They'll move on. Again, they'll learn a lot. Sometimes finals are played like that, Tom. Got a lot of speed in the game. They try and clog the ball up, clog the stoppages up, which they did. And again, Ben made mention when Cameron took that wonderful mark in the last quarter that, yeah, it is true. There is a salary cap kicking and people think you put too much pressure on. But if you're going to put your hand up and accept that money, which these guys do, you win. Jeremy Cameron's a phenomenal player. He's kicked 6 goals, 1 or whatever he got today, including the match winner with a fantastic. That's what you want from those players, and he led from the front. Well done.
Haven't got a crowd figure yet, have we, Benny?
No, Kingy. We've got 0 on the crowd figure.
More than 0 here. They were loud at the end. They were starting to make some noise, and I think they realised, the crowd too, how important. If the Cats had have lost that, they put themselves actually have been in jeopardy of falling out of the 8 if things didn't go right in Perth next week.
Good competition.
It is.
At this stage of the year, what have we got? 3? What have they got? 3 games to go?
Fremantle next week in Perth. Saturday twilight clash for us here on the eastern seaboard before St Kilda at Marvel, which will be no pushover, and then probably an easy kill against the Eagles, although they are playing some all right footy. The Eagles, they were good against Gold Coast last night, but Gold Coast are no good travelling. So,
they're not. The Eagles aren't really near.
No.
We'll put that one away.
Hopefully there's a bloke wearing number 26 in the goal square.
Oh, right. I forgot about him. That'll be really interesting as to how his fitness level is and all that sort of stuff. That's another little story to play out, isn't it?
The other story out of this game will be Sam de Koning and the seriousness of that knee injury. Hopefully nothing untoward, but Geelong will get that scanned, and we suspect we'll find out on Tuesday. Cats don't reveal any injury outcomes usually until their injury report comes out, so keep an eye on that. Tuesday afternoon, we'll bring you that at KROCKfootball.com.au.
If you've just joined us too, Kingy, the injury to de Koning was completely innocuous. He had no other player around him. He just went to change direction and ended up slumping to terra firma, unfortunately. And let's hope, it's best case scenario. But he is out there at the moment. He is moving quite gingerly with that right knee, certainly heavily bandaged. But it was one of those innocuous ones where there was no contact with another player. Didn't have an Adelaide player within about 3 metres of him. So that's how that one unfolded, deep in the back half of the Cats.
Thank you for that, Benny. We'll keep an eye on that injury update for St John of God. We put you first. Jason's down in the room. So's Birchie. We'll be speaking with one of the victorious Cats players. We're hoping to speak. We haven't spoken to Jeremy Cameron this year post-game. We're hoping to be speaking with the 6-goal hero on KROCK footy. If not, hopefully speaking with Tanner Bruin, who actually worked nicely into the game. And
absolutely, King. He had a very quiet first half off the back of a quiet game last week in his first game back against North Melbourne. But he ended up with 23 possessions. He had 11 in the third quarter, and in the final quarter, with the game on the line, I am trying to find Tanner Bruin. He had 5 touches, so he had 16 possessions, 16 of his 23 in the second half. 6 tackles, 8 clearances, a goal, and 4 inside 50s.
Thank you for that, Benny. Kerr's high stats. We'll get a bit more of a in-depth look at that a little bit later. Happy to jump on the KFC X or the phone, Cap fans, 52-232-955. Benny, just some of the sentiment, if you don't mind, off the KFC X. KFC Newcombe, Belmont and North Geelong now open till midnight, 7 days a week.
Absolutely, Kingy. Andrew Daly's posted a photo of Larrabee there, so thanks for that, Andrew. For those who don't know Larrabee, one of the great characters.
I mean, for those who don't, there's 3 people now, Larrabee himself and you 2.
So Andrew Daly says, suggesting it was a hard listen, shouldn't have been in that position. They dug deep and got away with another 4 points. Lawson kicks a brilliant first. Still work to do. Fourth quarter was like watching Takashi come back and win the tricycle race in revenge of the nerds. That is extraordinary from Andrew Daly. Takashi did come from the clouds in that race to get the chockies. I think he may have beaten Oga, did he, who was riding a much bigger tricycle than Takashi, but he had the pedal power, Takashi.
Right.
He also played cards with Booger, which didn't end well for Takashi because he got beaten. He had a flush.
5 pair of 7s.
But 2 7s beat his flush. So quite extraordinary stuff. Liam Vertigan suggesting it's a bloody hard watch, all I need to say. Medicus, a win is a win, but the Cats will be making up the numbers come September. St Alistair wouldn't want to watch that with a heart condition. Huge win, though. Mark the Lamb. Kicking efficiency for the Cats was terrible. How many times did Tui turn it over? At least 5. Brett Spinks just give us the cup.
Time to go downstairs because Jason Doherty and Jane Birch are down there for A&B Australia Quality Shelving, and they've got the song.
We are Geelong, the great. We play the game as we play the game as it should be played. Hey, that hold not far away.
Like a team very relieved, Jace, that sounded?
Yes, very much so. It was an interesting scenario. Really wasn't a lot of gusto in that, so they're just going into the room, happy to get away with a win.
All right, we might take a break, come back down to you on the other side of that Sandman Mattress Factory. Fifth quarter, sleep better with the Sandman's locally made two-sided mattresses made to outlast any other. The Cats by 5 points. Down to the rooms after this for a chat with one of the victorious Cats. Live, breathe, KROCK Footy.
Thanks to our number one ticket holder, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7. Do you know something we don't know? Do you know something we should know? KROCK Football wants to hear what's going on at your club, and you can let us know with the KFC tip-off line. Who's coming? Who's going? Who said what to who? And how did it all go down? Head to krock.com.au. Click through to the KFC tip-off line. If it's worth knowing, we're all ears.
Get a good night's sleep with Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds. Quality mattresses by Tempur, Sealy Posturepedic, Sleepmaker and King Coil by A.H. Beard with major savings. Queen size from a low $499. Adjustable bed bases, bed frames, kids' bedroom furniture, bunk beds and storage pieces. Customizable Australian-made bedroom furniture to suit your space and style. Luxurious pillows, quilt covers, sheet sets and more. Get behind the Cats this season with your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Noisy kids!
What are they celebrating?
Honey, I just remembered. KFC are doing 6 for $6.95 hot and crispy boneless for Christmas all July. Shut up and take my money!
Not everywhere and not forever. Pick up only.
Morris Business Class is the new pinnacle of personalised service and commitment tailored specifically for the Geelong, Werribee and Surf Coast business community. As a national business trading locally in Geelong for over 25 years, we understand the unique needs of local business owners and people. With Morris Business Class, you'll enjoy a standard of service in a class above the rest. So let's look at your finance options today. Call 1300 4MORRIS to experience the difference today.
Are you planning to give your home a makeover? Look no further than Bowen Timber, your specialists in the supply and installation of timber and engineered flooring in the Geelong region. At Bowen Timber, we bring nature's beauty into your home. Transform your space with the timeless elegance of timber flooring. We now also offer carpet supply and install. At Bowen Timber, our experts are ready to assist you. We're open until 6 p.m. weekdays and midday Saturdays. Visit our showroom at 50 Thelmongers Road, Breakwater or bowentimber.com.au.
G'day folks, Tim Bone here, Toasty Master Chef and the host of Good Chef, Bad Chef. We've got something special for you at ABCO Cafe 24/7. Introducing the Funky Chicken Burger, my latest creation. Imagine this, crispy fried chicken, gooey cheese, crunchy slaw, tangy mayo and a zingy chili jam. But get in quick, it's for a limited time only. Local people, great food and coffee, fuel at the right price. ABCO Cafe 24/7.
Now at Harvey Norman, unbeatable deals on LG with big savings and bonus gift cards. Save $200 on LG French door fridge with ice and water, plus receive a bonus $240 Harvey Norman gift card. Upsize and save in the laundry with $200 off LG 10-kilo washer plus bonus $110 gift card. And king-size deal on LG TV with AI. Save a huge $500 on 75-inch QNED plus bonus $150 gift card. Harvey Norman, best range, best brands, best prices, guaranteed. Conditions apply. Your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7.
Turns, kicks, pocket, Neely's target, close there too. Neither can mark, inspire to spoil each other. Outside the right grip there, Curtis turned it over. Myers tightened the pocket, went the banana and went across the face. Would have been some sort of goal. Blitzar's where the tap down. Dangerfield hacked it out of midair. A high ball to centre forward. Humphreys back with the flight. Hamill Hanger contender. Gutsy from the 17. They had to fight. with all their might. But in the end, the Cats pick up win number 13. 13-12-90, 13-7-85. Geelong 13th victory is lucky. It's got them second on the ladder. There is still some action to play out in round 21 though. The Cats set themselves up for a crack at the top four. Big game against the Dockers in Perth next week. Fifth quarter for the Sandman Mattress Factory. Sleep better with the Sandman's locally made two-sided mattresses made to outlast any other. Jason Doherty is down for AB Australia Quality Shelving in the Cats rooms.
Yes, still in a meeting with coaching staff down here, Kingy. So we wait. We're hopefully going to speak to Jeremy Cameron. So that's the plan, but still in the meeting room with the coaches.
Thank you for that, Jace. How's Birchie enjoying it down there?
Well, apart from the fact it's not Essendon, I think she's going okay. No, she's loving it. A few more down here too than the last time Pothole and I were down here too.
I was going to say. Yeah. So Jeremy Cameron tonight with his 6 goals. His fourth goal took him past 200 as a Cat. He's now got 202, which is the same amount that Jimmy Bartell kicked from his 305 games. And just on the 6 goals for Jeremy Cameron tonight, that is his equal best haul, going with the 6 he kicks against North Melbourne here at GMHBA Stadium back in round... what was that, round 7? Or thereabouts. Round 5 earlier in the season. He now has 45 for the season. And Tyson Single kicked 1 tonight to take him to 38. Ollie Henry's got 26. Ollie Dempsey didn't manage to kick a goal, but still 18 goals for the season. They've got good return out of a couple of blokes that we probably didn't expect, Benny. Before we get back down to the rooms, the KFC X has fired up. What's some of the responses that have come through?
Daz is fired up. It's the middle of the night wherever he is, but he's up and about the Cats, and he thinks that the Cat shop had better stock up on the numbers 1 and 7, as he thinks there'll be a lot of 17s getting ironed onto the back of jumpers next month. I need to get through onto the quiz to get that $50 voucher. I'll know what to spend it on. So a lot of love for Lawson Humphries. Edmonds suggests defence could have been better. Better too many marks, but we won, so happy days. I mentioned there Liam Verdigan, a bloody hard watch. Mitch Hawley suggesting allowing the Crows 20 scoring shots from 42 inside 50s isn't ideal. Neil did some really good things. Zach Guthrie, some really impressive stuff in the last quarter. An Irishman and a former Olympian getting games by reputation only. Bruin lifted in the second half. Atkins back certainly helped. So Cat fans pretty happy. Jethro 445 suggesting Humphries off one step and a critical save at the other end. Love that man. Dempsey close and Tyson as well. So a lot of love for Lawson Humphries, who was really good. He showed some physicality, showed some courage. We know he's got skill, which we also saw with that lovely kick in the last quarter. He did on 45. He bit off a fair bit more than a lot of young players will and hit Tom Atkins, but I thought his physicality around the ball was sort of a feature of his game tonight, and that's great signs going forward because the skill's there and seemingly the courage as well. He was really important. I think the guy, whoever that was off X there, was really on the money because he did save a goal down the other end after kicking one. So really impressive stuff from young Lawson Humphries.
What have you liked about Lawson Humphries, Nildy, in his half a dozen games that he's worn the navy blue and white hoops?
Well, in addition to what Cass said there, he's very composed, King. And he's in a good team. He's got a lot of really good leaders around him, which helps. But he's come in, it doesn't seem to faze him, AFL footy. And in the heat of the battle, he was sticking his hand up, like Ben said. His kick inside 45 to find Tom Atkins, and the courage he had with the marking stuff, really good. A great pick-up by Geelong, and we know how good they are at developing players like him, so it'll be fantastic.
So Lawson Humphries, game number 6, pick 63, I think he was in last year's national draft. A mature age selection, a couple of years developing in the WAFL, including in the WAFL reserves.
King, if you can get a pick in the 60s to play league footy and play consistently, that's sensational, because they're not your free hits, but they're not expected to. No. And that's reality. You need to nail your first and second round picks, and you need them to be long-term players for your club. It doesn't always work, but that's what you needed. They're somewhat speculative at that range in the draft, and for him to come through and play the way he's playing, great.
So Geelong second for the moment. Carlton Collingwood underway, and obviously big game for the Collingwood Football Club. Nildy, before we do get to the Geelong room, Scott Pendlebury playing game 400.
Incredible.
You've worked closely with him, especially in the earlier stage of his career. I reckon you would have got to Collingwood at the same time.
Yeah, pretty much. Scott didn't start in the seniors. He played the first 10 or 11 games that year at Williamstown after he was drafted. But you could just tell all the things that you would have heard and read that's been said about Scott Pendlebury in the last probably couple of weeks in the lead up to this game are all true. He's outrageously professional, and you can just tell he's still performing at a really good level in his 400th game. That doesn't always happen. Ripping person, Kingy, really good values, good family person, trains hard, all the stuff that you would expect. It's hard enough to play one game at this level, let alone be sticking around for 400. He's going to play next year as well, so just an outstanding person, a great achievement.
Sixth player to do it. He joins Dustin Fletcher on 400. He should knock over Kevin Bartlett if Collingwood play finals. Bartlett on 403. Burgoyne 407. Michael Tuck 426. Brent Harvey 432. He will play on next year.
Reasonable club.
Yeah, a very, very reasonable club. Two-time premiership player, five-time Copeland Trophy winner as best and fairest. Won the Norm Smith medal in the replay. Champion player of the year for the Coaches Association. 206 games as Collingwood captain, which is the club record. One of 7 people to captain their club at least 200 times. How's this group? Selwood, Kernahan, Dick Reynolds, Revolt, Whitten and Voss.
Another good group to be a part of, isn't it? And I think Kengy did talk about I think he won the Anzac Day medal a few times. Him and James Hurd sort of cleaned that stuff up.
Two-time Players Association best captain, Rising Star nom in 2007. He was runner-up that year to a bloke called Selwood. Yep. Coaches Association best young player in 07. Six-time All-Australian, 11 appearances and was an Australian member, 6 in a team, 5 in a squad. That's second only to Buddy Franklin. At 18, he's done it in 18 years and 61 days. Is the second quickest player. Quickest player to 400 games, breaking Michael Tuck's record by 13 days, and then a bunch of other stats as well. There are 19 people who have played in at least in front of 50,000 people at least 100 times. Pendlebury is the only person to have played in front of 50,000 people 200 times.
Helps to play for Collingwood. He was a big part of that, obviously. And I think Kingy, from everything, that's an incredible CV, clearly. If he wants to coach, he should have 18 clubs lining up to sign him as a coach.
20,957,831 fans have watched Scott Pendlebury play.
They're calling you too about the similar sort of numbers. That game's actually started, Kingy, and Carlton have kicked it behind. Collingwood are yet to score. There's another massive game, a couple of massive games tonight. Port Adelaide hosting Sydney over there in Adelaide. That game is also underway. The Crows. The Power leads 7-0 early going first quarter.
Thank you for that, Benny. Earlier today, North Melbourne 14-6-90 defeated Richmond 10-17-77. We think that will consign Richmond to the wooden spoon. In the VFL, Werribee 8-7-55 fell to Southport 8-13-61. Locally, winners in the Bellarine, Drysdale, Mottawarri, Barwon Heads, Torquay and Anglesey. 1 round to go there. And the top 5, other than Torquay finishing on top, hasn't set itself. The GDFNL, round 16, 2 rounds to go. Inverleigh, Belmont Lions, Werribee Centrals, North Geelong, Belpost Hill, East Geelong. 5th spot still up for grabs with 2 rounds to go. And Colac and St Joseph's had wins in the Geelong League today. Game tomorrow, Newtown and Chilwell and Grovedale taking place at Elderslie Reserve. KROCK from 1 o'clock. The rest of round 15, a split round to be played next week. That's because we have pushed the grand final back to AFL Grand Final Eve, Neildy. You might have a busy couple of days.
Well, so at this stage we're not in the 5, Kingy, so we've got a little bit of work to do. We'll worry about that at the start, but that would be wonderful. It's out here too and continuing apart.
Might be time for us to go downstairs. Jason Doherty is waiting patiently for us. Who have you got?
Yes, we've got the match winner. He kicked 6. He should get poked in the eye more often, I think. That's the way. Jeremy Cameron's joined us on KROCK Football. A longish meeting there with the coaching staff. What was that all about, Jez?
It was just more so about next week and the weeks in front of us. It's pretty exciting times, but you got to keep a lid on it. And obviously down here we do at the Cattery, but it's important to get your prep right going forward to what's going to be a big end to the season.
And look at the eye, it startled you a bit. You were there for a couple of minutes on the bench when it happened.
Always a little bit. It's always a little bit scary. So it's something that I was a little bit concerned about for a minute or two there on the bench. It was just a bit blurry, but I was just hoping it didn't really hurt. It was just I couldn't. I had double vision for ages. So yeah, it was nice when that sharpened back up.
Jeremy, Kingy, Benny Casanildi from up in the E.J. Whitten Memorial Broadcasting Box. Thanks for joining us. Great to be talking to you after that performance, but you really should have kicked 7 because I suspect you're still waiting for that charm chop or high contact from the third quarter to still be paid.
Yeah, looking back at the replay, it was touch and go, wasn't it? But I've had about 3 or 4 of them this year not go my way. I'm still waiting for. So, yeah, it was frustrating. You probably saw that I was a little bit heated there. I went back to the umpire and said, "Sorry, mate, I've cooled down now. Let's have a chat about it." But he wasn't really interested. So, yeah, I probably should have kicked that first one.
You don't lose your cool too often. It needs something really to fire you up.
Yeah, I normally keep a lid on it. I used to lose my cool when I was younger, but now I'm 31. I sort of keep a lid on it a bit more, but it was frustrating. It's a hard game to umpire. I understand that, but when the key forward's kicking a couple and he wants another one, I get frustrated out there. So it was quite funny at the time, but I did get around the umpire and say sorry.
And Brad Close didn't look after you with that kick across the face of goal in the last quarter. Thankfully, that mark you bobbled, you were already over the line when you had the first touch on it, so it was a behind anyway. But did you just give Brad a little bit of, come on, better service?
I know that he was trying to pass it to me. I don't know if it looked like that on the footage, but he definitely saw me and tried to kick it across the body, but he skied it, and then I was just hoping it stayed in, but I did know it was across the line before I bobbled it. It would have been pretty embarrassing if it was actually still in play, and then I jumped it over.
Jeremy, you mentioned in your on-ground interview that did the skipper sort of politely suggest to you that don't cock that last goal up, that we didn't get you here to do that?
Yeah, he did. He put me under the pressure. I don't know if it's coming through. Is that? It still is. He put me under the pump. He sort of just lifted me up and said, "We didn't get you down here to miss this." So and added a bit more that I won't share. But yeah, it was that's my spot, and I have been missing a few from there. So I've been working. Nice to get the crowd up and about.
Nothing like some positive feedback. Just talk us through your role and obviously learning to play a bit with Shannon Neal. He's very early in his career and he's obviously super athletic and able to move around and different sort of player to Hawk, but just talk us through sort of getting some chemistry with him.
Yeah, definitely. We've been working on it pretty hard at training. He's like you said, he's early on in his career. We just want him to, get his feet moving and launch at it as much as possible and get it to ground, when he can't mark it. And, his marking ability, we know what he can do when he gets both hands to it. He clunked an important one there deep and kicked the goal for us. So, it's been good working with him, but we've got a lot of guys down there that can roll through as well.
Cheers, game 250 next week. I suspect it's going to be a big week. The phone will blow up with well wishes. Have you any initial thoughts about your milestone and such a big milestone in your career?
Added a little bit. Get up with family and but I've sort of left that up to Indy, my partner. She's been doing that for me. But it's going to be a big week. Yeah, it's a privilege to play a game and play a handful of games, let alone 250. Exciting week, but I won't be getting back to too many messages. I've still got back to about 100 people from when we had Macy Gold, and that was 18 months ago.
You can be forgiven for that. You're a busy man. How's things on the farm, by the way? We might have lost.
He's gone altogether there.
Still with us, Jez?
You still got me?
Yeah. Still got you. How's things on the farm?
Yeah, good. Going well. Got a heap of lambs running around, and it's good fun. Keeps me occupied, and as you know, I love doing that stuff away from footy. I don't think about footy too much until game day. So it's been nice.
What about Hawk's tips in the kitchen? Do you take much notice of those?
I've been seeing a few of those videos, which is quite funny. Big Hawk he's finding, and he's got the 3 kids as well, so he's got to keep them occupied and get them in the kitchen and cook some funny cakes and whatnot. But good on him.
Absolutely, works smarter, not harder. I think he suggested to us.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. He knows what to do, Big Hawkie.
Jez, we really appreciate your time. Congratulations on a wonderful performance tonight, and looking forward to heading to Perth for game 250 next week. Big battle with the Fremantle Dockers, and top 4 still well and truly alive for the Cats.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Jeremy Cameron joining us on KROCK Footy. Always great to chat with the number 5 on KROCK Football. We're in the fifth quarter thanks to the Sandman Mattress Factory. Sleep better with the Sandman's locally made two-sided mattresses, made to outlast any other. Benny, before we go to the break.
Yeah, low scoring at the MCG, Kingy. Carlton have kicked 3 behinds. Collingwood are yet to score. That is already midway through that first quarter. And in the other game, Port Adelaide 14 lead the Sydney Swans zip.
Good work by you, Benny. As always, we'll take a break, wrap things up from here at GMHBA Stadium. Win free fuel for a year at APCO. Thanks to Icebreak. They breathe. KROCK Footy.
Thanks to our number one ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. The hunt is on for the 5 greatest fugitives in KROCK history. Tom, Loggy, Chris, Tim, Jess. Who has what it takes to evade and elude? Who will keep their head down for the longest and take out the title of Hunt and Seek Master? Who will find the best hidey hole in the KROCK office? Back the winner, and you could score $1,000 cash. KROCK's Hunt and Seek. Weekdays from 6 a.m. Hunt at $1 Million Heist starts August 12 on 10 and 10 Play.
What's that?
That's my awesome new gaming rig from Harvey Norman.
Harvey Norman?
Yeah, they've got a massive range of gaming PCs, screens and accessories.
Really?
Yeah, all the big brands like ROG, Acer Predator, HP Omen, MSI, and even PlayStation, Xbox and Nintendo.
How do you afford that?
I got an awesome interest-free deal, and with their price guarantee, I know I got the best deal. Where are you going?
Where else? I'm off to Harvey Norman to get a new gaming rig just like yours.
Hello, it's Jamie and Aaron from Warwick Gully Plan from Geelong. Hey, Fizzy, Izzy.
Hey, Dad.
Would you stop waving that around?
No, it's my new Geelong Cats flag. I got it last week, Dad. Isn't it pretty?
Well, I guess it is pretty, Aaron. So I suppose while Geelong keep being the greatest team of all, you can keep waving it. Just be careful you don't break any plants.
Will do, Dad. Will do.
So see you soon at Warwick Gully Plan from Geelong.
201 Townsend Road and Woollett.
Just look for Aaron, the flag-waving wombat out the front.
G'day folks, Tim Bone here, Toasty Master Chef and the host of Good Chef, Bad Chef. We've got something special for you at APCO Cafe 24/7. Introducing the Funky Chicken Burger, my latest creation. Imagine this, crispy fried chicken, gooey cheese, crunchy slaw, tangy mayo and a zingy chili jam. But getting quick, it's for a limited time only. Local people, great food and coffee, fuel at the right price. APCO Cafe 24/7.
It's Bring a Grandparent to School Day. Mia and Kate, can you introduce yours?
This is our granddad. He's the best.
Yep, Bruce here.
He takes us for drives every weekend to Kerr's Hire.
Kerr's Hire? That's interesting.
Oh, you bet it is. Did you know Kerr's Hire is Geelong's official dealer of Wacker Neussen's German-engineered construction gear?
And girls, you enjoy that?
Well, actually, Granddad is a bit of a Wacker, but that's why we love him.
No, that's my girls.
Kerr's Hire, North Geelong, Grovedale and Ocean Grove. Kerr'sHire.com.au.
If your lounge room has been niggling at you, your bedroom's fighting for attention, or your deck is calling your name, then you might need to plan a paint project. And when you do, the team at your local Inspirations paint store can't wait to get stuck into it with you. They're the Dulux approved specialists, and they've got all the paint, accessories and expert advice to make your next project awesome. Inspirations Paint. What's your next project?
Inspirations Paint, Grovedale, 138 Torquay Road. Update your home with a new floor from Harvey Norman. Great deals on versatile hybrid flooring, including beautiful Australian timber, pine and oak designs from just $45 per square metre. Luxurious oak natural timber flooring from only $85 per square metre. Or family-friendly carpets. Soft, quiet and warm underfoot. Great value from just $17 per square metre. From measure and quote to expert installation in your home. Come on in and see the specialists at Harvey Norman. Your locally owned and operated Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7.
It's the fifth quarter thanks to the Sandman Mattress Factory. Sleep better with the Sandman's locally made two-sided mattresses. They're made to outlast any other. The Cats in a thriller, 13-12-90. Hold off Adelaide, 13-7-85. The Cats trailed by 10 points during the final quarter for Harvey Norman Electrical. It kicked 3 of the last 4 goals to sneak home and take a second spot on the ladder for the moment. But with Carlton in action, Fremantle also to play, and the Brisbane Lions, things can change very quickly. Port Adelaide as well. So just looking at the ladder right now, actually on the live ladder, the Cats have dropped to third with Carlton right now leading 5-1. It's like an early sort of FA Cup, sort of Premier League giant against a team as the goal's actually just been kicked by De Goey, so they'll actually take the lead. The Pies 1-1-7. Cats wouldn't be upset if Carlton were to get the 4 points, nor would they be upset if Sydney could get hold of Port Adelaide, although
it's not happening at the moment, Kingy. 26-0 Port Adelaide.
Yeah. Well, actually, if the Swans could actually only be a game clear with 3 rounds to play and actually at risk.
That's insane.
Yep.
When you consider where they were a month ago.
Yeah.
Undefeated, weren't they?
They'd lost 1.
Right, by a point or something.
Yep. Wow. So they have fallen in somewhat of a hole, dropping 4 of their last 5. The Swans, and that only win in that last 5 rounds is against North Melbourne. Neil, you've kept an eye on their head-to-head tonight. You had a couple. You asked for some leeway from the team at White Cross Healthcare, and they gave it to you. Scooters, walkers, but much more. Trusted advice, best solutions. Fine Street in South Geelong, plenty of parking. And you went, firstly, Riley Phil Thorpe versus a Geelong defender.
He had a few. He's going to be a really good player. We were just talking off air. Ben was letting us know. Tonight was his 50th game. He's missed a year after doing his knee. Spent a lot of time in the gym, put on 15 to 18 kilos of muscle.
I forget the amount, but it was an enormous amount of weight in the time off.
Oh, King, he was one of their shining lights. Like, he nearly got him over the line. He just launches at the footy and goes through the contest. So, yeah, he won that Steamatic standout. Sorry, no, he didn't. What did he win? The head-to-head.
For White Cross Healthcare.
Sorry. We've got that many sponsors, King. I don't know what's going on. We are well supported here at KROCK, which is wonderful. The other one I wanted to look at was how Tyson Stengel would respond, and it was just about the pressure that he would put on himself. I thought he worked really hard, and it just showed that, his head was in the game. He kicked 1 or 2 goals, but his work rate for his teammates, I thought, was outstanding.
Thank you for that, Neil. White Cross Healthcare, scooters, walkers, but much more at White Cross Healthcare. Benny, just some key numbers, please, for Kerrs Hire, if you don't mind.
Scott Penderbury's nearly kicked a goal from the boundary of banana. He's hit the post. The crowd would have gone absolutely bananas had that gone through. Look, Kingy, the Cats ended up having 16 more inside 50s, 58 to 42. They had 20 more clearances. They ended up having 23 more contested possessions, yet they were only able to win by 5 points. So they won. If you said it's pre-game that Geelong would have 16 more inside 50s, there'd be 20 more clearances and have 23 more contested possessions. You think they'd probably win.
Won by 70 points?
Yeah, quite comfortably. In the end, they've won by 5, 90 to 85. Individually, Tom Stewart, he was really good again. He had 28. We mentioned Tanner Bruin, really quiet first half, really good second half. He had 11 possessions in the third quarter alone, 23 for the game. Dangerfield, 21. He played much better than he has the last couple of weeks. Max Holmes with 20. Stengel with 20 and 1 goal. Atkins with 19 and 7 tackles. That was a team high. Ollie Dempsey had 18 touches, kicked 2 behinds. Blitzarf 17, and the other ones there. Manor, I thought Manor was good. 17 touches, 3 tackles, kicked 2 goals. And Jeremy Cameron, the man we spoke to post-game, 17 possessions. He kicked 6 of Geelong's 13 goals. For the Crows, Laird always gets plenty of it, 29. Dawson's a very good player, 27. Crouch, 26. Scholes, a developing player for the Crows, 25. Saligo, the family sedan, he kicked 21. Worrell, he had 21. Keys had 18 after a quiet first half. Just a couple of players who struggled a little bit for the Cats. Ollie Henry was relatively quiet, kicked 1 goal, 5 kicks. Brad Close worked pretty hard, but he only had the 4 effective disposals, didn't kick a goal. And obviously the other one there was Reece Stanley back in the side. He had 13 possessions. He was okay. He was serviceable. Riley O'Brien didn't dominate the game for the Crows. He had 15. And obviously the big one, Kingy, the big talking point, other than the fact that it was Jeremy Cameron's 6 goals and it was a close game, will be the knee injury to Sam De Koning. He came off late in the third quarter, didn't play in the final term, and he went down innocuously with no contact to another player and then came from the field. So he was out there post-game, but no doubt he'll be watched his space in terms of severity of his right knee injury.
Thank you, Benny. Kerrs Hire, all those stats, 100% locally owned and operated in Geelong, North Geelong, Grovedale and Ocean Grove, your local hire company since 1982. Jason Doherty is back from the rooms. Do you have anything for us for St John of God?
He was walking around. His father looked very pensive, but I think he probably looks pensive all the time. But no, I don't know. It's obviously going to have to be assessed in the next couple of days. But I think he'd had some knee trouble with that right knee already before this season. So fingers crossed it might be okay, but who knows?
Thank you for that. Jason Doherty, busy down in the rooms. How'd you go, Birchie? Did you have a lot of fun?
Oh, yeah,
Thumbs up from Birchie.
She got a photo with Jezza and everything. She loved it. Real fan stuff. It was great. It was great. It was good to see. Good to see.
Steamatic standout Neody, delivering solutions, saving properties and restoring lives in the Greater Geelong area for 25 years. David and Lisa, Vivian and all the team at Steamatic. Who is your Steamatic standout?
Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah. It was a little bit of a lay-down misère, wasn't it?
Yeah, no need for a committee meeting there, I wouldn't have thought. He was absolutely outstanding. Kicked 6, kicked 6-1, should have got another one, yep. And they win by 5 points, and your key 4 kick 6. That'll do.
Thank you for that, Neely. Well played. Thanks to Steamatic, your disaster restoration experts.
Kenny, I don't know what's happened to the Swans.
Have they turned up in Adelaide?
It's 38-0. Port Adelaide lead. That is extraordinary.
Something legitimately... What's
going on?
They couldn't not make the top 4, could they? Oh. They'll still make the finals, but jeez,
they're having an absolute.
They're limping at the moment.
Limping. They're not even on. They're not even up on their feet.
What would you like to do, Benny? Would you like the Hamelin hanger or the goal of the day?
Whatever you like, Kingy.
Well, let's go with the Hamelin hanger.
I know what I want to do.
Hamelin Homes Bannockburn display home is now open.
What are we doing?
Hamelin hanger.
Oh, the Hamelin hanger. Okay, Kingy. Well, the Hamelin hanger, it was late in the game on the line, and the man we spoke to post-game, Jeremy Cameron, floated across the pack and took a wonderful chest mark in the absolute heat of battle.
Hamelin hanger.
He signals for players to get across. Crows are in number where he's going to kick this ball. The only man there is close. He needs Cameron to make ground. Cameron made that ground and took a Hamelin hanger. Had a run and jump at it. And nearly when the good players get a run and jump at it, they are very, very difficult to stop. And he went back and kicked the goal, Kingy, the match-winning goal, the sealing goal for the Pussycats.
Before we get to the Inspirations paint goal of the day, Herald Sun reporting that ex-bomber Jason Winderlich has suffered a suspected spinal injury after being injured in a local footy game today.
Oh, no.
Oh, jeez. Which is not good. So just being tweeted there by Paul Amy, who covers a lot of local footy for the Herald Sun group, which is not ideal. You'll be able to find that story at heraldsun.com.au. Goal of the day for Inspirations paint. Benny, what's your next project? 138 Torquay Road, Grovedale.
Yeah, well, the 17-minute mark of the second quarter, Kingy, Sean Manor, who's come back into the side in recent weeks, produced the Inspiration Paints goal of the night.
Goal of the day.
Handball to Dangerfield. Dangerfield steps through a tackle, hacks it forward, rolling ball. We'll roll into the path of Dempsey. Dempsey tight in the pocket. What tricks has he got? Slung in the tackle. Got a handball away. Manor! Kicks one of the goals of the year. Snap from tight in the pocket. Feigned to come back inboard with a handball. Got his opponent in the air and then snapped a wonderful Inspirations paint goal of the night contender. It was pretty good.
It's good.
It was good. That's good.
That's pretty good.
Time for us to get out of here because Davey Collins wants us out of here because he's got important places to be. So we'll let Davey do that. Thank you to all the team. You can check out all the audio, though, interviews, quarter highlights at krock.com.au and also via Spotify. Just search for KROCK Football. Our next game for broadcast, well, GFNL tomorrow, KROCK from 1 o'clock
See you
for Newtown and Chilwell and Grovedale. I don't think Neely's going to watch two teams that he's not playing again this year.
I'm going to Perth. Otherwise, I would be there.
But, sure.
If I could find nothing else to do.
Neely?
There is no... Who's playing? Well, no, I'm going home.
Good luck to you for the rest of your season because we won't see you in September.
Good.
Actually,
yeah,
we
I'll come out to play.
And everything goes to plan. We won't see you till grand final day.
I'll do this stuff when the Cats play in the finals.
Yeah, but what if they clash?
They won't. I'll ring up. Who's in charge these days? Gil's gone. Who's
Andrew Dillon.
Yeah. Ring him up. We'll get it sorted. Don't worry about that. I'll come back in the finals. That sort of suits me. Can I go?
Yeah, Fremantle and Geelong up the stadium 3 o'clock Saturday. We will be there in the Cat Attack podcast. Thanks to Kurz. Hi, Benny and I will be back, Benny, with what people are calling hot takes from this week about Tyson Stengel. It was a lot of fun.
What do they say? What are they calling it?
Hot takes.
What a hot take. Who's calling it that?
I used to bake them on their cakes.
We're going to go because we're going to say goodbye to Laurie Hill. See you, Loz. Have a good week. Goodbye to Matty D back at KROCK HQ. Thank you for pushing the buttons. Thank you, Davey Collins. Still grumpy since 1992. See you next week in Perth. Looking forward to it. Birchie, see you tomorrow at Eldersley Reserve. Down Boundary side for A&B Australia Quality Shelvin. Jason Doherty, see you co-piloting tomorrow at Elderslie Reserve.
Yes, Captain.
Looking forward
to it.
Looking forward to the hamburgers tomorrow. At Newtown and Chilwell.
Do you have a button that just another co-pilot blows up with Jason?
Here's Larrabee.
Neil, good luck for the remaining home and away games for South Barwon.
Yep, cheers.
See you soon.
Yes. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, ball boys.
Time for us to get out of here. Win free fuel for a year at APCO thanks to Icebreak. You heard Geelong tonight by 5 points over the Crows on... Sends it towards a one-on-one. Cameron knocked away from him smartly, but into the path of Ollie Henry, who can tuck it under the arm and go. Sends it long. Neil wants it out in the back, and he'll find him too. Wonderful ball from Ollie Henry.
Time to give the Bruin on the left. Puts it at the top of the space. Dempsey, Stengel. Read the flow of the ball brilliantly. On the inexperienced Bond, plays on and kicks the first goal of the afternoon. Close marks. He wants to move it quickly. Cat fans wanted 50. Umpire said no. Close goes into the pocket. Cameron's there and Cameron marks. Hamlin Haggett contender.
Henry can give it to Close. Close just jams it on his left boot. Sees Cameron running into space. Now's the bounce. It's okay. He can steady. He can give a handball or snap. He snaps. He bowls. That tweets it out really well.
Hits the ground. Stanley might be able to do that. He had a fumble, but fortuitously spilled the manner. He kicks it inside forward. 50 and Stengel. For the second time in the game, read the flight better.
Turns, kicks quickly. Stengel and Bond. Ollie Henry back with the flight. Took the mark. Stengel did well. Kept Bond interested as Ollie Henry went back with the flight. Hacks it forward. Rolling ball. We're rolling to the path of Dempsey. Dempsey tight in the pocket. What tricks has he got? Slung in the tackle. Got a handball away. Manna! Kicks one of the goals of the year. Ollie Henry going to be 2-on-1. He's being held on to, surely. If he wasn't held on to, he nearly marked it. He can turn and send it towards the goal square. Close is all alone. He was all alone. Mark taken by Cameron. Cameron with the outside of the left. He's got a handful.
Stewart's got it for the Cats. Goes long in the direction of Cameron. Cameron.
Oh, come on, umpire. That's terrible.
Was that front-on contact? Cat fans are off their plastic. They're not happy. Rochelle again gets another opportunity. Can he break the tackle? Handball's wide. It'll spill to Saligo. Saligo will kick the goal. And the Crows are in front.
Turns, kicks, pocket, near his target. Close there too. Neither can mark, inspired to spoil each other. Outside of the right boot there, Curtis. Turned it over. Myers tightened the pocket. Went the banana and went across the face. Would have been some sort of goal. Let's ask when we tap down. Dangerfield capped it out of mid-air. A high ball to centre forward. Humphries back with the fly. Hamlin Hanger contender. Gutsy from the 17. They had to fight with all their might. But in the end, the Cats pick up win number 13.